It's a me, a Mario. The man who killed Hitler and then the Bigfoot. Nice. 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 Let me make sure that you see things that aren't just black. Pew. Wait. There we go. And let's fiddle with this. It's a trap. Alright, 4 p.m., 7 p.m. Eastern. And Holy is also going to be late, so it's just you four. That means it's Leo, Sindri, Roy, and Dowd. Look, Sindri, it's your ideal group size.
My ideal group size is 5, but I appreciate the sentiment, friend.
You fucking liar. You told me
I
it
love
was
you.
4. You said it's been 4 for years.
No, friend, it's been 4 or 5.
Alright, I'll just wait to make sure. Looks like everybody's in here.
Okay.
Holy shit.
So I meant to say, I realized I had it muted. There was not much you can do without picking up the headset. But I was like, man, to what Dad said earlier, man, I wish Garth would join them.
I would love to have him. Maybe if Unholy or Marshall pulls out, but if we have everyone there at the same time, that's like 9 people.
Yeah.
Which is already bloated as hell.
Yeah, like I said, if Unholy, wants to pull out, then for sure. Then.
I mean,
because Marshall as well wants to introduce his character in this session, because I know he's gonna miss it all, but he had said that he has express thing.
Yeah.
But if Unholy misses the whole session today again, then I'll probably just say, sorry, it's not working out. Let's see if we can't do something else in this case. But with that being said, though, I'll message him. I'll see if he is interested, but I don't know if he's actually free around this time. That's the thing.
no, he's not. That's what I said. I wish.
I thought,
I asked him, he wasn't.
Yeah, I did mention to him I want to say a couple months ago, and he did say he was busy around this time as well.
yeah, because I thought Darth had work around this time usually.
I think it's tutoring, not work. He works during the day.
Ah.
Alright, so. Roy, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Alright then. We're all... Who just died? Was that Holy?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, let's get the music going.
Oh, he actually logged out entirely.
His computer must have turned off.
Do you think he got? Might have been.
Well, he said
he couldn't
he
play
said he
or
was-
something.
He said he was gonna be late. Alright. There we go. So, we return to our players once again, beyond the pale in an unknown and frozen land. The snow lightly falls over the village of these walrus-like people, known as the Kaziak. What Yasushi was able to translate over some time was that, in this case, this village is known as Yorondet, and they were waiting for this shaman to return from a hunt to speak with you. This is still the first day that you arrived. It is still, as far as you know, the first day of the first month of the first year. Although you're not sure if that has changed since you've gone through the portal, because you're not sure whether or not this place has similar structures of time as to where you came from. So,
Right.
in terms of fairness, all I'll say is this is the first day that you've arrived here. Now, as you welcome back. As you wait diligently, the moon begins to rise, and you guess it's somewhere around 9 p.m. at night this time. And
Right.
and a walrus-like person, this Kaziak, sort of comes up to you, and you notice that this one is wearing whale bones as sort of armor along his shoulders, and carries with him a staff of what appears to be hardened wood. And at the top of it appears to be a large sort of stone-like symbol attached to the top. And as he approaches, you recognize that the words that he says, mouthed out, are different than the words that you hear. But to you, it sounds like perfect common. And he says, "Oh, welcome. We weren't expecting anybody from, well, wherever the hell you're from."
Alright, I was muted. I
Yeah.
greet you warmly, friend.
I say, do you speak common?
Oh my god, Leo.
I don't exactly know what this common is, but we are speaking together with magical nature.
Friend, could you by chance tell us the name of your village and the general area, locality we find ourselves in? We are strangers in this strange land.
How about we come to an agreement? A question for a question, yes.
That sounds like a good idea, friend.
Yeah, I
Very
suppose
well.
that's fair.
So, you asked me first, and the first one that I understood was what this village is called. This is not a village so most as it is a working post. And here we carry the hunts that we capture off the coast and bring them in to work. Either skin, descale, or bonework. And it is called Yorondet, also known as...
How's the spell?
Oh, like so?
Okay, go ahead.
So, it means shadow of your own, or in the shadow of your own. Det just simply means in the shadow of, in this case.
And I'm presuming Iran is the local geological feature.
Oh no. But that was your question. My question. You notice that this shaman gives you an eye, like an eyeful, and this is more directed towards all of you. And he goes, "Your ears. Why are they like that?" You notice, looking at each other, you all have, referring to your ears, in the case of Kehlani, they are kind of droopy, slightly. In the case of you, Lucius, they are more humanoid, very rounded and very pretty. In the case of Gulliver, your ears are slightly tapered at the end, but not elvish in nature. In the case of, you of course being a tiefling, your ears are normally human, but they also have sort of ridges on them as well, from the same material that your horns are made of.
Well, because I was born with these ears.
And they are common amongst your people?
Nah. There's a lot of variation.
Everyone has ears like this. I mean, do they not have ears?
Looking at their body type, you notice that their ears aren't exactly exuded outwards. They're more inside their heads.
Think of a walrus.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, this is simply how people from our nations are born. Our races are born. We just have ears, presumably on the outside, whereas yours are somewhere else. Where are your ears?
Is that your question?
No, I rescind the question.
You are not like things we have seen before.
Nor could we say the same for you.
Oh, do you not have Kaziak?
How many Kaziak are there?
Ah, right.
That is my question.
Right. Amongst our hunting group, there are more or less, at times, about 10 of us in the village, and about 20 of us out working.
Like, of all your people?
No. Are you referring to... well, this is... He ponders for a moment, and he sort of looks back to you, and there's a bit of a... kind of a translation issue, even through tongues, and it's like, oh, my apologies. I am referring to our clan. You're referring to us as a people.
As a people, yes.
I see. You notice that he ponders for a moment, and he sort of twiddles the silver whiskers that hang from the side of his snout. There are tens, scores. We don't count, but there are hundreds of clans like us. Our clan is on the smaller side, but I would say there are about 300 of our people on this island working, and about 10 or so thousand on our main island.
An old people then.
He looks at you and he sort of smiles and he goes, we can be venerable, yes, but not as much as the first king.
I believe that we owe you a question now, friend.
Alright, give me... Right, alright. Just give me an intelligence roll. Actually, yeah, give me an intelligence roll.
Give me 1 second. I get any bonuses from, I just came to this because I have linguists, right?
Yeah, you can do this because you have linguist.
Oh,
So-
that's a good roll.
As you go for it, you kind of been listening. You've been listening to how they talk in certain ways.
I've been writing everything down,
And
and my crow has mimicked it.
with the help
Give back
with
to
the
me.
help of the tongues that he cast on himself as well, is you notice that the language itself is very throaty and very from the center of the diaphragm in this case, and to you it sounds very guttural in a way that almost sounds kind of orcish in certain ways.
Oh,
and-
I know how to speak Orcish.
If you reverse engineer the Orcish language a bit, go to the base tonal languages, and kind of just slightly go off, almost as if you're speaking with blubber in your mouth, then you can kind of get the basics of the tonal language.
I have
so-
to eat my tongue when I talk.
Exactly. Kind of, yeah, basically.
I've talked to my language.
And you go in, he nods at you, and he goes, not bad. But
Super.
Sir,
you have to...
excuse me, you
work on
have
certain
your
things.
language, you have a written language of the Walrusman.
He raises an eyebrow.
Hieroglyphics, anything?
Shrugs. We have this, and he pulls out this long whalebone, and on it are symbols. He hands it to you.
All right, time to study these symbols if you don't mind.
He shrugs. So, my turn again then. You had mentioned nations. These sound very similar to clans. Where you are from, there are many clans?
Mm,
Could say that.
it thoroughly depends on how you define the term of clan, friend. There are many kinships.
Going by what he kind of connotates in his tones is you understand that the way he speaks is very emotionally, and it comes from a sort of a subset of a cultural tongue that starts in a communal sort of family structure. And you can tell that this is a very rigid family structure.
They
So,
could be considered clans if you look at one of your little villages like this, and there's, more people than one can count living there, and that's just one little place and a collection of larger groups of people. Too many people, if you ask me.
I think the experience you have will vary from place to place. The larger places have no heart, but the family is the clan. Of those, there are many, friend.
He looks at Kaylani.
Besides, family
Yeah.
is a matter of perspective.
He looks at Kaylani.
Guys, the walrus man is looking at me.
Oh, you are a fish person. Maybe he wants a snack.
Well,
Don't be rude.
he shrugs and he looks over at Gulliver.
I'm
and
as I'm as much a fish person as you are a monkey person.
says- He looks at Gulliver then, asking about your clan. Right. Nope.
So he was just giving Kalani the stink eye. Okay.
No, well, he was asking. I mean, if you didn't want to speak to him, then he'll
What?
next.
Oh no, I just heard it looks at Kalani. I was like,
Well, it's because he had asked the question was what are your clans like at home, and
oh,
he had
okay. It was
asked which one.
for an answer for that. Okay.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if you were actively ignoring him or not.
I just thought that okay, they just come, they answered that, and it's like, okay, whatever. And it's like he just looks at Kalani. I'm like,
Well, if you'd like to answer him, asking about your clans back
No.
home. No? Alright.
no.
Okay. So then he concedes to you. Your next question. Your all next question.
Oh, it's our question now.
Well, his question was asking what your clan
Okay.
I asked
Sure. Okay,
last,
what's your name?
so-
My name? Oh, yes. He looks at you and he goes, I am Shaman Kono. Spelled like so.
How dare you break up the Beatles?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Ram. I can't. Dad just ruined this character for me. I can't like him anymore. You broke up the Beatles.
Yoko Ono. No. It's not Ono, it's Kono.
Oh no.
Right, did he ask me a question, Ram? I had to go do something.
Oh, yeah, sorry. He asked you what your clan was like back home.
Well, we live underground and in a city on top of the mountain, and we make things like these. And I flick off my lighter, my clockwork lighter.
As you flick up your lighter, two of the other Kazyaks, the walrus people, who are standing on the wings as guards of the shaman, just immediately lower their bone spears, and then the shaman sort of raises his hand, like to stop them, and he sort of approaches the lighter, and he goes, "Oh, do you possess the arcane arts?"
Oh well,
I
yeah.
believe that's a question, friend.
Oh,
I mean, yes, I
You're
do.
right.
But this is
you're right.
this is not arcane arts. This is Mechanical science.
I'm not very good at this diplomacy. And the word kind of just blubbers out of his mouth. Bleh. But yeah, so going back to you then. Your turn. It is your turn.
Who, my turn?
Oh wait, no. You asked what his name was.
No.
He said Kona.
Yeah.
And then now it's his turn again. Then he asks, "You?" He points to Gulliver, and he goes, "Do you practice the arcane arts?"
I simply take hold with my magic, with the use of mana, to control the magical elements that are already in the space around us.
Would you
It's
allow
simple
him?
application.
Would you allow him to touch you? Like kind of like touch your cheek.
Touch.
I mean,
You notice his hand gets close up to your face. You notice this is a big paw, kind of as big. You know what?
okay, but don't mess
Yeah.
up the beard.
He approaches you and he sort of looks at you and he goes, "You know what Tuskar looks like from Dota, right?"
Yes, I
Yeah.
do.
So he comes up to you. He's got this big fucking furry paw, and he puts it right next to your hand. Oh, by the way, these guys are covered with fur, not blubber. Just like you know.
Okay, they're not bearskin; they have fur. They're
Exactly.
furries.
So he puts they're not like actual walruses or it's just like blubber, like like that, like they actually have kind of like poofs out. And he puts his hand on the side of your head and he lifts up your hair slightly and hat potentially to look at your ears. And he raises an eyebrow and he puts it back down and he goes, "Interesting, very interesting." And he goes,
I don't mean to assume, but I would. I would. An educated guess would say that you guys use ritualistic magic from animal spirits or so on. Am I correct?
he nods and he goes, "Our magic comes from the sky, the land, the gods, the spirits, and the mountains itself. Many
yes,
and
but,
all of our
Unless we're
spells
talking about divine magic, which I'm assuming that's what you're speaking of. I am an arcane magician, which means I draw from the sky elements as well, but from a different source.
You notice, you hear the two in the back, the two guards in the back.
Time to get
with their bow
ourselves
spears.
killed because they don't
kind of
believe
look
it.
at each other very very squarely. You notice they sort of grit their teeth slightly, and they look back at you, and you notice that the shaman himself doesn't look quite pleased, but he sort of shakes it off a bit, and he goes, You're very strange, and
Oh, I get that a lot.
all of you are very strange. You seem
Well, I mean,
friendly enough.
we're not from around here.
Indeed.
We come from across the great sea. But there's a great battle between a dragon turtle and a kraken that put
You
their
notice,
shit.
as you say Kraken, you notice that he himself looks at you because he understands the word because he has comprehend languages on himself, and he looks shocked and surprised, and he goes,
It was very scary.
Did you anger Kwai?
No. We were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The kraken and this giant dragon turtle were fighting.
He was out for a snack. We just got in the way.
And by the way, I mean we were like 50 nautical miles away. They're very large.
They are. The Kraken you must have saw, and you notice he says Kraken kind of uncomfortably, in a way. And as he says it, again,
Kraken,
the way
Kraken,
Tongues
Kraken.
works is he speaks and you guys understand him. But when he says Kraken, the whole group of people around him kind of look at him like if he just spoke the devil's name. And as he
Should not
stares
say
at
it
you,
3 times fast.
as he stares back at you, he goes, The Kraken is named Kwai. He has been feasting in these
I wish he had been a
waters
little more quiet.
for centuries.
I'm going to, smack them.
I'm sorry.
So he stops insulting our.
I just crouch. I'm so short. It's impossible to reach you. I'm bending over.
You just knock his hat slightly.
I don't have a hat. Not every wizard has a hat.
Yes, every wizard
Not
has
every
a hat.
wizard has a hat.
Every wizard has
All
that.
gnomes have hats, though.
That's not also incorrect. I leave my hair open to the wind so I can absorb the elements through my brain.
No, that's just impossible. Everyone knows that all gnomes wear pointy red hats. That's what your species does.
He looks
That
back
is
at you.
racist.
If you will
He does
excuse
look
me,
back at
friend,
you. Okay.
I do believe we've answered at least 2 of your questions now, so I believe we're owed 2 questions in return.
He looks back at you actually, and he simply nods and he goes, "You have
I'll
given me
go back
much
to
to think about.
Elbow in the corner.
By all means."
If he doesn't get upset, I'm gonna grab a bunch. I have a bunch of paper. I'm just gonna start taking charcoal rubbings. of it.
Yeah. That's why he gave it to you. He assumed you'd do so. Go ahead.
You mentioned something about elders or first ones. What is that about?
In the south, far, far south, is a great land. Not like so. Here we have our islands, and this is the home of the Kaziak. This is the home of our people. Beyond just the Kaziak. And he says, as I was saying before, we are called the Wetu.
The what?
The Wetu. Spelled like so. And
Do the Kachaks call themselves Wetu?
no, the Kaziak. So imagine this: you're a human, but you're Danish. He's a Wetu.
Oh,
But he's
his
Kaziak.
tribal name is Wetu.
No, his tribal name is Kaziak.
Oh, his race is Wetu. Okay, but his tribal name is Kaziak.
Wetu, he goes on to say, Wetu are the people of the stars, because we track and follow the stars as we go about our islands. These have always been our home.
What other people inhabit these lands?
That's what I'm asking. I'm trying to get an answer for.
In these lands, far beyond your reach. I'm sorry, in these lands within your reach. I didn't mean to say far beyond. Referring to that continent, that was where when you said about the ancient ones. Those are on a continent far away, beyond your reach. Here, within these lands, within your reach, basically on this island and what you assume are multiple other islands somewhere, he says, our fiercest enemies, the Tagata. My grand hunter here told me he found you upon them. Ice of skin and silver of hair. They possess
yes.
magic like you, and he points to Gulliver. They are taught that from the sky serpents, who are also feast.
How do you
in
spell
this
the name of the
land.
race?
Oh, the giants?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want some just ideas, again, Wetu, the way he says it, means people of the star. And then, or star travelers, basically. And Tagata just mean hunters.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks back at you and he goes, we call them Tagata, and they have taken that name because they are bred and born to hunt and kill. They are not as many as us. They are strong, and that is the reason why we only have workers and small parties scavenging this land. Because it is not ours, it is theirs. And the winged serpent known as Euron, for which this village lies in its shadow, is the master of this island.
I don't like the sound of dragon.
He looks back at you confused, not like he doesn't know that word.
Didn't you just say there was a dragon?
Winged serpent.
Oh, it's like a Chinese kind of dragon. I think I can get you. It's have a different name. I don't know what they call it.
Well, there was a dragon turtle.
We know normally those.
I'm sure it's going to be a translation error then from Romulus.
No. Well, if
Maybe.
you ask them about the dragon turtles, they don't refer to them as dragon turtles. They call them world turtles, in the case that they are massive and sometimes have small islands on their back. They don't seem to have a word for dragon. You can assume that the winged serpent he's talking about could be a dragon. I imagine you probably want to. I mean, you can ask him to describe this, Euron.
What does this winged serpent look like? Does it have 4 legs?
He looks back at you and he nods and he goes, 4 legs with talons like swords, teeth like daggers, and the ability to call a storm from its mouth. Great wings lie on its back, and its scales are like the sea, blue and bolsterous.
Well, there goes my hopes of a tropical paradise.
Well, there's something tropical about this island. There's another snowball just just lands on the ground.
Hits him right in the face.
Just lands on your head. Just
This
sizzles.
pleases me.
Well, friend, I believe we would another question, unless someone else in the group has a question they wish to ask.
When do we eat?
I had some lovely dried fish earlier.
He looks at you and he, oh, of course. My apologies. I'm not being a good host in this case. And you notice that two of those guards, I say guards, they're more like hunters, really. These hunters pull out this plate of actual cooked and seared meat, and it looks like fish. It looks like a giant cut of fish, like a huge fillet, and it smells like it's been basted with lemon, and it has some leaves on it as well, and it's served to the side of what looks like some kind of grainy rice. And then he motions for you to please eat, and you may rest here as well, but I will warn you. In 6 moons, we will depart and return to our main island. You are not welcome there, not until we know who you are. You can be working with the Tagata, or you can just be unfortunate people. But I must ask, why are you here?
Not by choice, friend. At least not this specific location. We were
Yes.
split from the rest of our group by the storm. And
I think he's asking why our group is here in the first place. Or we were split.
The joy of adventure.
And profit.
Well, I'm here to explore, Billy. Get my fill.
Don't forget profit, though. It's a pretty big one.
He looks at you,
Get a
Lucius.
mighty need of gold for someone who's so small.
He looks at Lucius. You're the
Doesn't
only
matter how
one
big or small you are, everyone needs gold.
He looks at Lucius. You know, you being one of the ones who haven't really spoken up as to why they're here. Curiously. Well, I said you're the only one who hasn't spoken up as to why they're here.
there is a certain pull, is what I will say.
Now, I will remind all of you guys, except for Kaylani, that you all did sign a charter and an agreement that the whole reason why you came here was to scour and not scour, but to search for resources to basically supply your home base. Now, I need to ask: are you omitting this from him?
No, I'm not telling him. Not immediately, anyway.
Understood.
I don't see why it's his business.
Okay, I got you.
Strike him down now. No.
Have you guys even told Kaylani why you're here?
No.
No.
So, he looks back at you and he goes, in 6 days' time, we will leave here and return to our island. You are welcome to rest here, as our guest, of course. And if you say you came with others, there is only one current that travels. And if you came from beyond the sea,
Under the sea.
the odds are
Yes.
good in your favor. And your companions may very well have washed upon this island like you. Perhaps it is a god's will. And you notice he smiles with a very toothy, tusky grin. And he goes, the moon watch over you, and the spirits give you nice dreams tonight. Rest well. We will keep you safe.
Friend, is there anything we can do to help your village out since you've been such a gracious host?
No,
You wish to return? Okay.
you did help us already, without you knowing. The hunter
Yeah.
that you killed was
Takada. Yes.
was an adolescent or a teenager, as you might be more akin to, of the Tagata. And even in their youth, they are dangerous and lethal to our people. So getting rid of one of the hunting party helped us greatly. But there are more, and they hunt us, and odds are they will hunt you as well. Unless you have something to give them. But unless you have what they ask for and seek for, there's a good chance you won't. And if you can't speak with them, then they will probably eat you.
I don't assume you have any maps or anything to help us navigate the local area.
He sort of looks at you surprisingly when you say the word map. Question mark. What's a map?
Knowledge.
He looks at you and he goes, of course I can tell you.
Knowledge on a piece of paper of landmarks and such.
I can tell you, well, so he sort of looks at you and he goes, of course, I will give you what information I can. About 3-day travel in the southwest is a Tagata camp. They land in 2 places, and I can tell you there where you may want to avoid them. In the southwest, 3 days travel is their main camp. And east of us, beyond the mountains, is another camp, about a similar 3 or 4 day trek, depending on whether or not you go through or around the mountains. The island itself goes northwards about 5 days. A 5 days travel to reach the northern island. The northern end of the island. And there are 2 rivers. One of the rivers is southwest, less than a day's journey from here. Sorry, southeast. Southeast, less than a day's journey here. And another one is due north, about another day's journey. And of course, the volcano as well, which you can see. And he points eastwards and you see a plume of smoke coming from this direction.
Is there, since your people are called the people of the stars, do you navigate using stars?
He nods.
Would you mind teaching us how to do so? Or at least give a rough explanation as one can in such a short period of time?
He looks at you and he smiles and he goes, I am Kaziak. You are not. I am Wetu. You are not. So therefore my answer is no. We cannot trust you that you can use this that you will not use this information against us.
That is fair.
And it is our culture.
It is yours to keep, I understand. Is there any way that we can ingratiate ourselves further?
He shrugs and he goes, just don't get in our way. And we won't get in yours. But, with that being said, there are other things on this island that will. And if you can survive that, maybe, just maybe, you might very well be worth
Very well.
our assistance.
Oh,
Notice he stared heavily when he said assistance at your metal weapons and equipment. You could tell there is a disparity of technology from back home to here in this island. There's a lot of base wood material that they use here, and even their kind of forge. I say forge very loosely here, in that they kind of don't really. All they do is kind of treat wood in that forge, and kind of like
woodwork, yeah.
like you could tell that if you could guess, is they might not have mastered the more technological parts of metalworking. Since most of the stuff they are wearing is pretty raw in terms of hides and bone work. Though there are leathers every now and then on some of the hunters to keep them safe.
Well, do you have any further questions for us?
Not yet. But when I return, I will let my people know of your presence when I return to our home. And maybe when I return, I'll have more.
Well,
Sounds good.
Nice meeting you and all.
I suppose all that's left to say is that, oh, we haven't exchanged names yet, now that I think about it. Do your culture have names? Does it use such a
That's
thing?
very rude.
Nods, of course. I am Kono.
Yeah, here.
I am Gulliver Wazonius Alabaster III. Great to meet your acquaintance.
He raises an eyebrow.
What's that for?
It's a bit of a mouthful.
I come from a great line of Gulliver Wazonius Alabaster. Of course it's a mouthful.
He is special. That is undoubtable.
He's a very special boy. I will say that. My name is Kilani Kala. To meet you, Kona.
He gives a bow and a nod.
How does your folk greet each other?
Like this. Hello. How are you? How was your hunt? How was your day? How was your catch?
I meant
How
more
were
in
your
terms
kids?
of physical movement and such.
We have genitalia.
Ah,
Wow. Oh.
well, that does answer
Hey,
it.
really? It's fascinating.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Disregard that, friend.
So when we
This is
meet new
true.
people, in our culture, we tend to take the right hand and shake the other person's right hand. Or paw, or whatever you want to call it. You have anything similar?
Oh, yes. He steps up to you and he headbutts you straight in the face. Give me a strength save. Give me a strength save.
That was worth the trip to this.
It was
thing.
a strength run.
Strength save. Yeah.
Oh god, it's -1.
You kind of get. I mean, you could tell the impact was kind of like just boom, like a slap, right? And it didn't hurt you. It just kind of like put you on your ass, and you could tell he sort of bumped his chest into you, and then headbutted you. And then he smiles at you and he offers his hand to pick you back up, and he goes, "That's a
I was
uncordial
unexpected.
and informal way
But
of
actually, it
greeting."
wasn't really.
He sort of looks at you, Lucius, and he sort of smiles, and he goes, "I can offer you the same once we are friends."
Well, I hope that we become friends one day then, Kono. Lucius Guru is the name, and I'll give a salute.
Hey, do you think you could give me an explanation on another show on him? I don't think I saw it just quite right.
I can give you the
On me or
explanation
on-
if you'd like.
On me or the wizard?
On the gnome.
Oh, well. Let's not. He's been through enough already, friend. He has a strong mind, but weak,
I can ask. I could ask young Halal if you would like to, and he points over to actually it's like a child. It's about the same size as Gulliver in this case.
Oh my god.
But the child is kind of very shy. It kind of backs away once the shaman mentions his name, and he goes, "I am, of course, the speaker for my people when it comes to clan meetings and such, which is why they had asked me to speak to you. Now, I will speak for Ode here, because he did mention he wanted to ask this, but Yasushi mentions something that he had understood that his hunters had spoken about, something of a prophecy. And the shaman sort of smiles and goes, well, our stars do tell of a time when people from beyond the sea would arrive and bring with them either good or evil. And as such, we have long since always have sought that it was these Tagata who were those who brought evil. And the prophecy can be read that there are still those who exist beyond the sea who could bring good. But many believe that it was either or. So, we shall
Wait,
see.
so they came from the sea too?
He nods, and he goes, centuries ago, well, long before my time, of course, but They came from somewhere far beyond the sea. And they came here to hunt, and to eat, and to kill, and they do and remain so. Their gods are not ours, and their gods are cruel. Very cruel. And he actually mentions and motions for one of the guards, and you notice the guard approaches, and he has this scar across his sort of chest, and his tusk, his right tusk, is like cracked and shattered.
Can I guess what made that mark?
Me a medicine roll. You can tell this Kaziak, or this Wetu, survived the impact of what looked like a very strong blade. And the only thing that saved it from cutting into his flesh was his tusk.
Can I ask him to describe the blade?
He
Or at
looks
least
at-
ask Kono to ask him to describe the blade.
Yeah, you notice that Kono looks back and goes, and he sort of says, "Oh, now Musamala," and the other one looks back at him, and Kono looks back at you, and he goes, "It was a blade like that, but more made of sharpened stone, dragon glass." It comes to your mind in tongues, although he didn't say dragon specifically. The best way to describe it that he said was a dragon, a sort of a serpent, winged serpent stone, in this case. And it sort of translated in your mind with magic, because of the way tongues works, to what you call in Aurelia dragonglass or obsidian. That, of course, comes from a rumor that dragons live in volcanoes, which you know isn't true. Just obsidian is informally called dragonglass and formally just known as obsidian.
Right, and that's very difficult to treat, right?
Oh yeah, not unless you have a very, very, very hot heat source.
I mean, more like in terms of smithing technique, although I might not necessarily know that.
Oh yeah, I mean, from what you can gather, you know that in your land, obsidian can be very sharp, but it's kind of pointless because you could just make really sharp steel.
Hmm.
But if they don't possess the means to do that, then obsidian might not be a bad, like a bad kind of,
Investment.
like, investment. If they have abundance of it, that's the only that comes to your mind, really.
Right, and he can't describe who is the one that cut him.
Oh, a Tagata,
It's gotta, okay.
frost giant. That's how you kind of saw him as.
Yeah, Frost Giant, yeah.
Well, at least it was only stone and not a proper metal blade.
Yes, well. We're at your service, Kono, friend Kono, if you need anything.
Oh no.
We'd be honored to help you, since you honor us as guest.
Of course, it is the only right thing to do, I would say. My mother taught me always to be kind to those who are in need. And you all look like you haven't even rested. So,
No,
Feels like forever.
yes,
I don't suppose there's a bathhouse here.
Be it
he raises an eyebrow and goes, "Bath?"
I did not think so.
And he sort of looks, you look over to see one of the Kazakh just licking
Give me a
themselves.
bath for a couple days or a week or a month. Never hurt anyone.
And he sort of goes, eh. I mean, we go swimming very often. If you would like, the shore is about half a day's trek that way. And he points to the west.
I'll keep it in mind.
Although I
I could move
recommend,
some water in here.
although I would recommend washing. And he says washing kind of like, if that's what you're talking about, in the rivers. Because there are things in the sea, if you are not trained, that will devour you. And I'm sure you've already seen the orca.
The streams it is then.
An orca.
That's what we call it.
Like, what do they look like?
A blackfish. Massive. Black and white.
Kind of like spots and all that.
He nods. It
I
is.
saw one earlier today, actually.
Oh, that's lucky. They are They are beasts of great spiritual power.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. No,
It's okay, Jesse. We get it. You
So-
swam with an orca.
so, so okay, I can't fucking say. Oh, so what does it mean if one comes up to you and just comes in? Jump.
Well, I suppose if there's nothing else, I'm going to turn in for the evening.
I see he doesn't even answer the question.
Oh, sorry.
Wait,
what was the
I
question?
Yes, he just said, what if one of them just comes up to you and swims with you?
Well, they don't feed if they're not hungry, so you could have been lucky. But I mean, they eat what they see. They're not mindless creatures, of course. They are very intelligent, and some of our greater warriors have been known to bond with them, should they ever need them. But it is lucky of you to be new to this land and to have seen one. They are solitary hunters, except for the females who travel in packs.
It is real
Interesting.
Orca War, or did you just make this up from?
A bit of both. Orcas, both male and females, travel in like large pods. But here, because of the more alpha and more aggressive form that the males are, since they are pretty much like just powerful orcas, right? In this case, it would make more sense for them to be more aggressive and most likely be more solitary bulls in this case.
Heard.
Well, before we turn in for the evening, do we want to maybe discuss a plan of action, or should we wait for the morning?
Well, I think we're too exhausted right now to do anything of
Yeah.
serious value, and if you will pardon my bluntness, our friends, if they're in terrible danger, we're already too late. So I suggest we take a rest and then follow the coastline, see if we can find any evidence.
This
Our friends.
plan makes sense.
Yeah, that'd probably be the best.
Very well. I'm assuming everyone's at full health, etc.
Yeah, I didn't take any.
Full spells? Well, I took a rock to the face.
Oh, that's fine. You okay,
So
Galani?
you guys taking a long rest will of course bring you
Yeah.
back to
What do you
full-
mean that's fine?
You know what he means.
You
don't
guys taking a
worry.
Did I
long rest
fucking
will
stutter?
set you back at 100%, and will also recharge all your your long rest abilities and short rest and all that cool hippity hoppity stuff. In the morning when you awaken, Yusushi, Gera, and temporarily
Japanese lady.
Japanese name, I forgot her name, Yamazaki.
Oops.
Ido, in this case, sorry. Ido will just stay behind in the village, just, be lazy. So. So, as you gather your things, you can continue exploring this island. The Kazakh people here, or the Wetu as they are called, generally are friendly,
Mhm.
but you can't understand them, and they can't understand you. Not without
What
magical
about me,
means.
Ron?
Makes
You
sense.
pretty much can understand like their tone.
Basic
No,
conversation?
not yet. Not conversation, just tone. That's about it. It's only been a day, but every night, if you
I'm
would
a
like
genius, though.
to, every night, if you'd like, you can before you go to sleep, before you have a long rest. Just work on your language skills, and I would say probably in about 6 successes, so about a week's worth, you would be proficient enough to carry a basic conversation, to at least work as a translator.
That's pretty fucking fast.
Basic.
He's super smart.
If a week to learn something in a completely different language group was completely unfamiliar, it's pretty fast.
Just enough to carry basic conversation. You'll miss a lot.
It takes months usually. So
Months,
it's actually
yeah.
pretty good.
But I mean, also magic helps.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Having a walking Google Translate and such. Yeah.
yeah, fucking comprehend languages. Pretty much is able to pretty much
Oh, can you cast that, right?
decipher the words and things, and then from there you can just pretty much work backwards, like a backwards dictionary in this case.
Can you cast comprehend languages, Roy?
Oh, he's a wizard.
I don't have it learned though, because I don't need it. My linguist skill is too strong.
Okay.
It'll be faster, but yeah, if you want to believe in your linguist skills, then yeah. So, gentlemen,
That's the problem with this new generation. Everything has to be solved by magic. Never hard work and perseverance. Magic, magic, magic. Magic's good, but it's not a be and end all.
Understood. You will no longer
And
be
yet your
healed.
science still can't make you any taller.
Oh,
Listen, I am
Alas,
tall for my race.
magic could help, in that regard. So,
No,
really,
you-
what's the more powerful
listen,
option?
you're not even talking about magic. You're talking about gene reassignment.
Not at
Just
all. I'm
alter
simply
the
talking
genes.
about an enlarged person's spell. It's much simpler.
What is the purpose of enlarging yourself? I'm much harder to hit.
Well, I mean, for
At the
you,
side.
probably many things. I understand the gnome brain is,
The largest part of our body.
yes, well, I'm not sure that speaks to much.
there's more than size to power. There's also heart.
Well, they also have a tiny one of those.
I don't know, mine's quite large for a gnome. Not that I ever been in a situation to use it, because I'm an awkward old wizard.
yes.
The heart is the strongest muscle. So, he's the strongest muscle. So, gentlemen, I would like to ask, gathering your things, which way would you like to
Is-
explore next?
The hardest puzzle.
I think the consensus is the coastline. I don't know if there's anyone that seriously.
Yeah, we better search for anybody just in case we find anything missing.
Well,
Okay.
you
I
washed up.
suppose we have an obligation to at least try.
You washed up in the south, so there's probably a good way to search that way. You could also go north. There's east, there's west.
Well,
Follow
we
the
found.
river. If anything, we'll probably find them following the river.
Yes, and if we walk, I'm in two minds of this, because if we follow the coast and go west, we're gonna eventually bump into the Frost Tank camp.
Hunters, yeah.
And but on the other
I say
hand,
we go the opposite direction of the winged serpent.
but I believe the winged serpent's up in the mountains, and I don't think the mountains extend to the coast.
There's only one way to find out.
Like perhaps we go. Can you see my cursor?
That's yeah. I see that
Perhaps
little.
this way.
I mean
But
that. Sorry, let me just move this thing. Essentially, we all agree that we're going to go down like this way, right?
Yeah.
The question is, do we go this way or this way?
I
'cause if we go-
would say this way, away from the mountains.
Yeah, but if we go that way, we're
Well,
running
actually, on the other
straight.
hand, that's the edge of the map, so maybe we go north.
Well, that
The map goes
and,
on further.
that and we're gonna run into the Frost Giant camp,
Oh, is
which
that to the south?
that's southwest. Yeah, and
I
I
thought that was southeast.
I'm in two minds of running into the Frost Giant camp because on one hand they might have captured our friends, and that's the easiest way to find out. On the other hand, they might not have captured our friends, and we're just running
And
into
also
unnecessary
frost
trouble.
giants.
Yeah.
Well, if we explore the mountain, we might be able to find some resources. So, does anyone have prospect? Is prospecting a skill?
You have eyes.
Okay, it's that there's a little bit of a difference between just looking at a mountain and being like, yes,
I would
that
say
has
going
iron
by
nature.
going by your skills, I would say if you would like to use like one of those, definitely would be investigation.
Would it
Investigation.
be nature?
Investigation and nature, most likely. But I mean,
Okay,
you could even use survival. It really is just a matter of telling
Just
me
depending on what we
you'd like
can
to-
justify it as.
Exactly. Yeah. Because a lot of 5e in the case of Pathfinder, because Pathfinder had skills for everything. 5e is more of just let me justify this to you, DM, and then I would say, okay.
Well,
No,
I
or
certainly
try
won't be
this.
of much help finding anything, but if we need to convince anyone to hand it over, I am sure that I can be of use.
What if we go to the mountains and try and find, try and scout the land, essentially, see what we can find? Maybe we'll find traces.
That sounds like a good idea.
I'm assuming someone bought a looking glass, something similar. Well, otherwise we have eyes. Does anyone
don't see
protest
why
going
not.
into the mountains?
I don't protest this idea.
Kilani?
Sure, let's go to the mountains.
Would you rather we go along the coast?
Are we cutting through the mountains?
I merely propose that we seek the highest top and then try and scout from there to see what sort of clues we can
Yeah,
collect.
it's fine. We gotta get a good viewpoint.
Alright, hopefully we can find your uncle, grandfather character.
My mastery.
No, he
Yeah,
was with
good
us.
master.
Remember, he beat up the frost giant. With us. Well, he didn't beat it up. He watched it.
No.
Oh wait, no, that was the
he
kobold fight.
not.
That was the kobold fight. My mistake. I was mixing them up. My bad, Kilani.
We're all tired. Let's get some rest. Oh, we already rested. Never
You
mind.
already
Let's go to the
rested.
mountain.
It's daytime.
Yes, he
It is now the
very-
second day. Day 2.
He is a very tired red person.
Can I ask,
He's
can I ask Coco about?
Kono?
Coco.
I can ask Coco about tips about what's sort of in the mountains. What we
looks
should
at
be
you.
wary of.
He looks at you and he just kind of sighs a bit. And then he casts a spell on himself when he kind of didn't want to. You could tell. Cast tongues. And he looks back at you and he says, I don't like using my power like this, but make an exception because you probably do need some help. And it is good karma to do so. So, I will tell you within the mountains are beasts of various different sizes. The main ones to watch out for, of course, is the winged serpent known as Euron. Euron is very powerful. He is probably going. You would stand no chance against him. There are many other monsters and beasts that lurk within there that you will also most likely not fare well against, at least not without more numbers. There are winged serpents who do not possess the power to breathe elements, have stinger tails on their backs. There are chimeric-like creatures who fly and can also throw stingers at you, barbs in certain ways. There is, of course, also the dreaded burrowers. The burrowers are perhaps the worst and most terrible thing on the eastern side of the mountain. They are ravenous. Don't forget that alongside us, the Tagata and Askasiak here, there are others who seek who do put this land as their home in a way. There are it's hard to say. They are like the Tagata, but not so. They are about your size, bulky, hairy, and a flat face in certain ways. We call them the Huru Huru, or the hairy ones.
What are their what are they all about?
Well,
Also huts like yourselves?
huts like ourselves, although they are not as... We are a family, first and foremost. For them, they work together more out of convenience, rather than love. They are hairy and aggressive, and they use spears. So I'd best be careful about that. They're also sneaky as well. They have snuck up on a hunting party or two before. Their feet, from what I know, from what we've captured of them, are hairy and padded.
Interesting.
Would you mind if we take a hunter of yours with us, or is that too much to ask?
Give me a persuasion roll.
Oh, yikes.
One of you can, if you don't want to.
I can do that.
He can understand all of you, so
Sir,
one of you can.
You know, you say we've helped you with our killing of the frost giant. In order to make sure that we do not, disturb any ritual site of yours or, commit any gaffes, is it possible for you to give us one of your maybe, younger or available hunters to guide us in these territories?
Ooh, that's
I
pretty
got
good.
a 22.
He looks at you and he smiles and he goes, you bring a good point. It would be best perhaps to have a guide with you. That way you don't get killed. And if you can promise to keep him safe, then by all means, I will give you my son.
We would be honored and can assure you that keeping him safe will be a top priority.
Very well. He looks back at you and he goes, Tai! And you notice a young Kazakh, about 5'7", more or less, very wide. His name is Tai. He looks back at you and he goes, and he nods. And he looks back at, and then he looks at his father and he says some things in Wetu, and his father just sort of shrugs and goes, you won't be able to communicate with him well, but he will do his best to keep you safe.
As long as he talks to me a bunch, eventually I'll get over the barrier. We'll be able to communicate. I just need practice.
He looks the one called Tai, the young Kazakh, looks at you and kind of like pokes your head a bit.
I'm like,
not
here,
sure
kneel
whether or not
down.
you
I motion Ty to kneel down, Rob.
All right. Tai kneels down.
And then I fucking headbutt him.
Give me a strength. Give me a athletics check.
No, but a minus one. Yes. I bounce off of him.
All right. And you notice as you go, boom, Tai kind of smiles and he sort of like pats you on the head and he shrugs and he picks up a bone spear and he sort of motions and then he sort of looks back at you and he shrugs and then the shaman just sort of looks back at you and he says, "Take care of him. He will do his best to guide you if you can, but again, he won't be able to really understand you. The only way I am is through magic. So."
Well, I suppose while we still have some ability to communicate that we said, could you at least say what word he will say that will mean danger or something similar so that we may be at least able to communicate to some degree?
Very well.
Safe word, if you will.
He looks back at you, and he nods, and the shaman walks up to you, and he says, if he feels there are hunters nearby, the frost giants, as you call them, he will say, Tagata. If he says
Understood.
If he says there is danger nearby, he will say, Tepe.
Okay.
If he feels there is food nearby, or food or shelter, then he will say, Tuatahi.
Say,
So, just like this. Danger, Tepe, Hunter,
Danger.
Tagata,
Danger,
Shelter.
Will Robinson.
High voltage.
Shelter, he says Tuatahi. Like so. So I'll just copy and paste this right here. Danger, Tepe, Hunter, Tagata, Shelter, Tuatahi. So, He looks back at you and he smiles, and he just waits. And the shaman just sort of smiles and goes, "Best of luck."
Best of luck. Okay. Oh. Up the mountains we go.
Up the mountain tops.
Find our friends before they get eaten by the giants. Yeah.
So you notice
Friends,
that
sacrifices, you know.
that Tai sort of has a like a sort of yew bow with him. It's not very like it's not as powerful as the compound bows you know from your warfare use that you've seen back home, or the underwater crossbows that you know your people use, Kehlani. These
Right.
are more for hunting, more so than actual fighting.
Alright. The hunting bow. So they're like slightly lower poundage and all that jazz.
Pretty much. It's not a long bow. It's more of a short bow.
Heard.
All right. So, I will ask you. Just as soon as I
Pat the boy on his back.
real quick. Ooh.
Just a pat. Just goodness. What a shrimp.
You're kind of strong.
I'm kind of strong. Okay.
He goes, ha. Kawaii, yeah.
Kawaii.
Kawaii.
Oh, kawaii. Okay.
Not kawaii. Kawaii.
Okay.
I didn't realize we were in Sakura lands.
Yeah, they kind of sound familiar though. Okay.
So, now I'll ask you guys, which way would you like your token to move?
Towards the
Wait.
mountains, I assume?
Yep, which hex?
This way, right?
Which hex?
I was thinking this way. Like, actually towards the coastline.
Yeah, fair.
Also, like this way.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as you travel forward, you take a 6-mile journey. Tai sort of leads the way, helping you get around a bit, and he sort of like guides you. He points his spear in certain ways, where it's like you kind of like can tell that he's like motioning you to get down, go around a little bit, and he sort of like gets a bit impatient sometimes because he sees
Right.
things you guys don't, right? Like there are some cases where you guys might wander into like a thorn bush or like a other thing. So he like taps his spear against thing, and he sort of says tepe,
Oh,
and he points
also, Rom,
downwards. Yep.
how, like,
Alright.
big are these guys? Because, you know, I'm thinking, like, giant, bulky, like,
He's
not
5'7".
super stealthy walrus people, but are they, like human-esque
Have you
sized,
ever
but walrus?
Have you ever played Dota?
A long time ago.
Do you remember what Tuskar looks like? Probably not.
Vaguely.
Okay, well, basically,
Aren't
the
those
average,
wolfen?
yeah, they are. The average Wetu is about, you could say, about 6 feet tall. You can imagine about 250 pounds. Oh shit, you don't use pounds. Give me a second. What do
I'm
you
Canadian,
use?
Rom. We use pounds.
Okay, about 250 pounds, about, on average, about 115 kg for Gisendry, on average. Obviously,
Is
they
their
grow up.
coloring still, like, ocean-based, or are they,
Their
like...
coloring is basically in 3 different kinds of hues. It's dark gray, light brown, and a bit of a brown greenish. Kind of like a
Good
tealish.
for a boreal forest, that's for sure.
Yep. They're
Then we have
you
a
could tell
small
their feet are, they have some footwear. You could tell that their feet are wide. You imagine their feet probably could double as flippers in the water, but they're also still made well enough to support walking very efficiently. He is kind of dexterous for being a big dude. I mean, he's
Yeah.
about 5'8". He looks to be about 215 pounds, pretty much.
Oh,
he's very
geez.
wide. He's strong.
Blubbery.
Yeah. He's wide, but his body, you can tell, is muscle as well as just the fact that the body types are wide.
Fair enough.
So you can tell he moves with purpose, moves some things out of the way. He says tepe every time you guys are going to get too close to something that might slow you down. And he will roll survival here as soon as I finish this.
Can he be aided?
Dippish.
Well, he can be aided if you would like to give him aid.
Haven't you seen Red Man? Everybody's already got AIDS.
Yo.
He is like a teenager kind of age, by the way. He's not like an adult what too. At 5'7", at what you can imagine is teenage age, he's pretty much still
Alright.
growing.
Keep the ASMR away from him.
ASMR.
Why?
Well, you know, you're holy. What else do holy men do with children?
Yikes.
Yeah,
It's,
I don't even get the joke.
that's very much not cool,
I
friend.
don't know what you're talking about holding up. No.
I'm not holy. Oh, I am.
Halo, it's close enough. I'm just kidding.
I am a good person. This is the longest survival roll in the history of survival rolls.
Does anyone
Yes.
have survival
sorry, I'm
data?
finishing this real quick. I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure I got his thing done.
Wow, Rom didn't even prepare it.
Oh, well, considering that I just did this in like less than a minute, I would say that's a pretty good time.
God bless 5e. If this is Pathfinder, we'd have to take a 30-minute break.
Oh, you guys gave me advantage. You guys gave me advantage, right?
Yeah.
At 23. So, oh, he gets it anyways because of his thing here.
Oh, damn. He even did those details. That's pretty fucking impressive.
So, okay, so Ty sort of leads the way, and you can tell that he, walks with purpose, and you notice that as you go, it's actually pretty swift. From what you have traveled before, usually a 6-mile journey takes you about, on average, about 4 hours, give or take, but you actually did this in about 3. It was very efficient.
Oh, nice.
So you left the forest village. You left your own debt. You left your own debt about, I would say, about 7 a.m. and you arrived here at about 10 a.m.
Alright.
Okay. Now, which way would you like to go? You can venture into these mountains, but it will be difficult, and you guys will
I
have to
figure
pass
we
a
just
skill check.
skirt them around on the coastline, right?
If you'd like to.
And we have to pass a what
You
check?
see that little
A-
area down there?
Skill challenge.
Okay.
We just go here and over.
Okay. It's up to you guys.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think so.
Sindri?
I'm tempted to say let's go even further into the mountain, like, just like this. But I'm afraid if we do that, it's going to be too dangerous. And I'm assuming we move slower in the mountains, right?
Oh shit, did we get any cold weather gear from those guys?
Not ones that would fit you.
No.
Maybe we should avoid the mountains then.
That's actually a good point. No, we did make the cold
We have
weather
a
gear out of
tent.
that.
We
have
have
a
just a
tent.
tent. Just a tent. Just
Just
a
tent, yeah.
Not very
pavilion
comfortable to
tent.
walk in.
It's a pavilion tent, so it's big enough for all of you guys.
Yeah, so I agree. Let's go further down this way.
One more step.
Cross the river!
So as you fjord the river, you actually notice that the way you're traveling to the east sort of opens up into a sort of larger kind of plain. You can see that it sort of keeps going.
Taiga
while
or
this
tundra?
is, taiga, actually.
That's an improvement.
You notice actually that the land itself isn't barren. It is kind of fertile in ways, and you notice that this is again more of a what do you call it? A boreal forest than a real like Arctic wasteland.
Okay.
It's cold. Don't get me wrong. It is cold, but it is livable for the people who are used to it. Like for example, Kilani has no problems at all whatsoever.
This
Yeah.
does not bode well for me.
What's the matter, Mr. Sun?
Exactly. It's in the name.
Sun's burning lately.
It's impossible to see if Kilani is freezing because she's always blue.
Abu di abu.
She's very blue. So, at this point, you know that Ty has kind of been guiding you this way, and you've been traveling for about 6 hours now, I would say, give or take. So it's now about
Yeah. 1 p.m.
About 1 p.m. And as you guys cross the threshold, do you say you want to continue eastwards? You can
I
stay in
mean,
you could stay in the inland area here, or you can follow the coast here.
Is this the ocean?
It's water.
Is it salty?
Do you want to taste it?
Yes.
I
Not
would
like, not like chuck a entire glass. Just like put my finger in and dab it on the tongue to see if it's salty
Okay.
at all.
So all of you guys approach the water from this end.
Right.
Stand by. As you approach the water, you notice that there is a large amount of penguins just chilling around on the on the shoreline here. You notice they walk around, they go meh, 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 meh.
You know what this means, right, Rom?
As you approach the penguins, you can see some of them are swimming in the water, and you know that's kind of a pretty calming and a normal sight actually. As you approach the water, you put your finger in, and you just sort of like lap it up. You taste the water,
made that sound so unpleasant.
and you notice something actually. The water is, from what you would say, is unpleasant. It is incredibly salty and very dense. The oddity is that it feels and tastes almost like minerally in a way. It's still incredibly salty and dangerous to drink, but you recognize that there are minerals in the water that are not like the water back in Aurelia. Aurelia salt water tastes just like salt water, like you'd imagine you taste on Earth. But here there is extra something in the water. It's an irony taste.
Oh,
Now-
like bronze. Yeah.
I'd like all of
Tastes
you.
like irony. Alright.
I'd like all of you to please make me a perception check.
It's time to perceive.
Oh my
Hey.
god, mine eyes have seen the glory.
Mine eyes have
Hey,
seen the
it's
glory.
water we're talking. Water we're talking about.
I've seen jack shit.
Ah, yes, this is water.
Yes, it seems very blue.
So,
Kalani, what do you know more? You know more about this.
Roy, would you like to make a perception check?
I will bet I it.
I might as well. That looks like we have it.
Roy's blue, abu di abu da.
John, stop.
Nice. Very nice. So,
My credit. Of course, I was 20 on that.
as you step forward and you look out into the water, you notice that Lucius, you sort of, start, you taste the water and it's odd and it's like, ugh, obviously it's not drinkable. This is seawater, 100%. And you notice that as it goes out, you can kind of see in like, this must be Yeah, like this is definitely the sea, 100%. You can definitely taste it. You can definitely tell. One oddity, though, as you look out, you see that there's islands, sort of off. So this must be like some kind of channel island, more kind of like that. And the thing is while you're focusing more, Ty sort of walks up to you, and he sort of like pulls you back with his spear, and he sort of motions his finger left and right, making a no sign, and he says Tepe. Tepe, and he points back to the shore, and Kehlani, you see a large black fin just rise over the water and just sink back under.
Oh,
Oh,
it's a friend from earlier. Yesterday.
don't like.
As you guys sort of see this, you sort of shoot forward. Like, your vision shoots forward, and you see that the waves begin to sort of crashing into these penguins. And Ty sort of pulls you all back into the shore, into the tree line. It's not too far away from the shore. And he sort of watches, he points towards the shoreline. And as you see, the black fin just dives underneath. And as a wave comes crashing into the shoreline, riding the wave, almost purposely beaching itself, this massive orca just comes out of the wave and just grabs 2 penguins into its jaws while beaching itself onto the ground and just crushes them in its mouth and begins to sort of slide its way back into the surf, back into the water. As you just
Have I
witnessed-
mentioned yet that I do not like this place we've discovered?
You notice the orca just simply just slides back while it just beached itself intentionally. It's a big, huge thing. This thing is about 36 feet long. It's a beast. And
Fascinating.
as it sort of pulls back in, you guys feel like David Attenborough right now. You hear something. It sounds like a thunderclap, like a... And you see a blue dart, massive, just shoots into the water like a lightning bolt, just shot into the surf. And you see diving into the water is this massive blue dragon that just claws just claws into the orca and just shoots upwards back into the sky with it in its hands, in its claws. And it brings it up to the sky, lightning just shooting out of it, electrocuting the orca. And this all happens in the span of 36 seconds.
That was my friend.
All of you can see the dragon just hovers for a moment, staring at the beach still. I'd like all of you to make me a stealth check.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Roy, make me a stealth check, please.
Oh,
Oh, Mr. Son,
Great.
son, Mr. Golden Son, please don't die on me. This was belong with you.
Roy, make me a stealth check, please.
Why do I have languages on here?
You'll see it on the bottom left in proficiencies.
We all have to roll stuff. I haven't peed.
The dragon
it's nice
came
knowing
down
you all.
and snapped the orc out of the water, pulled it up, electrocuted it, and it was like about to carry it away until it stopped and stared at the beach. Where you guys were. Alright, 18. So that's 1, 2, 3. 3 successes on a group check. So taking averages, that's 3 successes and 2 fails. Like, that counts out to 1 success. So, the dragon sort of hovers ever so lightly. And you can see it peers directly at you. You're not sure if it's looking in your direction or if it's just watching. Oh. That's a 19. As it peers at you, you notice it flies over you. And you all exhale. Because that could have been bad. Until, from the sky, the electrocuted Orcus corpse just smashes into the ground right by you. And a figure about... well, I should put you on a board real quick. Let's grab you guys here. Put you here. Copy and paste. You're not there. You're not there. You're not there. You guys are there. Here, like so. Meow, meow. This is here. Fucking dead. And this is right on top of it. Sort of puts its foreclaws into the flesh and sort of leans over it. And it speaks in Draconic to you. Who can speak Draconic?
I sure as shit can't.
Nope.
I actually did not take Draconic because I figured everyone always takes Draconic. I took some stuff like Abyssal and Primal because I figured everyone always takes
I have
Draconic.
Infernal and I have Common.
Oh my god.
I have Sakuran.
I have Celestial.
Yeah.
Fucking
So-
weeb fish girl.
Celestial.
Yeah,
Who has Celestial?
I do.
Just you?
Yeah, I think so.
In Celestial, it steps forward. It says something in Draconic. But nothing, obviously. In Celestial, in a very weighty and fine voice, it speaks to you, and it says, I have not smelled your kind before. Exhaling, and you see lightning in its teeth as the flesh of the orca just drips down. And it's a dagger-like teeth. This thing is massive, as you can see. It eyes each of you. You notice its eyes glance over at all of you. And there's a frightful feeling. I'd like all of you to please make me a wisdom saving throw, please. Against fear. As you see this visage of death shining over you. Pass. Xanthros, you fail. You're afraid. Kehlani, the save. Is your wisdom thing the save as your saving throw?
Oh, whoops.
Because you might have proficiency in it. That's why.
Add +2 to that.
16?
16.
Okay, you
Yeah.
pass. So it's just Xanthros fails. Xanthros.
Actually, no.
Oh.
I do not.
Okay, so then
I have more Constitution and Charisma.
Gotcha. Okay. So then, Kehlani, you succeed barely. Xanthros fails. So, Xanthros, you are filled with fear. You have heard rumors of dragons before, but the thing is the dragons that you've heard about always comes from the stories of heroes slaying dragons. Like in Aurelia, there is a bit of a joke in that everyone isn't a hero until they've slain their first dragon, right? Dragons are comical in nature. They were a joke growing up that people would talk about. I mean, the good dragons mostly just
It's
went
because
into...
we killed all the dragons.
The dragons
Who's
mostly
that,
went
man?
into business in this
I
case.
mean, that's
so they
not
became
how my guy
politicians.
viewed the dragons, but alright.
Well, I'm saying what the general public view was, right? And you know, a lot of the evil dragons back in Aurelia went into politics or business, and you know they kind of stopped killing people because with the advent of more powerful weapons,
Kind of like the Shadowfall universe, except not them.
But here, you see this vicious creature. This thing is muscled. This thing exudes terror in a way that seems almost insane that someone would stand up to something like this. And even those of you who pass feel shaken in its presence, as if your confidence is stolen from you. The beast rears its ugly head from across the corpse of the orca and says, "Who are you, delicacies?" In Celestial. Draconic didn't work, he saw that. Tried Celestial, one of them worked. What do you say
Yeah.
in response?
What was his question? Who are we?
Who are you, delicacies?
Well, Mighty One, we are not delicacies, I can tell you that. We are merely explorers of a kind.
His nose inches closer as he just sniffs you. You lie. You have blood. You have flesh. But I have my meal. And you don't look as fat as... And he sort of tears into the blubber of the orca with his claw, just like paper and scissors. And he peers back and his eyes glow. And he casts a spell. And all of a sudden...
Well, I don't have counterspell, guys. Good luck.
All of a sudden, he speaks, and all of you can understand him. But he goes back to speaking Draconic. And he says, "All of you, I know you can understand me now. I smell
thank you.
power in each of you."
I never invested in Draconic because, and where we come from, dragons are pretty weak.
Ignore the chitterings of the small one, my lord.
The snow's
We are
gonna get us
honored that you're
killed.
willing to address us.
Gulliver, he looks at you. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Gulliver gets a water bubble to the head as well.
Damn gnome's gonna get us eaten.
Time to roll one, baby. Let's go. Oh, nice.
Nicely done.
I just
Your
look at him and, like,
muscles
I give
tense
it
up.
I mean, no offense, that is, of course.
Your
but
muscles
I'm just
tense
saying,
up. You could tell he was definitely trying to paralyze you in place, but he slithers closer to you,
I pick my nose.
and he goes, "Power. Interesting. More so than the denizens who pry this land. I should introduce myself. I am Euron, the Insatiable, and I'm looking
Right.
for worshippers. You see, my devotees have been annihilated by
Well, that's not
a
good.
thorn in my side. Should I fight and kill them, it would only inconvenience me, as it would cause the ire of a larger and more ferocious one like I on another island. This is my island, and you are trespassing. So,
I'm sorry, the Watchman didn't tell us about you.
I would
It's awful
accept.
to go to someone's backyard.
I would expect tribute in the forms of services or payments. Now, please.
Who are these people of whom you speak, Mighty One?
The blubbered ones refer to them as hunters. The giants with silver hair.
The Frost Trolls? The...
Frost giants.
sorry.
Racist.
The Tagada.
Yes, that is what they call them. The Wetu are protected by another of my kind, and so I do not hunt them actively. But these giants have a protector as well. One that I can kill, but would take much of my strength, and there are so many of his servants and followers. Not just these Tagata, or hunters, or frost giants, as you call them. And you notice he looks at you all, and he actually looks directly at Xanthros. And
Who looks at who?
he looks directly at
Me?
Xanthros.
God.
He smells you, and he goes, "Such an interesting form."
All right, I can understand him again. Well, I do quite pride myself on it. What was his name?
Euron.
Lord Huron. Thank you for the compliment. Might I ask, what forms can you take? I've heard many stories of the transformative powers of dragons, but have never seen one.
It is not my kind. Well, it is not my brothers or sisters who willingly take the forms of one that aren't dragons. But there are those weaker, more flighty and fanciful, who like to change on the whim with the spirits and lesser beings. I do
I
not.
see.
I possess the power to, but assuming the form of a lesser species is antithesis to my beliefs.
Of course, I understand.
Though you entice me, those horns, very nice. So,
Going to awkwardly nod in thanks.
tribute. In the ways of service or payment, what shall it be?
Well, we don't have much to pay with, so
I suppose service, since our interests are lined up in that regard. Mighty One.
It cannot be long term. I have a busy schedule.
As long as
May
you
I-
swear to God,
remain
Ethan, no.
on this island, you will pay tribute, whether you like it or not. Or I can eat you. Your choice.
May I ask you? May I ask
Probably
you
get
one?
disease.
We are expected to hunt or destroy these frost giants, as they are also enemies of yours. But do you expect us to wipe out the tribe, or merely to kill them
Their
on the
presence,
occasion?
their presence on my island is not sanctioned. It is an affront to my authority. And I have killed their kind before, and in doing so, have caused the ire of a brother on another island.
That part I understood. But do you wish us to wipe them from the island entirely?
He looks at you, and he goes, "I don't believe you possess such strength, but inconveniencing, being a minion, playing your part in my schemes against my brother and his followers, killing them, destroying their puny race. There are many options, but just be knowing I wish for them not to be on my island, alive or dead."
Very well. So, as long as we are hunting them, it is to be understood that we are to be left alone,
Left
or rather,
alone.
in your service.
Left alone, no. I'm watching you very interestingly. Again, your smell, your scent is unique. Your visages and forms are an array of colors and display that I have not seen before in my years. You, he looks at Kaylani. You smell like the sea. It is enticing. And you...
Well, I'm gonna shift to moisturize.
What's your secret? Is it seaweed? No, I'm just kidding. And then he looks to the tiefling. Your visage as well is enticing.
I don't really swing that way, but thank you.
More importantly, though, the smell that comes from you is power. Even the little yappy one that speaks like a dog.
Hello,
All of you possess power.
I'm Galver Wazonius Alabaster III, by the way. Nice to meet your acquaintance.
Bow. He looks at you. Bow.
I give a curtsy.
Acceptable. He looks back at you all and he goes, "I am in possession of tribute that have been given to me by these Kaziak. For they are sanctioned, and they have my permission to hunt on my lands. These hunters, known as Tagata, do not, and as such, I wish for them to be removed. And you, in doing so, serve me, and that is your payment. But if you do go behind my back and refuse, then I will kill you and eat you. Most likely eat you while killing you.
So the reason you couldn't do it was because you have a brethren at another island. Are there any more of these dragons?
Each island has a guardian.
How many islands are there?
He looks at you and he says, there are... Let's see here. 5.
5. Okay.
There are 5 islands. I am the guardian of this island. My brother guards the island to the northeast, which I believe to be the home of these despicable and disgusting giants.
So what type of dragon is he?
A
Is he a red dragon? What kind of serpent is he?
Oh,
Or
oh
guardian?
no. Sorry. When you said a what, I didn't actually hear what you had said. Go ahead. So say
I'm
it again.
confused.
What did you ask?
What sort of dragon is he? Red,
Oh,
red
dragon.
dragon?
He is white like the snow.
So the island he comes from is also snowy?
All of these islands are snowy, though him possessing a lordship over the element does provide him a unfair advantage. What was your
But aren't
question?
white dragons like stupid or something?
Are you asking that in character?
Yeah.
Do you know? Would you know that?
Actually, I'm pretty sure Scragamondias would have covered something about dragons.
Okay, give me a, okay, or in that case, if you're going by what Scrag said, I would say that the dragon goes back and goes, well, already playing to my side, I see. Indeed, he is an imbecile. He is a fool. And the fact that he wields such power angers me immensely. But, with that being said, he is still stronger in the ways that his followers and his worshippers provide him with more. And his horde is massive. So he didn't exactly answer your question, but he agreed with you, saying that they are stupid.
So he's like, I can't agree with you, but
Well, I mean, scientifically,
He's-
he doesn't
he's fine,
agree
he's
with
fine.
you, but you know he doesn't like his brother in this case.
yeah.
And when he says brother, you kind of get there's a sort of translation in the way that it's not a actual blood brother, but kind of just
Kinsman,
a kinsman. Yeah.
I'm
Kinda
confused
would
though
be like
because
cousin.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sindri.
Coco told us that
Oh no.
that they were taught magic by sky serpents in the far south.
Interesting.
Yet this dragon is telling us that they live on an island to the northeast.
Yep.
Okay, I want to make sure I have my notes correctly.
That is correct. There are dragons in the far south, and there are dragons up here, or serpents, flying serpents.
Great one. May I ask you? May I ask you something?
What?
It is my understanding that these
Takes a bite to
Fools.
the orca.
come from to the northeast. Is that correct?
Yes.
But I've learned that they learned their magic from a serpent to the south. Do these two serpents work together? Are they
It's the same.
same serpent?
We were not born on these islands. They are merely our fiefs.
Understood. Does the serpent have a name?
He does. He looks at you and almost spitting, he says his name, is Kundar, the White One.
Understood.
Sorry, I was biting a burrito. He looks at you.
Disgusting.
He looks at you and he goes, "My kind, come in many different colors. When you say that the dragon taught magic in this case, it's safe to assume that the one that you're referring to most likely would be in an ancient time, when my people taught the lesser races arcane magic and a better way for them to be servants. It was one of our many mistakes. So you might be confusing the legend with the history. Or rather, you might not know the history. Where are you from?"
I'll be putting around the corner.
You don't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dead. You're dead. No, I'm just kidding. He looks at you and he goes, "Where are you from? Again, I don't know your scent. I don't know your kind. And I even come from the continent in the southwest. Your people."
Our ship crashed and we ended up marooned.
I can tell you where we are from, but I cannot tell you how we came here.
For we simply do not know.
But we simply do not know.
Oh, you've been isekai'd,
So-
I see.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
We got hit by
yes.
Truck-kun. Very unfortunate.
So, I'm just joking.
We are
So-
all blonde-haired, blue-eyed Japanese men. And a woman.
He looks at it and he goes, "A ship. Ah. You must be one of the survivors from the ship that crashed into my island. Interesting. I was wondering whose that was."
Anything left of it, Lord?
Oh,
I'm gonna
yes.
try.
Oh, destroyed though. Unusable. Quite large, actually, from what I've seen. Your people have wound up somewhere about the island, I imagine. Dozens of them. Other ships were, well, let's just say that Kai, the Lord of the Seas, isn't exactly starving.
Unfortunate.
Though 2 ships crashed into my island. The rest of your misbegotten fleet, I believe, must have been consumed by Kai.
Thank
Do you know where
for
the ship-
letting us know.
Is?
Yes.
I'm not assuming you will tell us,
Oh.
unless we return the favor to you.
Well, you can prove your loyalty, because those people are currently being, let's just say, welcomed by the hunters.
Understood.
Boy.
I suppose we should hurry and do your bidding post haste then. Great one.
If you travel about I would say a day in that direction, southwest. Following the coast, you will arrive by a lagoon. There you will see the skeleton of your ship. Whether your kinsmen survived incursions with the hunters is to be seen. I imagine you survived.
Well, we wouldn't be here otherwise.
So, he looks at you and he goes, "If you wish to come to me, I nest in the volcano that lies in the center of the island, but I fly about every now and then. Now, I'd like to give you something. And you notice he sort of reaches into this sort of leather, like, tying pouch that he has around himself. And he sort of, like, opens it with his claw. And in there he pulls out this piece of blue gold. And he hands it to each of you. And he says, "This denotes and marks you as a undying," and he says that rolling his eyes, "undying and loyal servant of mine. Now, I don't wish to pull up any pretenses. I don't know who you are. I don't know why you're here. And if you wish to challenge me, you will die. But, with that being said, I am a pragmatic and benevolent lord of the island. So, we could perhaps continue our beneficial arrangement, as long as it, of course, brings me wealth."
Good lord, Leo, that was very loud.
What was there then?
I think you put your microphone directly into your cooler or fan. Never mind.
Did you hear what I said, or you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay. Basically, he just said, as long as we have a beneficial
carry your
arrangement
mark,
that
then
gives
we're-
him more wealth and power, then by all means he will not kill you. But the moment that you do anything that's pretty much out of line, he will eat you, and then kill
Eat
you.
us, yeah.
As it should be.
So, the dragon simply just carries his orca back to his lair and leaves you be.
Well,
You
that
notice
definitely
Ty-
goes on my
Tied the
list
whole
of-
time. Yeah. Sorry.
My friend will be avenged.
That goes on my list of unpleasant situations I would not wish to repeat.
Very well, great one. I suggest we do your bidding.
Oh,
Post
he
haste.
left.
He
Oh, he
you're
left.
whispering that to yourself.
he's traumatized. He's
The
traumatized.
Centauri is
sorry.
the great Orc Rebellion.
It appears I'm OOS. Please let me rejoin.
Out of sync. So what do you guys do with the blue gold?
I pocket it.
He each gives you one piece.
Look at it with disgust and with a special eye. I'll look
Yeah, I'll
at
put it in pocket.
it.
It is pure. You notice that it is through some form of magic. It has been colored in this way. Oddly enough, it is quite well made.
Hmm.
Congratulations. You are all citizens of the dragon Euron. Yeah, you're sovereign citizens now. So,
I don't know if
Troy.
sovereign is the right word. Or citizen.
servants.
Listen, I was simply playing my character.
Yes, hopefully when we see him again, the gnome doesn't get us killed.
Listen,
Well,
listen. When you talk to powerful figures like that, if you're not upfront with them, they won't like you. If you try to grovel right away, obviously they're gonna think you're weak and then take advantage of you.
I think he's just going to eat you regardless at this point.
That will be very tasty.
I hope not.
Oh, you're sick, really.
If you give him indigestion, we might be able to do something about it.
He eats a gnome. Disadvantage for the rest of the hour.
I mean, that's what happens when you eat a leper gnome.
He's sickened. Nah. So, I like how the moment I say the dragon to cast a spell, Roy's like, I don't have counterspell, we're fucked. I feel you.
yeah,
there.
I'm pretty sure if you counterspell the dragon, we've been deep as shit.
So,
Alright.
now he did tell you to the southwest is the wreckage of a ship, and he said that there were some people like you who were pretty much just holed up there against a bunch of fucking, hunters or frost giants. You're not sure if they're
Right.
actually frost giants or if they're just like them, so who knows.
They're the Frost Giants' disciples, so they're the henchmen's henchmen.
They're the henchmen.
Yeah.
The henchmen.
I suppose that's clearly our current goal, and I'm assuming that fucking Coco's son, Kokoro, I forgot his name.
Ty.
That's the
These are
one.
really easy names, Sindri. Like, you have Kono and you have Tai. How is that hard to remember?
Yeah,
I have
man.
dementia.
How do you not get?
Right. So Ty Lopez, I'm assuming he knows the way, and understood the entire conversation since he also got comprehend languages.
Oh no, the dragon just spoke tongues. He couldn't understand what you guys were asking, but he can understand what the dragon was saying. So,
Oh, fuck. Well, let's
I
try
mean-
and make Ty understand.
I mean, he kind of got the gist of it, and when the dragon did say in the position to the southwest, like the dragon said to you guys, and also to Tai in pretty much extension, that the dragon said that in the southwest, about a day's travel, is the remains of the wreckage. Now, it's currently about 1 p.m., so you've got about, let's say, 3, 6, 9... Tai reckons he can get you there in 9 hours. But,
All right.
Hmm.
It'll be 10. It'll be nighttime.
yeah, if
It'll
you
be
guys want to
13
arrive there
plus
at 9.
9. That's 9
We
p.m.
might
yeah,
want to
okay.
arrive there the next morning if they're getting attacked by people.
I thought they were already being attacked by the hunters.
Who in the party does not have night vision?
I don't have night vision.
I don't
dark
have night vision or dark
Dark
vision.
vision,
Yeah.
sorry.
We use
I also don't have
bioluminescent
stealth, so
lamps.
don't rely on me to sneak past any guards the hunters might have left in the night if they aren't still just attacking.
Well, the issue... can you bring us back to the main map, Brom?
Yeah. Sorry. He says it's in this direction.
One moment, I need to move the screen.
And I said, hey,
One second, my cat's being retarded.
Hey,
Hey.
yeah.
I
Alright,
just
can you
saw
put that
my
again?
uncle friend get killed. Hey, and now we'll have
This direction.
revenge.
This direction, okay. Well... I suppose we could, take a bit of a longer route, and then maybe go in the forest and then head south. Because then we can sleep in the forest, and they might not see us as obviously as they would on the plains. Or do we sleep on the plains where it's easier to be on watch? And,
There are still
We
penguins.
got, we got to take care of the penguins, man. We got to take care of the penguin, which will be our Mr. Cameraman.
I thought it was just Pokey.
We'll name him Pokey. He's a good penguin.
Unlike
Or
Pokey.
she, I don't know.
His name is actually Gunter. Thank you very much.
Gunter.
Gunther the penguin.
I don't understand. Like, do I understand? No, I understand.
Can you?
Fish.
Well, wait. No, yeah. Unfortunately, penguins are
I'm
not.
sorry,
fish.
no. I don't understand. Yeah, I
Penguins are not fish.
Yeah, no, they're not. I was like, no, it's not.
I think Georgie might be able to speak to. I think Garrick might be able to speak to a penguin.
Yes, but for now, we've kidnapped the penguin.
Do you want to take
How
him?
about we go? How about we go back to the village and then drop off Ty and the penguin and then head south?
Well, Ty can get you there fast. That's the thing. If Ty isn't there to help you, then you kind of like you might not get there as swiftly.
Plus, Pokey's also there as a morale booster and as an emergency food supply. And warmth supply, in case you...
I thought that's all we had. No. Emergency food supply.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys haven't eaten today,
Um,
by the way.
What?
You guys
Yeah,
haven't
should
eaten
probably
today.
do that. Should probably actually do that.
You haven't eaten today. Sorry, Theo. Couldn't hear me.
No, Eric. We will eat the GM.
How long does it take us to sit down and eat?
About 10 minutes.
We can eat on the road.
Yeah, you could eat while walking. It really depends on what you eat. If you eat your rations, if you have those still, you do still have those.
Yeah.
If you eat your rations, you eat them while
We
walking.
haven't touched our... Yeah, we haven't touched the rations yet. We ate those, the fish that, our gnome friend here caught at the scallops.
Yeah.
Caught. And then we had the big ass fish for supper. dinner.
I'm just thinking because like if we decide to stop and hunt, then we use time we don't have.
Yeah, that's why we walk and we eat the rations.
So we just head down towards the location and eat our rations
If we
along the
kill a
way.
bunch of giants, why don't we just fucking take the fucking food they have?
Yes,
Well, that's assuming they have food.
I mean, what do you think they eat?
they're
Nothing?
hunters. They're gonna have food. So
Yeah, they're
Little
good. Yeah,
turkey or some
maybe.
shit.
True.
what kind of hunters don't have food lying around somewhere?
All right, fair enough.
Bad ones?
Yes, exactly.
All right, I think we're in agreement then. Let's just head towards the location,
All right. So
and I'll take off one ration.
One ration is
I'm
late.
assuming one ration is one day, or
Yep.
what is it?
one ration is 1 day in 5e. All right. So continuing to travel. Hey, look at that! 2 hours with no combat encounter. Yes.
Yeah.
So.
Maybe a bit close. Maybe a little bit closer. I was expecting.
So, as you travel, let's see here. So then you guys are aiming to arrive at 10 p.m. at night, right?
Mhm.
All right. Now I just want a quick check off. Who does have dark vision? Who has dark vision?
I do.
So
I
the
do.
gnome,
Rose.
the gnome and the ASMR.
Imagine not having dark vision. Holy shit.
It's actually very
Fuck.
rare in 5e.
Yes, I don't
It's
have.
not as common.
I don't have dark vision.
I'll take front, and then
That's fine with me.
Wait,
Then,
do the pony people don't have dark vision?
No, they don't. Nope.
They don't? Huh.
Nope.
Okay.
do frost giants have dark vision?
Do frost giants have
What?
dark vision? You wouldn't know.
Does Ty know?
Ty does not. But he knows the land well enough. And there is a moon tonight, as you
Sorry,
No,
my cat
ask
was
the- I know
demanding
if
that I
the-
clean his litter. What happened?
Basically, there was a consensus that you guys are gonna have one ration and then arrive at the shipwreck at 10 p.m. at night.
All right.
So just remember to write up one ration.
show, but let's do it.
So go ahead and consume one ration. Stretch.
Nom, 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 nom.
Nom 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 nom. So, 1,
Oh, wrong browser.
2, 3, and you discover more of the map.
Yeah.
Do we have individual rations? I'm assuming.
Yeah, we have to move
Oh,
it.
the
they're
Explorer
right,
pack.
10.
The
There it
Explorer
is.
pack I recommend
Yes,
to all
10.
of you. Does come with 10 days worth of rations.
We could also do a collective ration. I'll take care of it if you want to do that instead.
That's fine. I just
Okay.
didn't remember.
All right. So,
Might actually. What if you? I'm sorry, this is a bit off topic. It would be best if we did that because then we can also account for players who aren't present. Or what?
Yes, but who's going to carry all the rations?
No, not one person carries all the ration,
I'm
but like
paying
people just.
food for someone who ain't here.
Yeah, but like they still consume their ration. So if Georgie comes back right now, he's full ration, despite the fact that he's probably with us.
he's not with you. He's in the. He's at the.
The
village.
thing is, he's gonna be snagging around it.
Okay.
I'm not sure when he's gonna. He told me he wasn't sure when he was gonna get here, so I played it safe and said he wasn't gonna be there. But if he does
Wow.
arrive, he'll arrive on the scene with a ration gun.
Okay, I'll send him a message.
Okay, so. Music.
Dum.
Is this cicadas? No, it's not. Alright, we're good.
Cicadas in the wintertime? Okay.
Cicadas. I know. I'm like, wait, no. There's cicadas. Gotta skip that. Cicadas don't do shit in the
Forest
winter.
ambience, Japanese.
Forest ambience. Boom.
Nordic. Just put Nordic. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
My emerge and cicadas don't exist at this area.
So, as you travel,
Immersion.
so as you guys arrive forth, you arrive pretty much unaccosted. Ty is very good at his job. You notice he is a young hunter who not only was able to guide you along the coastline, which is actually pretty easy, honestly. Make sure you kind of got out of the ways, out of pitfalls, and dodged certain areas. Like sand traps and just low-hanging branches and the real real dangerous stuff like poison ivy and stuff that would have been very, very uncomfortable to deal with. You arrive
Yes.
post haste in the middle of the night as the moon just shines deep into the forest as you pretty much come across a clearing. From what you can see,
Is this still in Taiga land, or is it like forest, or is
still
it?
taiga.
So I thought we were moving into like the scrubland, basically.
You are now. If you
Okay.
see where you are currently, to the west.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah. To the west and south, these like little hexes here are.
So it's like a little copse
taiga.
of trees, basically.
From what you've actually been able to map so far, is there is a forest in the center, like as you could see, right? Like the forest throughout this area here, and then everywhere outside is pretty much just taiga, not steppe per se, but
Yeah.
yeah. There are places.
Stop being
where,
weird, cat.
There are places where it does kind of get steppish a little bit, but there is enough shrub and trees every now and then for it to be more taiga than actual steppe. But I think taiga is kind of a form of steppe. So, geology aside, topography aside. Stand by me. Kaylon, give me a hand animal check, by the way.
All right. Animal handling.
So this whole time, you've been able to pretty much coax a
Yeah.
like a coax a penguin with you, with
Is it like an emperor penguin or is?
No, it's stout. It's more like
It's,
a
It's just a fucking penguin.
For a second, I thought you said Dowd, and I was like, it's Dowd.
oh, it's stout. Actually, oh my god, 100 cm in length. These things are. Oh well. You know what? Sure, it's an emperor penguin. It's about the size of Gulliver. Eh,
Yeah.
it goes. Wah, wah.
Jesus
Just
Christ.
it pecks at you every now and then for the fish. Wah.
This was easily the best decision I've ever made.
It
Oh,
opens
I
its
see.
mouth expecting me to
I
wah.
see you're already collecting gifts for our new dragon overlord.
Wah.
I'm collecting members for my revolution against our person.
Shh, not
Our-
so loud. He's listening.
All I said was revolution. I didn't say who against who.
True.
Geet, he's a gnome.
So. He's too
Like,
short.
wait, what happened to Gulliver? It's just wah. I don't. It sounds similar enough
Guys,
to
that's
gnomish.
not Gulliver. That's the penguin.
Oh, I'm sorry. I confused there.
We're gonna call. Okay, penguin.
I have a hard time thinking
Hey,
different.
It's Gulliver
hey, hey,
2.
hey, no, that's not very nice to the penguin.
I know, that's true. I'm
You guys are
sorry.
mean. You guys are mean.
Okay,
sorry.
Gulliver 2.
What's the name of the penguin?
Yeah, what did you
Gulliver
name?
2.
Gulliver 2, really?
Gulliver
Yes.
2?
You named the penguin Gulliver 2?
Yes.
I thought this was something clever like suits. Right,
No.
next down.
No.
Gulliver Mark 2, the improved version.
Okay. Yeah. It's Gulliver Mark.
Is he here? Where is he?
Yeah, easy.
I'm expecting to hear some witty counter remark, but now it just feels like bullying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You guys are mean. He's not even defending himself.
I was hoping. Oh well.
Roy, are you there?
Well, it was
Yeah, I'm here. What do you want?
Yeah, there we go.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. So,
What, you called the penguin? Fuck you!
yeah, they called the
Yeah,
penguin
maybe you
Gulliver.
really missed it. Yeah, Gulliver Mark 2.
I
Thank
want,
you.
I want to get a drink.
It's
named
okay.
us-
You missed some epic roasting.
He
I
was
obviously
named-
have a higher intelligence than this penguin. I can't even fucking speak one language less than many that I can.
The penguin looks at you. Wah.
Fuck you!
Oh,
He
wise.
He makes a pretty good argument.
Gulliver 2 makes a great argument. I agree.
None of you guys
You're
can
not
speak
part of my
fucking
friend.
penguin either.
Wah.
Another
I can't
gnome
speak
owned with
it.
facts and logic.
But I feel it in my soul.
The state of being more than a language.
Like you're gonna name the penguin Ben Shapiro for a second there. All right.
I will destroy this penguin with facts and logic.
Where?
It's okay, Gulliver. He's named.
In your honor.
What a ping
Well, now I gotta
Shapiro,
make a
right?
fucking token
So if
for
we
it.
lose,
Hold on. Give me a second.
Thank you, Dan.
I gotta make a token for it. Give me a second.
Played yourself.
Let's use this one.
Ben Shapiro, use Hyperbeam.
Alright,
Now,
that's good.
now you just need to figure out how to upgrade it into a dire penguin, and we're all set.
A dire
yeah.
penguin. Jesus.
First of all, an evolution like that's not possible. That's a magic.
Aren't you a wizard?
Yeah, but that's I'm not. Well, I am in biological studies, but not that kind.
Yeah, I can't wait for fucking Gulliver 2 to be fucking necromanced back alive. It's gonna be great.
Listen, if I recruited a fucking, here's the thing, Rob. If I manage to animate that on one of the skeletons of the frost giants,
Mhm.
do I get a frost giant skeleton? Is that how
You
that
get a
works?
skeleton.
Fuck. That's
Yeah,
boring.
it's pretty lame. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, I mean, you know what game did do that? Pathfinder, and it was awful.
Yes, let's not forget the 17,000 gorillas.
Bro,
Never
you
forget.
remember the fucking 12 gorillas? How many hit points should Gulliver have? Gulliver 2 have? Let's say like 3. There you go.
Oh
My Raven has
no!
one. You should have less.
Well,
Gulliver's a
Gulliver
big
2
boy.
is actually bigger than your think.
That's true.
Does Gulliver give advantage for being on the top of my head?
Gulliver. Well, Gulliver 2 is like 3 foot 1, 3 foot 2.
He's like what, slightly bigger than Gulliver?
No, Gulliver.
No, he's shorter than me.
Oh wait, how
I
tall?
think-
How tall are you?
Wait, no, gnomes are pretty short though.
Yeah, how
I
tall
know.
are you, Roy?
I don't know where I wrote it down. Oh, I'm 3'6". I'm barely taller than
Yeah,
him.
he's 3'2".
I was gonna say like emperor penguins are like 3'6" to like 4 feet
They
tall.
go from
Yeah,
3.
those things
yeah,
are tall.
Yeah, 3'2". Yeah, this one is Gulliver 2 is.
That's
You
pretty
can
young.
assume he's probably a young one. Not a young one.
The young one, yeah. I mean, he's in the adolescent.
I mean, he was stupid enough to follow you, so.
We entice him with friendship.
You know, I'll say his AC
You
is
fucking had
12.
you literally like a predator. You brought in candy and he showed up.
It's okay, we're within the age range.
Gulliver 2 is just gonna get squashed by a fucking giant.
And then become a fucking skeleton. And then it'll be a great
The
time.
first of many. Let me get this to the other map that I was preparing, and boom.
It's okay, we got plenty of members
Alright,
to
so,
replace.
oh wait, well you're fucking AFK. God, I love removing people from boards. Feels so good, man.
Alright?
That's pretty sadistic sounding, man.
No, it actually makes kind of sad.
Hey,
Alright, so,
you get to add Gulliver too.
oh, you're
the
right.
board.
Copy, paste, boom, done. Make Gulliver 2 a little bit smaller. There we go. Adorable. Oh my god. All right, so it's late at night as you begin traveling down the go. Ty. Oh, I forgot to put Ty on the map. Actually, this whole time I was
Oh.
fucking struggling to find a token for Ty, and I
I want
just
to play this really short clip, like 10 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Pengu! Oh my god. I didn't use that, by the way. I didn't use Pengu. I should have, though. Alright. So, as you continue forward, there is a bit of an opening as you come across a beach. It's mostly sandy. And the air there is kind of light, and you smell smoke. But it smells like campfire smoke. And you hear no sounds of battle, but you know you're coming across what the dragon had said was a place of danger. So how
This
do you
does
right.
not
approach?
bode well. I say we approach slowly and
Yes.
cautiously.
Solving carefully.
Wah.
He makes a good point. I agree.
Perfect, Gulliver too.
Alright, I'd like all of you to make me a stealth check with Cinder.
Oh
you have-
wait. Oh, maybe I should.
disadvantage.
Well,
Hold
shit.
up, but before we roll that,
Wait, why were disadvantage?
Cinder
before
has
you roll
disadvantage 'cause he has
stealth?
heavy armor.
let's perceive.
Oh.
Let's open our ears.
Well, here's the thing: is you can't actually see yet because you have to approach, but you have to approach pretty much in the open to get to see. Cinder, you're wearing heavy armor, right? Chainmail, right?
Yes.
It is stealth with disadvantage.
Are you ready to hear my sneaking song?
Your ass cheeks are too thick.
Too damn thick. Clap, clap, clap.
Okay,
But
that's going to
doesn't
be-
hearing also count as perception?
Okay, roll at the same time then for me. Perception and stealth.
Alright.
If you want to go for it here.
Yeet.
Oh, not bad.
Oh, wow. Holy shit.
Hey,
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
far
die.
so good.
Okay, stealth time.
Gulliver and Kehlani. Okay, not bad. Well, you guys lay low to the ground. Occasionally hear a light chink in the mail of Lucius, but it's very low. And the loudest thing is wah, pretty much coming from you guys as you just sort of lay low. And Kehlani, you hear the sounds of talking. You hear voices. It sounds like two female voices and two male voices. You hear a distinct accent, one that reminds you of Lucius, but in a way that's more refined and more prominent. You hear someone
Right.
go off and say, "I can't believe it. We are alone out here. It's disheartening, but I know we'll find somebody." And a voice nearby, which is more gruff and sort of wild, and sort of goes, "I wouldn't worry too much about that, alright? If you just gotta believe, I'm pretty sure someone will find us. It's just lucky, really." And you hear a sort of gruff voice as well. It's more feminine, though, as it simply goes, "I don't understand why we can't just go out and try to find somebody. We should leave the ship and go and explore." And then you hear another voice, another feminine voice, and it's kind of very flighty and very light, and it simply goes, "Oh, hush, honey. Everything's going to be just fine. Okay, we don't need to make any rash decisions. You remember that giant wolf that attacked us? Let's not deal with that again."
Ron,
Yes.
how far away are we?
At this point, I would say you're about 100 feet away.
Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. Okay. Okay, so can we get closer?
Can you get closer? With your stealth
Yes.
rolls, you get about 80 feet closer, and you're at the top of a sand dune, like a sand bridge, that marks the edge of a beach, and you look down and you see four humans. Well, four humanoids in the inside of a shipwreckage, talking to each other. Now, let me go and put you guys on the map. Doo-doo. Ty just pretty much follows your lead here. You don't recognize any of them, though you do recognize the accents slightly. You recognize an Orlanian accent. You recognize an accent from the Confederation of Rolia. You recognize a Cordiran Orc accent, and you recognize a kind of flighty, kind of Kirkwallian, a Kirkwallian Victorian accent.
Right.
Well, there's no time like the present. I
Please
say.
allow
They
me
don't
to
seem to be
quack.
frost giants.
No.
What
Here's what I'm gonna
ho
do.
there! I'm going to walk
30 feet
forward.
away. I'm gonna
Wait, before you do that, Ron, can I tell anything special about these accents?
Let's
As
go
I
ahead.
am a-
Let's take it one at a time. One at a time. Before you
Well,
move Xanthros, one at a time.
Okay. I was just gonna move forward and
Okay, Xanthos,
hail
you
out
wanna
to
move
them.
forward? Okay. In the meantime, as well, this is all gonna happen at the same
Out.
time, if not within seconds. Gulliver, what
And
did you
hail
want
out
to do?
and go. Good folks, your saviors have arrived.
And Gulliver, what did you want
That's
to do?
gonna give it away.
I wanted to see if I recognize any of the accents or can tell anything
Okay,
from listening.
give me a history check with advantage, since you're from Aurelia. 17, not bad. You recognize, the thing is since you also rolled perception, you can see that one of these men, although it's kind of a bit faded, but he took care of it well, regarding, assuming that he must have been waterlogged, is not plate armor, but scale. And the armor is sort of shining, and you notice a rose, like a sort of rose, sort of attached on the lapel. It's sort of like engraved in the armor, and you recognize this man must be a member of the White Rose Knights, or pretty much the order of knights that sort of rose to
Do I
prominence.
know anything about these guys?
Yeah, I was about to let you know. The White Rose Knights are an order of knights that arose in prominence in R'lyeh about, I want to say about 200 years or so ago, during the reign of King Adam the Great. What they pretty much were was a secular order of knights that were the king's sort of personal guards, as well as elite soldiers, commandos, and generally sort of military police, in the way that they are above the military and that they watch them to make sure they don't make any mistakes. In this case, they were actually disbanded during the reign of King Adam the Sorcerer King, which was who was an absolute monster of a man who murdered and killed thousands of people in Western Aurelia. But they were pretty much reinstated with the house of Rayom Guru, which pretty much brought them back to prominence as a member of the royal guard, essentially. You recognize that man's accent, as most likely he's probably a Orlanian and a member of that knightly order. You recognize the man next to him as being a Rolian gentleman. Pretty much the Confederacy of Rolia is a republic who pretty much covers the most of the Illyrian Peninsula. They pretty much share the land with the Order of the Lore Masters. That, of course, you don't know this, but I mean you might as a scholar yourself, I suppose, would be the tower from which Yasushi and his order is, and you know that there's only two people who exist. There's only two nations that exist there now, which is the Confederacy of Rolia, which is a republic, and the Marches of Danaea, or the Kingdom of Danaea in this case, which is a expansionist and very aggressive kingdom who pretty much are the only nation now who are actively still fighting orcs from Cordera. Rolians are pretty much pretty calm, normally pretty friendly. They are free people. Again, if you remember, they are kind of like they're like democratic nuts, pretty much. They believe in freedom and abolish hierarchical societies that are like feudalism. The lady, you're not entirely sure. You notice a half-orcish lady, actually, who is, in essence, also wearing similar armor like the knight, but it's of different make. It's sort of a dark red, and you know she's not wearing she doesn't have a shield and sword. She just has like a halberd pretty much at her side, and you notice that she looks very on edge, and she's like she has like this dark armor as well, and you know, like you're not exactly sure who she is or what she is. And the other lady, you can tell, looks to be a woman as well, who just has a Victorian accent. Okay, so Kaylani, what do you do? Words. Ugh.
Well, okay. So Santos is just gonna kind of
Shoot out.
put himself out there.
I'm going to schmooze.
Yes. As he's going out to schmooze,
Schmooze.
I'm gonna tap him in the back of the shirt
Where?
and place the minor illusion spell.
Mhm.
Just a auditory little thing.
What is it?
It's gonna be this badass heavy metal riff that will start as soon as he gets in range of people.
All right.
I'm gonna be following behind them so that I'm within the range of the spell playing.
Giving him some. I see. All right.
That heavy metal power to my voice, man.
You
Gotta have it.
gotta have it. You know what?
So. And Lucius.
See, how fast can I run if I book it?
Like sprint?
Yeah.
60 feet. That's like a fucking. Alright.
I mean, but as soon as I hear Xanthorus go out and like schmooze, I think the cat's already out of the bag, so I don't see a reason to be stealthy anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's gonna sprint.
Gotta make my introductions.
The entrance I had planned.
Well, he can't run and speak at the same time.
Yeah. It's okay if he does something. I got something planned.
Gulliver just Gulliver 2. Sorry, I have to make the distinction. Gulliver 2 just.
Fuck you.
Indeed, Gulliver. I believe in your input, and I believe you're totally correct in your observation.
So,
Fucking yoink.
dash. Alright. So, as you guys pretty much just go running out, Santhros, you step forward, and the first words you say are.
Oh, I said, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Be at ease, for your saviors have finally arrived."
Ah! And you see a firebolt just flung right at you.
Yeah.
Does it
Misses. It misses.
hit?
Just right
That's
into the ground.
rather
And
rude.
as Lucius just sprints forward, this half-orc lady actually runs up, and I'm gonna need a athletics check as she shoulder checks you into the ground.
Yeah, why did you aggressively sprint into their circle? Going up trying to be polite, and it's like, oh, I'm coming to get you like I'm Samuel L. Jackson and get out.
I am aggressively friendly. I don't know what to tell you.
23. Go ahead.
Oh, good lord, that's 23 athletics. Yikes, I'm not gonna beat that.
Man, look at that 7.
It's also 16.
Yeah.
As you look
I
up
got
at her,
close.
as you look up at her, actually, like she's not wearing a helmet, but she runs up. She just fucking shoulder checks you into the ground as you are knocked prone. She points her halberd directly at your face, and you notice her black hair just sort of like goes over her face as she stares at you angrily. The half-orc woman just growls at you, and you notice something actually. Her face.
Oh, if only Georgie was here.
Her face is actually more akin to Sushi and Aikos in a way. And you kind of get the gist that one of her parents is probably Sakura. Now, this one. So as this goes on, you notice this knight, for his action, since they all made their action in response to your action, this knight simply steps forward to the half-orc side, pulls up his shield and points his sword, and on his shield is an emblazoned crest of the House of Royam Guru. And he points his sword directly at you, Kaylani, since you're the only one who's standing and who hasn't been pretty much accosted. With the exception of Gulliver, who's all the way in the back just watching this with popcorn.
I'm just watching. taking my notes.
Points his sword
You're
at you,
a fucking
Kaylani,
dork.
and he
Yeah.
says, "In the
Ah,
name..."
there's no need to be angsty here. We're all people from the same land, I would guess, unless my intelligence. Do I notice that this dialect may not be from
It's from
mainland?
Aurelia. No, it's from...
Uh,
Anyways, he points his sword at Kaylani and he goes, "In the name of Olaine, you will stop and freeze right where you are and you will not move forward." And at this point, they all pretty much raise themselves to forward, but they kind of calm down a bit, recognizing that you are not what they thought or seem.
I would like to take out my insignia of rank.
So they
Because
use that
that-
freeze.
Okay.
Just, do recognize the
So,
guy with the white rose?
as you look at you recognize... You don't know who he is.
No, but recognize the rank.
You know what he is. You know that he is pretty much an honor. He can be anywhere from an honor guard of the actual king, of the actual queen, and her close family. He could be a pretty much elite knight who has many different jobs on the field. He could be an inspector who pretty much inspects things for corruption. In this case, it could be any of those three things. But you do know that he is an Order of the White Rose, and as you show your rank, he
In that case, I'll take out my rank and I'll do a quick salute and introduce myself as Lucius Gru of J Squad, Dawn Company, and be like, "Greetings, sir, at your service."
he shakes for a moment and he goes, "Stand down, everybody." And you notice the half-orc sort of just backs up a bit, while everyone else sort of comes back up to greet you in a way. And this man simply goes, "Guru," and he sort of gives you a bow. Actually, it's actually kind of pretty loose.
You know, Dowd, Ron, Roy, myself.
What the fuck?
We lost.
Was somebody in here that I didn't know?
No.
That was weird. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
I would have assumed we would have lost.
Unholy,
No,
right? Yeah.
No, we lost
Oh,
Crown.
the other music box.
Oh, the other music bot. Fuck you, Sindri. I forgot about that. Oh, shit. Alright, sorry. Anyways, let me go ahead and get this music going. That's just pretty much just casual ambience. Alright, so. Shuffle. That's not how you spell shuffle. That's how you spell shuffle. So,
Every day I'm gonna shuffle.
as you pretty much come forth, and they sort of look back at you, and you recognize these 4 people as being your kinsmen, in a way, fellow Aurelians. You notice Lucius, he actually bows to you, in a way, because, and you know this happens on formal occasions, where people who are really loyal to the crown will bow to a guru, regardless whether or not they are royal or not. Because it is the house of that's the house of the kingdom. He goes, "My apologies, I am Tristan."
Well, then we need to bow here, friend. I believe we're all in deep shit together, and I don't think ranks really or titles really
You notice
change.
the Rolian
No matter
gentleman
what shit we're in.
at the top, somebody goes, "That's a way of putting it. I would say it's far worse than just deep shit."
Indeed, we appear to be drowning.
Well, we're not dead. Can't
Yeah.
be that bad.
Come on
Sucks
in and,
to turn out.
well, it's not my, you notice the Rolian gentleman goes, "Come on in. It's not much, but we brought up some of the side planks to pretty much get ourselves some cover in here. We've had an attack already."
May I ask what your name is? Oh, sorry.
How many did you lose in the attack?
He looks at you and he points over here, where you can see 4 headstones are just resting in the beach.
Are any of you injured?
You notice the half-orc woman simply looks back and goes, "No. By the grace of sorry, this one's actually kind of hard. No. By the grace of the gods, we are pretty safe. We
Yeah,
have
I've heard-
scars, but they heal rapidly."
What's your name, man? You do give quite a punch, if I may say so.
Sorry, I figured you would be not friendly.
May I ask who the quick trigger was with the firebolt? That was a rather rude way of saying hello.
Sorry about that. And you sort of look over to the woman on the far left. You notice that she has horns as well, although her skin is more peachy. My apologies. I am. My name is Jusina. I'm from Kirkwall. It's a pleasure to meet you, of course, and my apologies for the firebolt. Had a bad experience with a bugbear. Oh, rather, to us, they are
Oh, I had an
bugbears.
Asian tale of someone who once had a bad experience.
Are there often bugbears that
He was
politely announce
Oh,
their
he was
entry into
a
your
dragon.
camp where you're
He was
from?
a
Because I must say, I
dragon.
don't think I've ever met one.
And he went out to fight the bugbear, but interrupted the midst of coitus. And in their righteous anger, they struck him down. It's a terrible tale. But we at the wrong
What
place
earth
at the
is
wrong
he
time.
talking about?
Sindri knows.
I do believe the gnome is making compensations for his height, since he does nothing but tell tall
Oh
tales.
my god. Sindri had a character in the Dragonborn Paladin, and he got double crit back to back and instantly one shot after we interrupted.
Yes, we do not mention that incident. Mentioning the incident brings about bad luck.
She looks back at you and she smiles coyly, as she goes, "I'm a bit careless sometimes. I didn't say I was perfect. My name is Jusina. Pleasure to meet you.
Well,
Wizard of the College of Evocation."
Ah, evocation.
well,
The most practical college of all.
Mindless college.
your
My
lack
college
of
nonetheless.
proper introduction manners aside, it's always good to meet another member of the the proper class. So nice to meet you, Justina. You may call me Xanthros.
Proper class?
You'll understand in time.
You notice that the half-orc woman sort of steps forward again. She goes, "I'm sorry. You have to understand. We were just being protective. Like I said, like she had mentioned, they are bugbears, but they're not exactly bugbears. They are bulkier and more hairy and more.
We met
acclimated.
men who were walruses.
Man, walruses. You know, his tie is just hiding behind a rock. He's like, shh.
Look right there. I see the point out the
You notice that Tristan looks at him and he goes, "Is he with you?"
Yes. They are good people.
Of course, if you can vouch for them. We don't have many allies left out here. They are all dead. We were on, well, from what we have seen on this ship, this one was called the Proudheart. We were on the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie was swept under by a colossal dragon turtle. It was slammed into us, and we were capsized. But when we awoken,
Yeah, correct.
we were in the bones of this dead ship.
Hmm.
And there were others around us as well who said they were sailors of the Proudheart, but two of the members were missing: a blue man and a small kobold.
Ah, I was just about to ask about that. Where were they at? Were they just missing this thing? Never seen again?
Well-
Since
One of the sailors had seen them inland when he was floating consciously to the shore. You notice
Right.
that the other fellow to the right, the Rolian gentleman, simply cuts in and goes, "I heard that they were exploring by themselves. It's not exactly a safe way to go about things, especially in a place like this. Overconfidence is the downfall of many dumb men."
True.
I can handle
Indeed,
it.
one must always remember that their actions should equal their abilities.
Agreed on that one, partner. So, you notice
Are there
the-
any others nearby? Apart from the ones we've lost?
No, the forged gentleman. You notice that the half-orc will actually step in here and go, no, they were kind to us, but unfortunately when the bugbears came, we couldn't save them. I tried to heal them, but their wounds were too great.
Is she a cleric by the looks of it?
Did you ask her?
Yes.
No, I'm not exactly a cleric. I was raised in the Order of the Firebringers. I believe what you call Norlane a Templar.
Ah, I understand.
A friend of ours, Gara, she used to be a firebringer.
Gara?
I think so.
You mean Gara Tambunai? The former
I just know her by Gara.
the former Great Khan of Cordera. I heard she was on the trip and I'd wished you had seen her.
What's a con?
A ruler. Elected, normally. In our lands, we elect our great leaders from amongst our strongest and more capable individuals. In Cordera, we have a great Khan who serves usually until death, but in some cases there are those who retire. Gara, for some reason, was the youngest Kana who was elected, but she had served well for 10 years until she felt the need to. She had mentioned she heard the call of Kiri, the goddess of nature, and she decided to resign and become a druid. And unfortunately, I wished to have been her guard, but she was before my time. I was too young at the time. I first flunked out of the Order of the Firebringers tests. You notice that the tiefling lady next to her goes, "You don't have to be so dull, dearie. This should be a joyous moment. We finally found some people from our home that we're safe in a way." And you notice the girl goes,
Ah,
"Oh, well."
yeah.
Yes.
There's
Yes,
more.
the half orc lady kind of goes, "Oh, right, of course. I'm sorry.
How do you feel about dragons?
I should introduce myself." And she goes, "What?
Yeah.
Dragons? There are dragons here?"
Yes. To put it lightly.
More like big serpents, honestly.
I'm pretty sure it's a dragon.
He looks pretty dragon-like to me.
It looked like more like a large serpent with wings to me.
Isn't
Did
that
you
what-
miss the
A
four
word
legs
serpent
with
is
claws?
magic and can fly.
You know,
Oh.
so the Rolian gentleman,
I've never heard it before in my life.
the Rolian gentleman cuts it and goes, that sounds like a dragon. In fact, I believe you just described exactly what a dragon is with your words."
Well, he's more worm-like than what I usually.
No, but Sentry, he isn't. He's just a white dragon.
Oh,
No,
blue
Oh, he's
dragon.
a,
He's a blue
Yeah.
dragon.
blue dragon.
He's
Yeah.
just a regular blue dragon.
Oh, is he? I thought the thing was more Chinese.
No,
like.
they just didn't have a word for dragon.
Oh,
Huh,
well, actually,
fair
no.
enough.
You did notice that he did have the little squigglies.
Yeah.
Oh, was he
Normally-
more like Chinese dragon?
The thing is he didn't have wings.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I thought you said he just looked like a regular blue dragon.
He flew with magic, Rom.
Yeah, he flew with
Wait,
magic.
so he's just a worm? Okay, so yeah, he's
That's
just
why
like
they-
a,
that's why they
just like
called
a
him-
Chinese dragon.
Yeah, that's why they called him. That's why they call him. That's why they
Great
called him.
flying serpent.
Why, I thought you called
Yeah.
them winged serpents.
That's the thing.
They don't have wings.
They
They're,
don't have
Fucking wings. Why
They're
do
like
you
the
call
Chinese
them
New Year
winged
thing.
it's
serpents?
because it's a translation error. That's what I was trying to get to. It's like to you they sound
I
like you're
got
saying
that.
wind serpents, but when you saw them, to you guys they looked more like worms, like flying worms, except dragons, like wingless dragons.
no, I get it. I get it. I get it. No, I get it. Don't worry about it. By the way, what was Tristan's last name?
Did you ask him?
Yeah.
I don't. Well. You notice that he looks kind of embarrassed. Adrian kind of squares in and goes, "Oh, that's one of the first things I learned about Orlanians. I always care about last names and all that. He's a bastard."
That's more. It's a more
Well, I am
formality.
Gulliver Wizonius Alabasta
Oh,
the
good
Third.
fucking god.
My
There you go.
name matters. Names matter because they help identify
There's
where you
no.
come from.
You've started this. You
You
have
see-
nothing. You
I'm
have no one but
also
yourselves to
from
blame.
a college
for
of
this.
magic. I probably want you, but now have
Gulliver,
access-
shut up. Tristan, please speak.
I think I'm introducing myself. What the
All
fuck's
right,
wrong with
Tristan, ignore him. What are you saying?
No, I heard him, but
I know I didn't hear Tristan.
he didn't say anything.
I know. That's what I'm trying to make him say.
Obviously, they're all
Oh, good fucking god.
master's name.
Right.
And
I'm
Tristan
afraid,
will go
Tristan.
back and say, yes, well, I don't exactly have a legal last name. I guess I'd say Orlain, of Orlain in this case. But legally it's just Tristan. That was the name the church gave me when I was an orphan. I was raised in the church of Athena, and as such I rose high in the order, but I decided to keep my vows to my nation more so than my church, and so I became a Order of the White Rose Knight, and I retained my power given to me by Athena, since Athena does bless knights who are secular, as long as they do serve the powers of the state, which is my intention to do so. And again, he bows towards you, as Lord Guru. I, of course.
Oh, don't call me that.
Okay.
Yes, Lord.
Then
But
what
it's not-
is
Disrespect you.
disrespect?
We're all
That
comrades
would
and
be
friends here.
terrible.
Ignore Gulliver. He's but a fool.
Although that,
Listen, I am the smartest person you've ever met.
oh wait, actually, Gulliver, I have a question for you. Where did you go to school? Did you go to school in Orlando? Or did you go to school
Most
in?
prestigious possible fucking magic college.
That would be the College of Magic in Orlando. That would be the colleges of. That would be the College
My
of Magic in Orlando.
My major, every school magic. I'm a fucking
So
On my
you're
way-
a whiz kid, if you would say so.
apprentice with my path, Rom.
A wunderkind.
This close to getting the mace. Good fucking god.
A wunderkind. No, yeah, I got you. So yeah, so you know that in Orlane, specifically the entire kingdom, last names are pretty much everything to people. Their lineage, everything. Bastards and orphans are generally seen as kind of the lowest class of citizens since they have no lineage. That's why.
Oh, they have a lineage. They just have a lineage that they must discover.
Adrian kind of steps
Quite.
in. I'm sorry, not Adrian. You don't know his name yet, but he goes, of course, my mistake here. My name is Corin. I'm from Rolia as well. That's what I'm trying to tell him, honestly. In Rolia,
Well, he is
you're
right.
a man. In Rolia, a man is what they are, rather than what their parents were. It's all so political and nonsensical up in Orlane. Honestly, the Republic of Rolia is so much better. You know,
I agree.
a scowling eyes is sort of given towards him from the night.
Tristan, if you've ever been to deal with a
Is this a
ship
remix
ability
of
to
the
deal with,
Mandalorian theme?
It is the Mandalorian
Yes.
theme. It just is.
Alright, there's a weird sound in the background.
You
scimitars are part of my religion.
weapons are part of my religion. That's the Firebringers for you.
I'm gonna extend a hand to Tristan.
Mhm.
Just a little.
Okay. You extend.
And
a
if
hand.
he decides to shake it, I'm
Yeah, he'll shake your hand.
gonna grab him in and just give him a slap on the back and say, worry not, friend.
Give him a
I
kiss
care not
too.
you're a
Call him a
bastard.
faggot.
Say no. Of course, I say no homo, as is the ritual,
I know.
the common greeting, and say, don't worry, friend. I don't care you're a bastard. If you made it this far, you gotta be good for something. Now, let's get the fuck out of here before we encounter more bugbears.
Discriminate, but
You know, I surfed with a guy who got creeped by 2 bugbears and died instantly.
discriminate. Holy fuck! What?
Discriminate. It's hard to speak like that. I know. I've tried it. You notice that the 4 of them simply go, well, I don't think we should go anywhere. If anything, you notice that the Rin, the half-orc paladin, pretty much just sort of show herself now. Rin. Save changes. And this guy's name is Corin. So you got a Rolian, an Orlanian, or Cordarian, and a Victorian.
Perfect.
walk
More
into a
numbers
bar.
to fight plus Chinese.
All walk into a bar. So, you notice that Rin sort of speaks up and goes, well, no. We had thought that this would be a good place to hold up and stay safe.
Well, there's a village not too far from here.
You notice that you do remember that they pack up and leave in like 6 days. Which
Yeah.
is now
Yeah.
which is now
Yeah, we could
It's not
5
close to-
days.
Exactly, but it's not close to the fucking bugbears.
The bugbears
Plus-
are so he'll so Tristan sort of will speak up and go, well, the bugbears came from the forest. This area down here and further to the southwest are sorry. Well, the bugbears came from the north, from the forest and from the mountains from what we've seen. The area here and to the west and south are relatively clear and open. In fact, far too open. We have seen, I suppose the winged serpent that we referred to in this case was the dragon that we had seen, a wingless flying serpent. Also, we've noticed that that across the plains, the taiga, to the west are herds of aurochs. They are very rare, actually. From back home in Aurelia, we mostly have been breeding cattle and bulls for a long time now, especially in Kodira as well. But to see aurochs here is surprising, just to say that. And Justina, Justina pipes and goes, right, I've been taking notes and writing various things about them. They are more bulkier and hairier, obviously, than the kind that we had back home. But these things are beasts of burden in their own right. In fact, if you recall our charter, personally, if our expedition would have made it here safely together, as the plan was, this probably would have been a pretty good place to bow down and begin our camp. But of course, I'm not really sure now. Now it's just the 8 of us.
It's a start.
9 of us.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not one for building houses. So it seems to me that we should find some of these bugbears and see if they have anything we can use in the meantime.
Oh, you notice that Corin actually steps forward, the Rolian gentleman, and he goes, "Oh, they'll be back. All right. In fact, they've come before. They usually attack in the morning.
So they think you're here right now, right?
Aye. They attacked us
Do you know where they're coming from?
from the north, I'd say. Sorry. From the north, I'd say.
Do you think we could go around and hit their camp or wherever they're living
He
while they
points
think
up.
they're still here?
He points up to the sky, and he goes, these bugbears are like kind of the way we've had them back home. They're nocturnal creatures, and I don't know about you, but me and my companions here are kind of tired. We've been awake for a long time, and it's time we start getting down and having our rest. But the thing is they know they're going to attack us, and when they attack us, they are expecting only the 4 of us. If you want to stay here, help us defend whatever remains of this ship, we'll go with you wherever it is you feel we should go. But, personally,
What's my point is I was thinking,
I'd like to have a bit of
if
revenge.
they are nocturnal, then shouldn't we hit them when they're sleeping?
It's 10 p.m. right now. At
Oh,
night.
I thought you said it was. I thought it was later than that.
No, it's 10 p.m. right now, at night. You guys have been traveling pretty much all day.
Wait, then aren't they going to attack now?
No, they attack in the morning when they pretty much. So they attack at like 5 a.m. basically is what he's trying to tell you. Like right when pretty much that everyone starts waking up. That's like near they're pretty much their dusk, or yeah, their dusk before they start setting in to do their own rest. Right. That's when they make their big attacks, because they make their big attacks and then bring their hulls back to whatever the hell they come from. In this case. So Corin seems to think, and this is his strategy, if you wish to refute it, is that they're going to attack them, but they're going to attack expecting only 4 of them. And if you guys are here
Defensive
to help,
battles are always easier.
if you guys are here to help, then they'll easily be able to repel them and take whatever stuff that they might have on them.
Okay.
But that does involve.
Is
you guys
anyone
spending
here
the night
skilled in making traps?
I think it's a reasonable idea.
Well, I haven't done it before, but it's a simple logical problem.
Well, if they attack at 5, we need to merely delay them for a few hours, and then we'll have the advantage.
But we can't really delay them without engaging them.
That's why we set up traps in the woods while they come through.
Well, we still
We
need
have
to sleep.
several hours.
We've been walking straight for like, what, 14 hours?
Since about 7:30, about since 8 a.m.
Yeah, so about for 14, 15 hours.
You guys are starting to
So-
feel exhausted in this case.
Yeah.
If you push yourselves further, you will start kicking exhaustion. I'm being lenient now because you guys are pretty much in a safe space here with them. But if
But we definitely need
Yeah.
sleep. I don't think sleep's negotiable.
yeah, you guys
No.
yeah.
I suppose that's it then.
I mean, if you
I'm gonna do-
want to continue in this case, you will start accruing exhaustion.
Yeah. I think we should just like hold up in the ship for now.
Yeah, might as well.
I'm gonna motion Ty to come a little bit closer.
Ty sort of skulks forward.
I'm gonna look at Tristan and then say, "Don't worry about it," and just headbutt him in front of Ty. Symbolize that these are our friends.
Tristan, like you headbutt Tristan in the face, and he like
Not like
looks at
super
you.
hard.
I
just,
know.
like, really softly.
When you notice that you like Lucius, you headbutt him in the face, right? Like you remember it's a chest bump and then a headbutt, right? So
Yeah.
Corin looks over and he just starts like trying to hold in his laughter. Rin just looks surprised, and Justina opens her notebook and starts.
That's their version of a handshake.
And Justina
It's-
opens up her book and starts writing something down. Very.
It's a local ritual that I figured.
Oh my. Yes. Okay.
That's apparently their way of greeting, and we don't really understand the language yet.
You hear
so
a whisper off to the side. Rin, how does this sound for our title? The Angel and the Knight, yes. Rin sort of blushes and goes, no. Please don't
spread
get me
my wings
involved.
casually. Alright. So, well, comrades, I will see you at arms tomorrow. And then just fucking fall down.
You just pass out. You just tie
I'll just
knots.
press T in Skyrim, and then just like scroll the wheel. 7 hours, enter.
Sleep.
I grab Gulliver 2 and use him as a pillow.
Okay.
Wah,
Wah.
wah. Wah.
Time to sleep in the more watery
So-
area of the ship.
Oh yeah, you can actually pretty much just sleep in the water there. Yeah, totally, you can do that.
We input Gulliver
Gulliver-
at 5 a.m.
Gulliver, you sit down in front of Gulliver 2, and Gulliver 2 just stares back at you.
Listen, you share my namesake, so we're going to get along.
Wah.
Watch out, Gulliver too much have to just take over your entire life.
he stares back at you with his unblinking black eyes. He pecks at the sand in front of you. Wah.
Listen, I'm not saying wah.
Wah.
Gulliver has met his intellectual equal.
Go to sleep.
Wah.
Wah.
Every time you rest your head on him, he just goes. Wah. He puts his flipper over your head and he holds you as well as you guys both sleep.
Oh my god.
Aww.
About the same size. So I would say
Pocket goes,
while you guys go to rest right now, go ahead and
I
put.
tuck Pocket in my pocket.
Oh, Pocket just rests on top
Pocket
of
would have been
Gulliver's head.
jealous, but I tuck Pocket in my pocket. Where you go.
Oh, you're a big Pocket jealous. Alright, fair enough. Okay, so as you guys sleep, I would like you guys, as you wake up, it's almost like clockwork, actually. As soon as this happens, again, like I said, they actually raised, like, the planks upwards. So you see how these things are spikes upwards? Those are actually
Yeah.
planks on the side of the ship. So these are actually full obscured cover. They're about, honestly, they're about 5 feet, 6 feet tall, going up out of the sand.
But
Right? So you see how there's, like, entrances here, like, they actually kind of put this through here, and, like, here?
yeah,
Everything else, though, is big enough to be used as cover. So if you look out in the distance, you can see some of the trees going about. So let me go ahead and get the holy zone out here. Keelani's pointer, Dowd's pointer, and then Gulliver's pointer, which I need.
I believe I can see.
Let me go ahead and get that real quick. Stand by. Stand by me. Stand by.
Stand by me.
Oh,
No.
darling. Sorry.
Okay,
George said he's gonna be back in about 40
or
minutes.
under the boardwalk. Which one do you think's more fun?
Georgie's gonna be back in 40
Because
minutes.
personally, I kind of like
No,
under the
that-
boardwalk a bit more.
Wait.
He's yeah. Apparently, it's closing,
Wait,
Oh yeah, that's a
yeah.
shit show.
Yeah. I mean,
and it was barely.
in 40 minutes, that's like, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I'm gonna end it exactly in an hour because I think it happened, but I'm saying that's like around wrap-up time. Like, we usually end at like 9,
11.
8,
Yeah.
9,
Usually
yeah.
end at like 1 in the morning. Last session ended at like 2
Okay.
a.m. for me, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh no!
What time is it right now for you guys?
We haven't
4
even
a.m.
started combat.
Yeah.
It's like 10 o'clock at night. You know, we'll
I
don't
lost
worry. I
track
think
of time.
you might hit the
I guess,
trail end of it.
Yeah, that's what I
I'm
was
not
thinking.
I'm not complaining, by the way.
No. I know. I just
Or if that
I
sounded
lose
like
I lose
that.
track of time because when you say like 2 a.m. I'm like, what the fuck's like? Oh wait, yeah, that's like 10 o'clock for me. That's literally in 2 hours, like 3 hours. Yeah. Yeah, because combat can take a while, especially fucking Jesus, especially in this game. I mean, not in this game, but Pathfinder. All right, so as you rest, you awaken to the sounds
That I would fucking hope so.
to the sounds of Gulliver too, going. "Wah, wah, 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 wah." Since you set him for 5, no, I'm just kidding. You awaken to the sound. Of seagulls just start croaking croaking intensely. Corin wakes you up, Lucius, and he goes, "They're on the way." Seagulls always sound off when they're coming. You notice Rin sort of steps up. She grabs her halberd. She dons her faceplate back onto her head, her helmet. Cena sort of grabs her book, sort of gets ready in position as well. Tristan gets to the front as well, raising his shield. And you guys, what do you do?
Well, since Yasushi's not here, I'll play.
Play the battle music.
Yes.
Is there anything that's elevated, Rom?
In here? Yes.
Yeah.
The mast is upwards. So you see this mast here? No,
Yeah,
this is the
yeah,
mast. I'm sorry. The 4.
The
I forgot what they're called.
4 something or other.
Cinder,
The
you're...
foremast.
Is it
That is a foremast, I
Is
think.
it called the foremast? That part of the ship? This thing here?
I don't.
Yeah, the mast that's in the fore of the ship. Yes.
Is that called? Yeah.
I think
Alright.
that's what that is.
All right, boys. This is.
That is
This
elevated
one-
about 10 feet in the air.
Am I gonna have to make an acrobatics check to go up there?
No. To stay up
Okay,
there?
I-
Potentially.
I'm going to put myself. Is this part high enough to see over the rim?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna park myself there.
All right. You can also see through the sides as well. These aren't exactly like 100% like right next to each other. Like you see, there's like slits in between each of the
Yeah.
tall areas as well, so you can see through those as well. So, let me get the bad guys. Let me get the bad guys on the map. So, coming
They're
straight,
the bad guys.
bad guys. So from the top, as you guys look forward, you see the first thing that comes through is this big, hulking, adult-sized frost giant.
Oh god.
He just
I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith before this all starts.
and then as you see that, you notice again alongside him comes these large and sort of vicious looking bugbears. To you though, they're a lot more hairy than the bugbears you remember fighting back home. These things are like 80% fur all over their body. They look like the guy from fucking. They look like Snuffleupagus, basically. That's how hairy they are.
They look like the main character from the Sasquatch movie.
Sure, but we're the only ones who saw that. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then Leo, roll me 2d4.
2d4.
7. All right, that's that and that.
What was that for?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
So that is this and this. Oh, you wouldn't be able to see it. Haha, that's right. Okay, so moving onwards, I would like all of you to please roll me initiative.
Should I not roll
Dun,
to make it sound like there are more than there actually are?
Okay. go
This
ahead and give
music
me-
is a little off
I'm
tone.
gonna change it right now. Don't worry. You're good. You
Hey, nice.
forgot to click on your token. It's fine. I got
Oh,
you. Though.
well,
It's fine. I got you. Just put it in there. Just put it in there.
that was a real good roll.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a very nice.
It means the minute dies.
Oh, you didn't have to roll it again. You just put it. Yeah. You got it. Never mind.
Bro, what?
I looked away.
Go run away!
Gulliver 2 looks at you. Goes.
Okay, I was so close to being a 1.
I get pocket.
The die was like rolling, and it's like,
Isn't Pocket there?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. 1 second.
Pocket! No! Oh, there he is.
Why does Gulliver 2, the larger of the two birds, merely not eat the smaller one?
I found him wrong.
Jesus
Also wrong.
Christ.
I should be a small size smaller than him.
Who?
I should because I'm 3'6". I'm technically small.
He's
Pocket's
3'2".
tiny.
Pocket
No,
is
no.
tinier.
I should be the size of Pocket. My character should be the size of Pocket.
No, that's dumb. I don't want to worry about that. I have to resize it every time.
Immersion, read.
Fuck your immersion, I think. Alright. So,
So, can Pocket pick you up like the giant crow in Dark Souls?
No, he's tiny. He's small.
Yeah, but
He's
so
like
are you.
He can sit in my hand. No, I'm small and tiny. It's different.
Oh, I don't know if it was like a bigger raven or crow or something. I don't know.
so. What have you guys got? Oh, very nice. Where are you? There you are. Left click. Initiative. Lull. Where are you? There you are. Left click. Initiative. Boom. There you are. Left click. Initiative. Boom. There you are. Jesus Christ. Why are these guys rolling so well? Left click. Initiative.
I wonder why.
There we go. Of course the paladin rolls terribly.
Negative initiative? Good lord. Why would you dump stack dexterity?
Why are you asking me?
Because you made him.
Shut up. Alright, your initiative is what, Giant?
30. Something crazy like that. You gotta roll max. I'm ready for it. Oh. See, I've noticed the more I complain, the better the results. Therefore, I've resorted to complaining more.
Yeah.
Do you need me to do that as well, Rom?
No!
Please.
The less people who complain, the better.
It's okay. I'll take the responsibility as chief complainer.
I do not give you the permission of Supreme Complainer.
We did not grant you the rank.
Oh fuck, they have an ogre too?
We did not grant you the rank of chief
Yeah,
complainer.
I think that's what I rolled for.
So,
Alright, so who wants to run away?
An option, apparently.
you can leave these guys to die if you want.
It is a good and glorious thing to die for your friends.
Can't be backing out of the fight now.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit too late.
Oh, I forgot about Ty! Ty! I forgot about your initiative! Oh god.
It's a tie.
Oh.
Oh.
You also forgot to roll initiative for Gulliver too.
Shut the fuck up.
Wow, the racism on display here is really quite crazy.
Well, you think just because he's a penguin he can't stand up for himself, Rom? Is that why
Exactly.
you targeted him?
He's a king, Rom.
'Cause he doesn't
All
have a
penguins are
voice.
kings.
There.
Consider Emma to correct you there. He's not king. He's an emperor.
There you
Yeah,
go.
damn straight.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
great. He's
Alright. It's actually Ty's turn first. Ty, being the absolute god he is, steps up here and he shoots his bow at the ogre. Actually, he's in a hunter's mark. You don't shoot the bow.
Lamau. Oh,
It's 23
I thought the 5 was
for
the hit.
15 damage.
That's pretty good.
The arrow shoots forward from Ty's longbow
Very nice.
or hunting bow as it just fucking bounces against the ogre's fat belly. Fucking NPC turn. Dude. He goes here. Ends his turn. This person goes here. Ends their turn. Xanthros. Your turn.
In lieu of anything more detailed right now, I'm just gonna try and firebolt the ogre.
Okay, go ahead. That is a miss. Nice try, though. Anything else? Bonus or movement?
Not at the moment, no.
Alright.
Oh, whoops, didn't mean to do that.
Minor illusion.
Speaking of minor illusions, you know that one thing we kind of ignored that I did?
Oh, I thought you did it.
You never told me what it did, but
Wait, you said that it creates a loud distraction on the south of the
no,
ship.
I wanted to make a yes. I never said what that distraction was though, because I figured you'd ask me.
Oh, well, sorry. When you
Just
said,
still remember, what the Huntress told she. I'll just have that play on repeat.
wait, really?
Yeah.
What did I do?
I'm just hoping it makes the giant curious. That's what I'm.
Curious.
It's like, oh, what's over here? And I pointed, I put her up.
Okay. I got you.
Source.
I got you. This was before, right?
Yes, this is before.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. Okay, gotcha. Understood. Alright, your turn, Lucius. Sorry.
Alright, so I want to make sure everything was done before. Let's see here. Who's after the bugbear, then it's the ogre. Right, so if we focus on the ogre, then it's good. Okay. I'm going to... I'm assuming these walls here are, full cover?
Yep. Yes, sir.
So everyone is currently in full cover with the exception of Justina.
No, she is, because she's behind the walls.
Okay, so is everyone full cover?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, kind of don't want to enter into... Alright, so would it be possible for me to, like, look over the walls for brief seconds?
Yeah,
or
of
is that not
course.
possible?
Yeah, you can. There are holes in between the planks.
Alright, great. In that case, I'm going to shoot a, guiding bolt on the ogre.
Alright,
That's my action, assuming that is indeed a possibility.
go ahead.
I will.
That's a hit.
And it's level 1. There we go.
14 damage. Another big blubber hit. And anyone who attacks this guy now has advantage until next turn. Well, until Lucius' next turn. Bugbear.
This was against the ogre, correct?
Yep.
Okay, making sure.
We're not splitting damage again. That's what made last combat kind of a disaster.
Yes.
Alright. Just out of range for the javelins. Ogre!
Wait, they have javelins? Oh, fuck, I didn't realize that. That's
Alright,
not
ogre.
good.
You know who else has a javelin? The ogre.
Oh,
He's gonna throw a javelin right at Lucius.
You can damn well try.
Alright, let's see it. 12.
No.
Okay. That's his turn. Kelani.
Very well, it's turn. Gonna gather up some of that nice tasty water, gonna shoot him with Frost.
Ray of Frost. Which one?
Yeah.
The ogre, I imagine?
The ogre, yeah.
You have
but-
advantage.
Right. Wait, from what?
Guiding bolt.
Oh, right. Duh. Go. Ah!
Ooh.
Yeah.
Just barely a miss. Good try, though. Alright. Gulliver Wizonius Alabaster III, also known as GWA. What do you got?
Good question. I didn't do that. I didn't. I don't want to do that. Well, where's my pointer?
It's up here. Pointer is right here on the mast of the ship.
I got. We would do piece with input.
Ooh. Yep. Nicely done.
I should get those 4 are in it, so it should have to make a figure.
So DC?
When a creature appears, any creature standing in the area must be at dexterity. And my DC is 14.
14?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Fail. Pass.
Oh.
Fail. Now it's the ogre. That's not the ogre. That's the ogre.
Wait, hold on, time out. Before you roll that round, time out.
Okay, okay.
I don't actually. The ogre has advantage on him, so ranged people get attacks on him, right? I don't want him to slip, and go prone.
Oh,
and
he
give
doesn't
him- give him
anymore.
a-
It's only off the next attack that hits him. Oh, sorry. The next.
Oh.
Wait. Yeah,
Oh,
the next attack that hits him. Never mind.
Isn't it until the person's round or
Yeah,
is
yeah,
the
yeah,
next
yeah.
attack?
It's the next attack that hits him, but the last attack didn't hit him.
So the last attack hasn't hit him yet.
Yeah, yeah. So he
who's
still
up
has
next?
advantage.
Range?
After
Is she
him
range?
is no, she's melee, but she can reach him. Actually, oh no, she can't. Well, she can attack him though.
You know what?
It's up to you.
We're gonna do this. Make the frost giant have to go around. That's fine.
Okay.
Just make those 3 saves. Don't worry about the ogre.
Gotcha. So this
2 of them are
guy
prone.
is
Be right back.
prone. Break his broken back. All right, Rin. Let's see here. Oh shit! I forgot. I should probably move that. There you go. Let's see here. What do we do? What do we do? Let's do this. This is Georgie's theme too, man.
Yeah, just gotta wait for him to get a permanent schedule, and then hopefully this.
Yeah.
She casts Find Steed on herself.
She is indeed a fine
See a
steed.
spectral
Lord.
plane, a horse from the like a horse just arrives from the spectral plane. You notice it's like this Mongolian-like steppe horse that she just rides right on top of, and with a bonus action, she's gonna cast Hunter's Mark on this ogre. And so does
That's hot.
That's also Ty as well. That's Hunter's Mark. Gulliver 2. Gulliver casts Vicious Mockery at the ogre. No effect. Tristan the Paladin casts Shield of Faith on himself and heads towards the front door. Raises his shield, pulls down the visor of his helmet, and whispers a solemn prayer to Athena. Frost Giant looks over in the direction that you actually cast the spell. And you notice that he actually ignores you. And he goes this way. Seemingly ignoring you, but heading towards the sound that was made. You did it down here, right?
It's where the water zone is.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I mean, like, the water zone.
Gotcha.
Because I can't cast it too far, but yeah. Like,
Oh, okay.
Here.
Gotcha. And he moves a little bit to the side, like that. Alright, understood. Back to Ty. Ty aims and fires his longbow. 13 is a miss. Corin sort of walks up to the wall and just waits for his time to shine. Justina steps forward.
Rom, who's the bowman attacking?
That's Ty. Oh, he has
Who's Ty
advantage.
attacking?
That's right. He has advantage. I forgot about that. He has advantage.
mm,
That's a hit.
Woo!
Hunter's Mark. 2 and 6, 8.
Who did you shoot?
that's-
The ogre?
That consumes.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah. That consumes the. That consumes the advantage then. All right. So Justina goes. She will cast Magic Missile on the ogre. Boom. 10, 13. She puts her hands upward. You see 3 bolts of light just strike the ogre from different points. The ogre
Ron,
just,
does Hunter's Mark proc for each bolt of damage?
only for that. Well, no, it's only for their attack. It's only for the caster's attack.
No,
a
no,
question about
he's
magic
Hunter's
missile.
Mark, right? She
Yeah,
took
yeah.
extra damage from Ty's shot.
Yeah,
Wouldn't they also take damage from the Hunter's Mark, from the extra Hunter's Mark damage as well?
No, Hunter's Mark only affects your attacks, but let me just double check it real quick. You choose a creature you see. You deal an extra 1d6 to attack. Get damage. Well, it doesn't actually show the description, but it's right here. You choose a creature you can see within range and mystically mark it with your quarry as your quarry. Till spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 damage to the target whenever you hit it with a weapon attack, and you have advantage on any Wisdom, Perception, or
Weapon
Survival
attack.
checks to find it. Yeah, but it's whenever you hit it with any weapon attack. It's like it's only when the caster hits it with a weapon attack.
Yep.
Okay, Xanthros, here you go.
So question about Magic Missile. When it says that it adds another projectile as each level spell it's cast at above level 2, does that mean you just use a spell slot from the higher level to cast it?
Yeah, instead of the first level.
Okay.
So you cast it as a second level spell.
I'm going to cast Magic Missile as a 3rd level spell.
Whoa, you don't have third level spells yet.
You don't have the
Second level spell. What? Wait, then what? Oh, sorry, yeah, 2nd level because it's the 1st level.
We're only three. Only three.
Sorry, I just misread that.
You're good, you're good.
So I'll use it as a 2nd level spell. So that's 4, and then I'm going to use a meta magic to empower it.
What does the power do?
If it just lets me re-roll damage dice up to my charisma modifier.
Oh, nice. Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Do the normal attacks
You need to
first.
pick, you need to pick the option, or which
No,
one?
I just have to use whatever the re-rolled result is.
Go ahead.
Um,
So just roll them
so
all
that's
normally.
4.
Yeah, and then you'll choose which one you want to roll.
Okay, so I'm going to re-roll the 2.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh,
You reroll again, right?
Yeah, up
Oh,
to
no,
his
I could
up to his charisma
re-roll-
modifier.
Oh, can I just keep re-rolling them, or is it max
What's your charisma modifier?
4?
You can reroll up to 4 times.
but that's a day, right?
Alright, I'll keep that.
All right,
Well, no,
that's-
it's
So
it's
5,
meta magic.
10.
5,
Yeah, it's meta magic.
10, 15, 19?
19.
Okay.
19 damage.
That's pretty
Baby.
fucking good.
Yep.
As you
And
just
then...
you fire 4 bolts, and then you see each of the bolts just, and then they implode inside of the ogre, and the ogre just dies.
Xanthros coming in with a
then
nuke.
bonus actions. That doesn't include movement, right?
No, bonus action is if it specifically says. I think using your sorcery points is a bonus action. I think. I'm not sure though.
I don't think so.
Okay, bonus actions are like
Just yell. Like, I'm just gonna yell out to Justina. Now that is a magic missile.
Ninja Zone. Very nice.
That's at a higher level than her. What do you mean?
that's meta.
No. I can clearly see you with 4 missiles as opposed to 3. I'm not blind.
Okay.
Good
Okay.
lord.
All right, Lucius, you go.
Can they walk through here?
No.
So the only 2 locations of the ship that are open are here and here,
Yep.
right?
Yes, sir. Here and here.
Ah, fuck already.
Technically here
Oh.
as well, but that's in the water.
Please let them go in the water. I'll show them what.
They're too soaked.
I'm going to raise my shield as well, and then stand shoulder to
Why
shoulder with
did they show
Tristan.
him that web?
Oh fuck! You know who you're like, Leo? You're like what is that one guy from One Piece who has like the underwater Kempo?
The underwater what?
He's have you
Fishman,
ever read
he's
or watched
Fishman
One
Karate.
Piece?
I have. Yeah.
Fishman
Yeah,
karate.
yeah, the fish guy.
Oh, Fishman
who has the
Karate.
Fishman karate.
Oh god.
You know, I've never seen that show because it's 900 episodes.
It's more. It's
It's
over
pretty
1,000
good.
by now.
It's
easily.
pretty good. Well, I mean, honestly, the stuff that's coming out now is but it used to be awesome.
Any
Oh,
action
yeah,
or
he's
bonus
Still not
actions?
bad.
No one is damaged, are they?
Nope.
And just mutter a small prayer and say, let's Tristan side
Remember,
by
you
side.
can take the dodge action. That's what he did.
What's that?
The dodge action gives disadvantages on attacks.
Oh, yeah, sure.
They use your movement, right?
No, it's a standard action. For you, being a monk, it's a bonus action.
Okay. Gotcha.
I guess I'll use that and then just say, well, Tristan, let's see what you're made of. Hopefully not tissue.
Fair enough. Alright. The bugbears, they yell out.
Now that's racist.
Charge. Charge. Charge.
That's it. What about the slippers?
Roy, do they have to roll leaving it? They
I think
stand.
if it appears under them and they enter.
Okay. So
Well, if he
that's
stands
all.
up, it's half. It's
Yeah,
difficult
yeah.
terrain, so it's half movement.
Yeah. I got you. So they can only move up to that. Okay, what's the range here? 25. No, still too far. Just right. Yeah, too far. Okay. Bugbears will actually dash then. This bugbear will attempt to climb the next turn.
Thankfully, we have our Valiant Protector Gulliver on the scene.
These two are to you, Sindri. Disadvantage. Stand by.
Insert elevator music.
7, 19. Miss.
No.
17.
No.
Okay. This is gonna be on Tristan. 17 is also a miss. What the fuck is your AC?
Mine?
Yeah.
20.
Fuck you.
Shield. Why shield?
Shield.
Chainmail, shield, shield of faith.
Chainmail, shield of faith.
Don't
Yeah.
don't get hit and lose your concentration.
Just don't get hit.
Is that-
Forehead. Ogre's dead. Okay, Lani, you go.
Oh, right.
Show them skills, queen!
Let me select this thing.
You can attempt to squeeze through the area between the two things, but it requires an acrobatics check. Or you can climb over them. They're about 6 feet tall.
I just noticed we have Kilani Social, which disgusts me. How dare you, Ron?
Dude,
That's okay. Rom suggested that idea, but
then I realized how much fucking trouble it would be to move.
yeah.
Yes. Taking care of two tokens, my god.
Hmm. Nah, that'll be interesting.
I'll fix it.
Okay.
Thank you, King.
Ron, that was your idea. No.
I know,
See.
I know. I'll
Hmm.
look into it.
So would these guys be in my visual range?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Okay, cool.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to make sure, because let's test this baby out. I've been working on this technique for 5 days.
Ice knife. All right.
I'm wondering, is there supposed to be a space between Gulliv and
No, Culver. It's only.
Yeah.
Why's there
Ignore
space?
this. Ignore that
There is
one.
no space.
That one was an accident.
You're good. 12. There's no space. It's just like that. It's just how the V's look in this. Anyways, so that's unfortunately going to miss, but the cold damage still goes off. DC
Oh, right.
12 for half. Both fail, so that's going to be 9 damage to both of them.
Yeah.
You just look forward and you just shoot this like knife, like kukri thing, fucking
Goes off like a grenade.
yeah, and it just.
It's like ice shards. Hell yeah.
Ah. All right.
And there's
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
there's movement.
I always forget about that.
I will. I'll stay here for now. Actually, I'll wait.
Okay. For Therulingus, Gulliver.
Actually, yeah, since we wait on Roy. How tall is this mast?
That mast is about 17 feet tall. Or round it down to
7 feet.
15 feet.
Could I use the effect that lets me jump 10 feet into the air after casting a spell and then propel myself the rest of the way with my movement to get to the top?
Give me an
Oh, yeah.
acrobatics roll.
Acrobatics, gotcha. Acrobatics.
11. As you fling up and you sort of start climbing it, and you go with the momentum, it doesn't get you fully up. You're about 10 feet in the air.
Okay, gotcha.
You got
But I just
fully
need the
up.
rest of the 7 feet. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Thanks, so.
All right. Roy, your turn if you're here.
I'm here.
All right. Yo go. Yu-Gi-Oh.
Your move.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Let's see. What is this doing? Who knows? All right, Ron.
Mhm.
That. Can we copy this? No, I'm gonna leave it there. I don't. Well, it's probably not gonna come into fruition at all. I'm gonna move. All right, Ron.
Grease.
Grease again.
What's the save?
I'm trying to click on it. It's not doing. No, it's 14.
14.
Dexterity.
Pass. Fail. Fail. Pass. Fail.
It fails. And then you guys got advantage to whack them when they're on the ground.
So be this guy, and this guy. Slip on the slip and slide underneath. Oh, well done. Alright, Rin, she, on her step horse, will ride up here. And will jump here. Pew. Although I believe she actually does need to make an animal handling check to make him jump. Haha, yes. Fine steed, indeed.
I don't want to say anything, dude. Thanks to the recording.
Easy pass. And then she used the lance! Wait. On the ground. Haha! Advantage. That's a hit.
Oh yeah.
5 damage.
You know, this could be the song that was backing up Xantheros when he did some stuff to these guys.
Oh, yes.
Don't worry about it.
Alright. Gulliver 2 casts Fireball in the middle of these bugbears. No effect.
He's so strong. Not me.
God.
Nadi! Tristan looks forward and he will attack the bugbear directly on the ground.
Don't split damage, Tristan.
For a moment,
yeah, you're right.
I thought you were actually when you said vicious mockery. I thought you were being serious for fireball. Okay.
That's a hit. 10 points of slashing damage.
Pretty damn good.
Frost Giant.
Fee, fi, fo, fum.
Wait,
Oh,
Here I come.
there's nothing here.
He has to roll a check.
Isn't it just noise?
Yeah, true.
I've been hacked!
Fiend.
Well, he can't understand him.
Kalani, what have you done? Oh, God.
You got my roast.
I took 2 of his turns. That's what I did.
Alright.
Well, I hope you don't mind your penguin getting eaten.
Ty looks
I
back.
mean,
Ty casts Hunter's
kind
Mark.
of danger.
I say in Walrus,
next
don't
to a
split damage
bugbear.
now, you piece of shit. I swear to God.
You can't speak Walrus. So
I speak meta.
checkmate, atheist.
Just say
Conk, conk. Point to the thing.
Just say Tagada, Tagada.
Tagada, Tagada. There you go. Normally there's there's another name. Tippy, Tippy.
Danger, danger. Get the advantage for 8.
That's a very nice hit.
Corin, the rogue gets to do things. You can't reach that. wound once he
Rom,
attacks
is this
in front of him.
bugbear on the outside of
Yeah,
the wall?
he's gonna climb on his turn. He's on the outside of the wall. He's gonna climb.
Oh,
Mr.
SpaghettiOs!
Alright, Corin will go for the strike. Such an idiot giving people last names. That's so dumb. Last names are dumb.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Sneak.
Well,
Sorry that we like identifiers.
19, and he's prone. Yep, 19.
would you rather we have, say, the wizard, the monk, the elf?
Shut up. That's gonna be.
Would you rather we identify things by race,
That's
like we're
going to
fucking Mike
be-
Bloomberg?
I forget. Does sneak attack off every damage, or is it just a first? 1 second.
You guys get one sneak attack per turn.
Yeah, it's once per
Yeah.
turn. There you go.
You can attack with it offhand, but it's just normal damage.
Yep, yep, yep.
Otherwise, yours would be broken.
Another one. 17, 6. But he doesn't get to add his. So that's 3. So that's going to be 6 and 13, 19. So, Corin just sort of rides up over here and just stabs the bugbear right in the throat, just killing him. Rogues.
Yeah.
Alright. Justina.
Alright.
We'll look back to him, and she will cast.
Eat a dick. No.
Exactly. Eat a dick.
Justina will cast Seduce.
No, that only works on humanoids.
Yeah, Giant's a humanoid last time I checked.
Giants are giants.
Well, I mean, does it have 2
No,
arms and 2 legs and a
they're
head?
humanoids, though, Rom. That's why whole person shit works on them.
That's true.
But
Oh,
don't
you
want-
just
don't want
reminded
to
me.
see-
Ha 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 ha!
You don't want to
Yes.
see the giant because you get fucked. When I say fucked, I mean it will be very painful.
Justina uses whole person.
Ooh. Oh, the frost giant gets to
Wait,
use
that's
it.
my move.
You haven't done it yet.
Yeah, because it's not worth using on the ogre because he got fucked.
No.
Shit on.
No, this is wizarding.
Long range artillery activate.
We weren't expecting supple special forces. Fucking god, I can't speak.
We weren't expecting simping forces.
Simping forces, exactly. Let's simp for the
Jessica
wizard.
Najiri casts Hold Person on all of Instagram.
3.
Yes.
Oh,
That's
unfortunately, that's a
bad.
pass.
Unfortunately,
I mean, fortunately. I mean, unfortunately. Survive. I want you guys to live. Xanthros,
Okay, let's say, I don't know. I don't think the giant should have that much. This is bad.
thanks, Jessica.
It's Justina.
Yes, Jessica Najiri.
Are you saying Justina or Justinia?
It's Justina. Okay.
Justina. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
that was out of
Jessica.
character, but okay.
I can tell you don't take care of your skin by how ashy you are.
I'm not ashy.
Really? What's that?
Is that where she
It says the
flicks her nose?
pale one.
I have feminine features. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. You look very human.
That's not always a bad thing.
Can you all stop smooching back there and start killing bugbears?
Lucius says with his hands on Tristan's dick. I mean, I'm just kidding. You're not gay, Cinder.
I say. Well, why are you such a fucking homophobe?
I'm just teasing. I'm sorry. I forgot.
no, it's no.
It's hard to
I'm
hear
just
you
saying
with
you're-
your mouth full of Yasushi's cock.
Why are you such a homophobe?
I'm not. What do you mean?
You really are.
No, I'm
You really
not.
Are.
Man, I can't believe you bully Cinder so much, Ron. What's wrong with
Yeah,
No, I
what the
don't.
fuck's wrong with you?
People always-
Anyways, I'm going to double cast Firebolt at this bugbear that's right in front. Can I see him?
Yes,
I'm
I'm
talking about
gonna
this
double
one.
cast Firebolt at him.
I see it.
I need to mark that I only have 1 sorcery left. wait. Yeah, 'cause this is gonna be my last one, actually. One.
That's
Wait a
hit.
minute. Is that a hit? Okay, yeah.
Nope.
And 2.
That is with a. Yep, that's a hit.
Wait, no. Oh, whoops.
You're good.
Wrong thing again.
Oh. Oh!
Oh my god.
10% chance to get 2 ones, by the way. Oof.
That's fucking miserable. Good fucking god.
Wizards. I've been there,
Jeez.
dude. I've been there.
Up in there too. It's fucking not cool.
Alright.
What are those damage? You empower your firebolt? Oh, that,
No. It's just unfortunate. Alright. Lucius, your go. I believe in you. Right?
The pain.
It's gonna, even if this bugbear manages to climb this turn, it can't do anything this next turn, right?
True.
Alright. Whack.
What?
It's whack, bruh.
Straight like, you know, wiggity whack.
I mean, oh no! That's awful. Damn. Unfortunate, that's a miss.
it almost like the picture of the fucking guy from Star Trek. He's like, oh, it's so awful. As he puts his hand in his hand over his mouth to cover his laughter.
Like, you guys would hate me as a DM person because I'd laugh every time you rolled poorly. Alright.
It's alright.
Oh, you mean every time?
Too, so it would balance out.
True.
You know what? This is fair. I'll accept this. I don't think we're gonna die now. It's my turn.
That's gonna be stand. Bugbear stand.
I'd rather
A stand? Where?
Bugbear
see.
stand.
I'd rather waste my
Not
luck
every
attacking
stand.
than have bad luck being attacked.
True. Alright, attacking you. Okay, so Lucius, Tristan, Corin.
See, these attacks are gonna be fine because I already wasted my bad luck.
You're right, I mean he has to roll at least a 16 to hit you.
Mm-hmm. Like,
Miss.
it's only 20%.
Miss. Tristan, that's a miss. And Corin, that's a miss.
See, I really wish you wouldn't have called him Tristan, because there's only one Tristan I know in popular media, and that's the Yu-Gi-Oh guy.
Hey! Oh wait, no, he's not Joey.
His name's Joey.
I have a voice like Barney. I don't remember how it goes. I only remember from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge.
Oh, you want to hit on your sister?
Hey,
Here you go.
what hit your sister? I don't know.
In a few hours, the sun will rise.
In a few hours, the sun will rise. That's right. I forgot about that. Tristan looks over to the sunlight and he goes, in a few hours, the sun will rise. Fuck. Alright, this bugbear is going to attempt to climb. Athletics. Woo!
Get down! Oh god, he sounds so stupid.
That's an 8, 12, 11, 4, 9. Miss.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he's only able to get over the edge and then he falls prone as he
It's an
ends
8,
up on the other side.
11, 4, 6, 0, 9.
School. Good lord.
Alright. Kelani.
I don't like this.
Alright. Gotta use the 14 movement to finally to get up top of the thing. And I'll stand on it. Let's see. Well, you guys got this covered. You guys pretty much got this covered, right?
Potentially.
I mean, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do, but we'll figure it out, I'm sure.
Yeah, because, I mean, that thing's pretty much undamaged. It's still near you.
Well, it's gonna stand up and eat me, but we'll see what we can do about it while it's on the ground.
Will eat me? What?
Eat me.
Oh, eat, okay. Fuck. That's
Or
Lol.
your penguin, one or the other.
Lol.
Yeah, there's really not much I can do with that range.
You can always use a bonus action to dash or step of the wind. It's up to you.
Yes. Could. But I'm already up here.
True, true.
Or I can, your jump distance is doubled for the turn. Okay. Thing is, can't make a long jump for that. I don't have the range. Oh my god, okay. Well, let's see if we can take this one out. This one up here. Because I won't be able to reach him in that turn.
Sorry.
I don't even have that much movement left. I'm just gonna attack.
That's a hit. Which one are you attacking again?
I was attacking this one here. The one that's pretty much dead.
That's a kill. Its ice, its blood freezes.
Nice, nice, baby. And that ends my turn.
I think Roy, you're up.
Alright. Gulliver Wazonius Alabaster, the I.
The wah.
Gulliver Wazonius Alabaster, I.
What would I ever do? Well, if they start their turns, they have to make next saves again.
Oh shit, wait, it's when they start their turn, not when they end it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when they start it.
Yeah, that's next turn. I mean, that's when they go again.
Well, let's see. How does it work? I threw it out, right? They had to make a dex save, and then when they get back up, when they get back up after they start inside of it, they probably they should have to make one then, right? Or is it end or let me double check? And
I think it's at the start of their turn.
Or ends it when they end it there. So not if they've ended it there.
Okay, hold on.
They have to make dex saves.
One pass.
Bills. Ah, yes. What's this giant doing?
He is very angry at the fact that he got duped by an illusion, so...
Oh, is he breaking the thing down?
You don't know
He's
yet.
currently being held.
He's not
I don't
held.
see him.
He's not being held.
Wait, I thought you said he was being held.
No, he passed.
I think this one is over
Wait,
here.
he passed the 20 or whatever it was.
He rolled like a 19.
Oh no, that was what he got. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking that she rolled that. Never
What
mind.
does it do?
Oh yikes, that's a big yikes.
Technically, these are people. The humanoids, right? I'm shooting. I'm gonna hold person if I see the giant break through the side of the ship.
You know, hold your action.
I'm gonna hold my action in case I see the cast hold person on a threat that comes not an angle we're covering.
Yes, sir. Alright, Rin's turn. Rin dismounts, and she's going to fucking strike the bugbear with all her might. Ha! Bah! That's a hit. That's a 9. That's a smite.
Wait,
Fucking F, dude. 2 1s?
Roy, what were you doing for your turn?
11.
I'm holding my action to cast
okay.
cast hold person if something comes at us from an angle we're not ready.
Okay, because I was gonna say the giant can literally enter from here.
Do I know the giant's there? I can hear him, I guess.
You can hear him. You can see him. He's like 18 feet tall.
Oh, can I see him?
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually move,
Okay.
and then I'm going to cast hold person if he comes over the ship.
So still held action then?
Yeah, still held action.
Gulliver is going to cast Finger of Death on the Frost Giant.
It's ineffective.
No
It's too
effect.
strong.
Very
Just
unfortunate.
that's what he's saying. He's saying whack.
Wah of death.
They're like, wow, this GM.
Attacking the bugbear in front of him. Tristan will. Huh. That's a hit. Advantage. Okay. Smite. Phew. Nice. That's how you smite. 17. Imagine if you were a paladin, Sindri. Oh wait, you're not.
Remember the last time you were?
He's something
Oh,
greater.
that's true.
He's a cleric.
Last time he was a paladin. Oh no. All right, Frost Giant's turn. Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No save, no roll needed. He has a strength that's way above the recommended DC, so he just walks right through.
I guess I throw a whole person down now.
All right, what's the roll? I'm sorry, what's the DC?
It's a wisdom save of.
Yeah, it's on your spell page in the top right.
Yeah, it's a wisdom save of 14. It's my.
Another 20.
Yeah. Okay.
Oof.
This is fucking roll fucking a buck every fucking time, dude.
I'm
Fucking
sorry.
hacker.
I'm sorry. All
It's
right.
funny because it's the same thing he rolled for the other one.
It's the exact same thing, yeah. I swear to God, I don't know why I did that.
Don't take the Lord's name in vain, you little shit.
He's gonna attack Lucius.
Oh, wait, can he do that? I thought breaching the wall was an
Oh, what?
action itself.
Nope. Movement.
Really? Okay, shit.
Fucking giants.
Fair enough. And he just at least he doesn't have linking.
What's your roll? Yeah, he doesn't. What's your roll? I'm sorry. What's your
Control.
AC? I'm dumb.
I already told you.
It's 19, right? No, it's 20. Oh shit, that was a wrong roll. That was a wrong roll. I'm sorry. I was playing Pathfinder for a second there.
So this was some Pathfinder. There.
23.
That's a pass. That's a
Pass?
hit. So many fucking cans here, damn it.
Uh, 15 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry, 18 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Alright, you are at... Okay, you're at that, gotcha. Alright, that's his turn. Ty looks behind him. Tepe? Tagato Tepe! And he looks at the bugbear in front of him, decides who to attack.
Kill the bugbears!
He'll kill the bugbear.
Wait, the one that's not prone that is. Hopefully, maybe he can hit the one that's prone.
He will take the, he'll attack, and then he'll hope he can actually beat the DC. Then he actually take off that. Oh, advantage. Unfortunately, that's a miss. And
Dude,
he goes prone. He tried to
I
kill. He tried to kill the
given
prone one.
advantage.
What?
My heart given advantage. You guys waste.
Feels bad, man.
Wait, I thought I had a what's it called, dodge thing.
Didn't you attack last turn?
Oh, I did. Never mind.
Yeah, he scared me there for a second.
Sorry, I thought it transferred. Oh, it's an entirely defensive action. Yeah, that's fair.
Where is my... There it is. Boom, boom. Alright, Corin looks back. Bugbear. He might actually be able to do some stuff here.
Welcome back, Georgie.
Hey, Georgie.
Georgie.
We'll go
Just in
for
time.
dagger. That's a hit. Advantage. 22. That's a success.
Damn
Oh
it.
yeah, your thing is down. So that's gonna be 15 points of damage. That's bugbear.
No,
here.
it's 10, right?
What?
Isn't the DC 10?
No, it's half the damage you took.
Yeah, and reduced it by 3.
Oh, you do. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you passed that. My mistake. I forgot about that feat. It's 15. Attack with his other blade. Advantage. No sneak attack this time. 5. Dead. Oh, wait,
Who's
actually,
it? Okay, yeah, they're still attacking the flippers.
that's dead. Keep in mind, when you attack with 2 weapons, you do not get to add your dexterity modifier. I mean, your attack modifier, unless you have a specific feat.
Now you don't get to add the dexterity bonus to damage on the second hit.
Yeah, unless you have a specific feat. So he doesn't have that feat, so he only does 2 damage. The people who have feats are you guys. Unless they have special monster rolls. Alright. Wizard. Oh god. There's a frost. Oh god, there's a frost giant here.
No shit, we're not blind.
Georgie, give me
Why
an
was that
initiative roll,
extra?
please. Give me an initiative roll.
Alright.
The orc is spawned in from the mists.
Hell yeah.
$17? Gotcha. From the woods here, this is where you are, Georgie.
Okay.
Going back to the sky.
Listen, I got lost in the woods on the way.
You're good. Showcase me your
Dude,
image.
why the fuck do so many people want fucking fish tacos today, man?
Showcase me your image.
I figured that, Gordon.
Alright. Going next. Xanthros.
Alrighty, let's see. What do we want to do here?
Where's my ice cream?
Yes, this might be an option. So I use one.
Is that penguin from Adventure Time?
Yeah, that's a
Yes.
penguin they picked up.
His name's
Yes.
Gulliver
I
2.
was like, I'm gonna take this penguin and
Damn
I'm
it,
gonna name
your
it.
penguin's in the way.
I don't watch the show. I just know the art style.
Penguin is in the way, Leo.
What do you want to roll?
Either Thunderwave or Fire Hands, Burning Hands is not gonna work. So in lieu of that, I guess I'll just. He can't area of attack or opportunity attack me because he's on the ground, right?
That's correct.
Can you see through these slats, like these
Yep.
boards in the wall?
Yes, you can.
I'm going to hop down to this side of the ship.
Alright. There is a giant
Actually, wait.
hole there, by the way.
Wait, what?
There's a giant hole here. This is where you oh-yeah-ed inside.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, can I drop here?
Yeah. Yeah, since you were up there.
Okay, I'm gonna just hop down there, and I'm going to magic missile the bugbear.
That's on the ground? Okay.
Yes. I think that's.
Wait, don't they have... Uh-oh. You sure you want to do that?
What was that?
Don't they get, Oh, but it never misses. Never mind. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no attack roll for magic missile. Alright, 5, 10, 12.
12. Not bad.
I can do that.
Well done. Lucius Garou.
Life is pain.
True.
What is especially pain is my shoulders, because I just got fucking whacked.
You just got whacked with a fucking great mace. What's up, bruv?
I want to cast Healing Word on myself.
Mhm.
Does that provoke attack of opportunity?
No.
Okay. Can I cast Healing Word on myself? Go like here. Try and put myself between the Frost Giant and Jazina.
Can also
And
attack,
use the defensive action?
Yes, you can.
Is that possible? Okay.
attack
I guess I'll
him!
do that.
What's that?
I want. Look, if I attack him, I'm gonna fucking die.
No, you're fine.
You say that, but you know that's not true.
You're fine.
Watch the fucking snake eyes come out here and me fucking getting slaughtered.
It's really sad
Not bad.
that my soundboard treats the president's sentences as the same joke quality as fart sounds and memes.
Yes.
It's so funny. You can load fart sounds, funny audio memes, DJ samples, Or Trump sentences.
Alright, plus 10 HP.
What a
Bugbear.
world.
Alright, this bugbear is gonna stand,
2 plus the spell.
and she is gonna attack the wizard. Justina.
Which one?
Not you. You're over there.
She's gonna attack the caster.
My superior positioning saved me once again.
Okay, I actually got most of my health back. That's cool.
Where are you? There you are. Bugbear plus. Oh. Oh shit! Alright. That's gonna be a 48 plus 2. Oh. 48 plus 2. 11 points of damage to the wizard. Oh.
Oof.
I'm alright. Alright.
That was low. She got lucky.
True. Very true.
Wait.
This guy's gonna stand.
Yeah, that could easily have killed her. That could have done up to 34.
So since he got a crit, he doesn't have to roll for the illusionary image, right?
Yes, because it's an automatic attack. Wait, no.
Big thunk.
Hold on. With 2 duplicates, you must roll 8 or higher. With 1 duplicate, you must roll 11 or higher. If an attack
Must be
is
thinking of the
duplicate-
way it works in Pathfinder, actually.
No, hold on. No, the thing is you would be correct because it would attack because it would hit a mirror. It would hit a mirror image, but because it's a natural 20, it will hit her.
Yeah.
The way you called it is actually correct. I just had to think about it for a second because I forgot. Natural 20s will hit through mirror image. All right. This guy is going to attack Ty. George, you must be very confused. I promise I'll explain what's going on in just a moment.
Poor time.
That's a miss. Yep, still a miss. The other bugbear will attack Tristan. It's a hit! What?
Yes.
What's that?
Not sure. It sounds very familiar. It's never before.
That's weird. Alright, that's going to be a 14
So
damage to
Ty.
Tristan.
As long as you believe in the heart of the.
Alright, Tristan will roll a con save. Loses Shield of Faith. Alright. The Winged Hussars, also known as Gara Tambanai, has arrived.
Yay!
What do you do, Gara?
Give me a second. You'll know exactly what I'm gonna do in just a second once I get this ready. Where is it? Did I actually download it? Fuck no. God damn it. Okay. Give me Tagara.
Holy shit. Gotcha. Tigera. Tigera.
And then
She's large, right?
I'll let you get it first. I believe so. Let me double check. Yep, large.
Okay, and what's the AC?
AC is 12. HP is 37.
There you go. Got it. Alright. You're all good to go.
All right.
Oh shit, I forgot about that. If I
What's
put
the
you
movement
in-
speed on a tiger?
Let's see, that's
I'm assuming it's really far, actually. 40.
not bad.
40. Oh. Yeah, that's about that sounds about right for a tiger in a couple seconds.
40 feet in 6 seconds.
Yeah.
You can also
Those things are fucking fast, dude.
yeah, I believe it, yeah. From the southwest, you hear the sounds of a screeching cat as you look over to see a green-furred and almost a druidic-like
Hold up.
tiger.
Give me 9 seconds to download this sound file, and this is a better app, so it's not going to sound as grating. It's the old one I used to use for
Oh, yeah.
the tech priest. That was my favorite character I've ever played, other than the orc family. Alright. Alright, my apologies if this is loud, because I have to gauge it.
Yourselves.
That's good.
Oh,
Not too bad. It sounds like the MGM opening. It sounds like the MGM opening.
That's because the MGM opening is actually a tiger's roar.
It's not actually a lion's roar?
Is it?
Oh, that's weird.
No, it's well, think about it. MGM came out in the days where it was really and where it was kind of hard to capture live audio,
Oh, true.
Yeah.
if at all. So what they did was they had a lion, and it was really fucking scary and unethical how they managed to like get it to roar like that. It was very dangerous, and they just took that clip and they put the sound of a tiger over it.
Oh, interesting. Alright, any bonus actions or actions you'd like to make?
Hmm.
Good God.
Good guy.
I can't imagine.
Bonus actions. No. Other than, is it possible for me to roar and try to intimidate the giant? Or would that have to be a full action?
You can give me an
Rob?
intimidation roll. Yeah, go ahead. Let's see it. What do you got? Oh! Jesus. So, the frost giant looks over in your direction, and he ignores everyone else on the other side, as he just sort of like looks at you, and he just rears forward as he's surprised. He's never seen anything like you before. Alright. Definitely did something
Way better
to him.
than the other app. Way better than the other app.
Alright. Kelani Kala.
The other app was just ridiculously loud for no reason. This one actually is smooth.
Kelani Kala, parentheses, social.
Alrighty, Georgie actually did what I was going to try to do. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and...
In D&D, being an orc gives you a bonus to intimidation, so it's great.
Jeez. Can I hop down?
What's your charisma?
It's garbage.
Yeah, no
It's-
problem.
I have a charisma modifier of -1. Why do you think Gara talks like she has social anxiety?
Nice.
And move one more, and I'm going to go ahead and shoot the bugbear with the one that's on our mage, lady mage. I should say.
Oh my, okay, I'm sorry. This will be the last little OOC thing I just throw up here, but like, that little pole at the front of the boat, doesn't that kind of look like a blunt? Like, I know I'm
That's where
slightly
Dowd
high because
went
I just took a
first.
puff. But doesn't it though?
I'm sorry. Who did you attack, Kelani?
The one next to
Him?
Justina. Bugbear here. Yeah.
All right. 13, unfortunately, is a miss.
Heard. Alright.
Try that.
That's
Only for 1 damage too. Oh god, hate to see it.
it for me.
All right. Ooh. Gulliver, Wasonius, Alabaster, aye. What would you like to
Actually,
do?
gonna use stun movement to back away from the giant.
It's a weird looking tiger.
It's because it's a druid type.
You're a weird looking tiger.
I'm not a tiger, I'm a gnome.
You
Has
notice that?
Gulliver ever been to Cordaira?
Alright, Rob. Fucking let me see.
If you ain't been to Cordaira, you don't know nothing about no tigers.
All right, let's see
Person
it.
again.
Whole person again, huh? All right, let's see it. The roll is the same, right? Imagine.
Yeah,
One,
he has
two,
to, he has to beat 14.
All right, here we go.
I just assume that Cordaira has all the biggest and most dangerous animals.
Holy
Everyone has
shit!
advantage attacking the frost giant.
All right, he is.
Oh
petrified.
hell yeah! This is
And
gonna be
you
great when I
crit
come
on- And
in.
you crit on him.
Rin, The half-orc
Oh
paladin.
shit! I should have read. Let me
Let's
look at
see
Pouts
here.
real quick.
Alright. She's going to ignore the bugbear at this point,
Oh boy.
because she sees greater
Boy.
things. What?
Oh, that frost giant is fucked on my turn. That's all I'm gonna say.
She runs here, taking attack of opportunity from the bugbear.
He's about to get Shere Khan.
Yeah.
That's a miss. Rin raises her halberd, and with the power of the Firebringer, she fucking strikes into the frost giant.
Oh, is she a Firebringer? Fuck yeah.
She's a half orc. She's a half soccer and half orc Firebringer.
Oh, that's
You
fucking
know you're
awesome.
part of the
She-
group.
Yeah, there's a story. You missed it, but they introduced themselves, and she came here looking for Gara because she had heard she was going to be on this trip, but she was never able to find her. And when your ship crashed, she assumed it felt the worst.
Oh yeah, no, I fucking flew into a fucking tree like the kid in Jurassic Park. And
Advantage.
instead of dying,
16.
because I'm not a shitler, I fell out of the tree and I'm alive still.
Oh shit, Roy, this is an auto. It's an auto crit, right?
It's an auto crit when it's held, yeah. They have to hit. They have to hit. The advantage, they have to hit, and then they.
This is my favorite thing about half orcs. All right, so this is gonna be 3d10
Hell yeah.
plus 7.
I don't even know what mine is as an orc. I have to look at it real quick.
You're a full orc, right? You can move as a bonus. You can dash as a bonus.
Oh
action.
yeah, which is pretty dope. Oh fuck, I could have done. Does my racial apply when I'm in beast or no?
Wait,
Oh, it does.
no, it
It
doesn't.
should.
It doesn't.
No,
No, it
okay.
doesn't. It doesn't because it
Okay,
doesn't.
I was about to
because
say
it's
that'd be weird.
Because it's a racial. Like if it was a class
Yeah.
ability or a mental ability, then yes.
Okay.
3d10 plus 4. That's gonna be 20 points of damage
It's pretty good.
with a divine smite. 30 points of damage.
That's pretty good.
Paladin.
I mean, she's been looking for Gara. She's about to find Gara in about 5 seconds.
True. Gulliver.
Look at that. She's just ready.
Gulliver looks down and he casts Disintegration Ray on the frost giant, but it has no effect.
Wah.
Tristan
Whack.
turns around and he's gonna stab this bugbear. Tristan is a knight from Orlane. He hits. He kills!
Hell yeah.
Another one. And he's gonna use the rest of his movement. Engage the giant. Frost giant, paralyzed at the end of his turn, rolling. He broke it! He's out!
Another 17.
No longer paralyzed.
The 3 rolls the giant has had has been 19,
Those save-
17,
yeah, those
17, and then
saves.
something else.
The last one he rolled was...
It's because he's a member of the Bolshevik Party.
Well, his turn's up now, though. So.
Yeah. That's it.
19, 17,
Ty stands.
19.
1970. Jesus. Ty stands. Ty the Tasmanian Walrus, and he's going to attack.
By the way, Rom, every time those bugbears end their turn, they gotta roll. Because they're in the grease.
Oh, true.
Ty went in the grease and fell down. I see, but
Bugbear's down! I forgot about that. I always forget about that. It's
So now
not,
Ty
it's
can
not
sit-
concentration,
now
right?
Ty can stand up and hit him with advantage.
It's not concentration, right?
No, it lasts. It's just there.
Gotcha. Alright, Ty
That's what makes grease
stands.
so good. If it was concentration, it wouldn't be that good because it's the shit you want to concentrate on.
Hunter's Mark.
Lamo.
And short sword. Oh!
Damn.
Oh!
Damn.
Jesus! Alright.
Jesus.
Ty rolls 7, 8 damage.
Jesus Christ.
The Hunter's
He's
Mark.
making-
The Hunter's Mark is actually doubled as well. Because all the dice.
He's making up for falling. Oh my god.
Man, I swear to God, if y'all kill this giant before I get a chance to pounce on him.
No, that was against the bugbear.
We
Really
won.
good.
We won against the bugbear.
Corin moves over
okay.
here, goes to finish off the bugbear as well, as rogues do.
KS, as rogues do.
7 and sneak attack. Oops, I didn't do that. That's gonna be 5, 5 and 7. That's gonna be enough. And Cord kills the bugbear. Another dead bugbear. Alright. Justina, what will she do? She will probably cast Misty Step to get the fuck over here. And then she moves still. Oh no, I'll not be having any of that. No thank you. No thank you. There we go. Alright, Xantheros, your turn.
I'm gonna firebolt this bugbear through the gap in the wall.
Let's see it. That's a hit.
Okay, I see rolling 1d10. I would just like to click the damage button, please. There we go. Four damage.
4 damage. Yes. Alright. Mr. Guru. Mine eyes have seen the glory.
Glory of the coming of the Lord. If I were to stand see here, approximately, would both Tristan and Ring get advantage?
Yes.
In that case, I'll do a strategic rotation and I don't leave his threat. Or the fuck that means.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm gonna try and grab. I'm gonna try and grab his attention by like fucking hitting him in the nuts or something with the mace.
Alright. You already,
I'm assuming
his attention is already on Tigera.
The frost giants?
Yeah.
Alright, good. God fucking damn it.
Unfortunately, that is a miss. I'm so sorry.
12 is the highest I've rolled on 4 separate hits.
Alright. Okay, it's alright.
Thank you.
You'll get better. It'll get better.
No, it won't. I healing word Tristan.
Alright, that's it. Don't forget about your special ability, by the way.
I know, adds an extra 3. 10 healing.
Okay, 10. Very nice. He gives you a nod as he focuses back on the frost giant. Alright, bugbear. The bugbear looks at you all and he notices you all have been having feelings about this penguin.
Oh no.
He's gonna go for
Has he
it.
really? All we've ever seen is.
Well, I wanted a fucking intelligence check. This bugbear's too fucking dumb.
Alright, I'll
Yeah.
give him an intelligence check.
So, should I get the
Oh!
bugbears?
Okay, goddamn, he knows.
This penguin is close to you, he feels. He goes over here and he takes the penguin hostage. He pulls a knife right up to its throat and he starts yelling at you. Gary, your turn.
You better fucking save Gulliver too.
Anyone speak fucking bugbear, man?
What did bugbear speak? Is it Orcish?
Goblinoid.
They speak stupid. Yeah.
Does anyone speak Goblin?
What?
Do you speak Goblin, Gara?
No, but it doesn't matter
Oh, that's true. Your turn.
because he's gonna die.
You're gonna save Gulliver? Gulliver 2, I mean? Pounce. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, you got him. 24. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. You know, he looks at you. He puts a knife up to Gulliver 2. Gulliver 2 just goes. And then all of a sudden, a fucking tiger comes out of nowhere and just slashes right across his throat. And then Gulliver just fucking falls to the ground, and then all the bugbear's blood just goes all over Gulliver 2, and Gulliver 2 just stands there covered in blood, looking down at the bugbear, choking to death as he's just basically suffocating, and he just goes.
I imagine it'd be like a deep roll.
Or.
That's what you get.
Alright, you can still move, Tiger. You can still move, Georgie. There you go. Gotcha. This guy's fucking dead. All right, all that remains now is the frost.
Hey, Rom.
Yes.
Can I make another intimidation check?
You used your action to attack already, I'm afraid.
Well, fair enough.
It's okay. Good. He's still
Fair
focused on you, though.
Oh no, I just want to beat his ass. I gotta make great uncle proud, man.
Of course.
He tried to hurt our fucking penguin, man. Gotta screw that guy real
Exactly.
All right, Kehlani, you
That,
go.
that bugbear is missed. That's the best way. That is the best way for a Tambonai to enter the scene. I'm just gonna say that. That is the
slice in the
family
throat.
recipe.
Exactly. Best way.
You guys all look in awe and cheer as Gara enters the scene. You see Rin looks over to see a green flowery to Gara, and she whispers to herself in Orcish, could it be? Alright, Kehlani, you go.
Could it be?
Creepy?
No.
She was creepy? That's what I heard there. That's a bit rude.
No.
Could it be?
Wait, Rom, what did I
Could
get?
it
You think it
be?
be? Yeah, we both
I'm
said
like,
it.
what the fuck?
Could it be? Alright. I'm gonna attempt to intimidate
The
Frost
speed.
Giant.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna type that.
Go ahead.
So, I'm pretty sure the Kraken make sounds and all that, right? Would you say for how long would we listen to the Kraken make its noise?
At this point, you've probably been hearing the Kraken for about 6, 12, 18, about less than a minute. I'll say about maybe 48 seconds.
Wait, is it Kraken?
Well, Kehlani used the
Perfect.
minor illusion to
Oh.
yeah. That's why the Frost Giant went over there to go check.
So the 48 seconds?
About,
Nah.
give or take.
Well, fuck, that won't do. Fortunately, it has Dragomondius, so I know what Dragon Roar.
I'll be riggedy right back. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette real quick.
So if I'm gonna try to intimidate the fucker. Use mana illusion
Okay.
over, yeah, just like over here or something like that, or above up in the air.
Of what are you saying?
So it's like I want to count like 30 feet above the air. Can I have like a? Can I use actor to kind of project a voice? It's a sound illusion.
I know,
Second
but
thing.
what voice?
The Dragon Roar
Just
from
a dragon roar?
Spectrumondius.
Okay.
Spectrumondius.
Give me a intimidation check.
All right. Would that be with advantage due to the Dragon Roar itself?
No, he just has to make a saving throw.
Okay.
Okay, this should be an intelligence saving throw here. His intelligence is that, so... He looks up and he goes, "Ah!" And he looks around, and you can tell he's distracted. But he's very fearful of the Dragon Roar, though.
All right, that's my turn.
Alright, Gulliver Bazonius, Alabaster III.
Alright. Who's attacking this guy?
No one yet.
You have pack tactics, right?
No.
Does anyone not have advantage attacking him right now?
Yeah,
I think maybe...
Oh, you're not. Who doesn't have advantage attacking the giant?
Tristan does, and Rin should as well.
Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, alright.
And then I do as well.
I think... I'm not sure, though. I think Corrin might have enough movement to give Ty advantage, I think. But we'll see. But you all surrounded the Frost Giant.
I don't have my bird do anything in this fight, but
Oh yeah, he definitely does.
Yeah, he would.
what can minions do? I forget.
You mean familiars?
Aid.
They
No,
can
what
aid.
do? Kind of aid?
They can aid. They can cast a touch attack spell, and they can scout for you. So like if you have like vampiric touch or shocking
Yeah.
grasp, you can cast
I
it
have
from
any of that
pocket.
shit. You know what? He's so big.
Oh my.
Oh,
I cast grease under him.
grease on the ground.
Yeah.
There. All right.
Back to the old classic.
Let's see god, this poor bastard.
Make
Dexterity
14
saving throw, right?
dexterity save. 14. Probably gonna make it. He probably. Oh, your rolls really low, isn't it?
Nope.
Oh, mine is a.
13, he fails, and he falls on his ass!
He's on the ground. Receive the JoJo bully beatdown.
Oh my god, damn it. It's happened again! Oh my god, it happened again!
Yeah, that's all I do is I make people fall on their asses so my teammates can hit them.
Oh
yeah.
my god. What happened again?
Dude.
Every time. This is the fate of all my fucking bosses or mini bosses. They just fucking get their ass kicked by just falling on the ground. Alright, Rip. She will. She has some more smites. Hunter's Mark. And with advantage, strike. 18's a hit. 12 points of damage, and give him a smite. At level 2. 8, 20, 23 damage. Alright.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Gulliver 2 laughs. And he's gonna jump on top of the giant.
Oh my god.
Alright, Tristan looks at the frost giant.
God.
Another strike in the name of Athena. 21's a hit. He's gonna smite as well at second level. That's going to be a 8, 9, 10, 11, plus 9, 20 points of damage from the paladin. 50 damage from the paladins. Alright, Frost Giant! He's gonna stand! He gets up, Gulliver goes. Meow, 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 meow.
God, you fool!
He looks over at Tigera. He points and and he's gonna strike. Alright.
Come at me, pussy.
He pulls out his great axe for this one. Oh!
Is that all you got?
He's got another attack. Oh my fucking god.
Congratulations, buddy.
Oh, of course.
Congratulations, buddy.
And he ends his turn in the grease.
He got his ass again.
I got a question. Do frost giants know what it sounds like when tigers laugh?
Probably not.
They do
What
now.
the fuck is this disaster?
Fuck it.
Dude, it's the Sabajan genes. The Sabajan genes mean that you only do badass shit.
Oh my god, dude. Alright. Ty, the Tasmanian walrus, goes over here.
Well, now we can get
Please tell me he has an Australian accent.
No, he doesn't. Well, you don't know
Oh
yet.
man. So he's not gonna like do a backflip and like throw a boomerang at the
Well,
frost giant
when
and
the
yell
shaman-
too easy.
Today's now when
Today, mate.
nah,
Oh,
when
right, mate.
when the shaman was able to speak to them, he sounds like a Maori, like Taika,
okay,
like
fair
Taika
enough.
Waititi. So Hunter's Mark and short sword. 22, 7 for 10 points of damage. But Corin, the rogue, goes in, hitting him with the old 1-2. Boom. And boom. That's actually both misses. Ooh. Alright. Justina! Oh, he's on the ground. I don't think she can actually... She'll just stay there. She opens her book and she starts sketching everyone beating the shit out of the frost giant. Even Gulliver 2 gets on there and just starts fucking waddling on his face. Alright, Xanthros.
Alrighty, let's see. What shall we get up to this turn? Well, I guess I could start just taking pot shots at the frost giant, really.
It'll be with disadvantage because he's prone.
Yeah, that's the thing. Can I hold my? I can't hold my action.
If you have Shocking Grasp, you could use it with advantage because it's a melee attack.
No, I don't have anything like that. I could run up and like shiv him, but I don't know if that's really that worth it all that much.
It's up to you.
Here, I'm gonna move here. I got range on that. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna move there. And, I guess I need a magic missile again. Use my, and then I make sure I have one level 2, or no, 3, like 1 level 2 left. Yeah.
All right.
So it's magic missile him.
Okay.
10.
10 points of damage. Not bad. Not bad. That's what he's looking like right now. All right. All right, Sindri, your turn.
Will I be able to roll above a 7? Is the question. To which the answer is probably no. I mean, it's gonna get knocked down so much, I'm probably just gonna cast Spiritual Weapon instead.
That's you.
Honestly, it'll just get the silver faster because we're already gonna win this.
Still wasn't bad. This combat was only about less than an hour, about 50 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's gonna be another combat counter today. So I'll cast Spiritual Weapon, and I'll lose my
ambush.
Ambush.
Yeah.
and just add it here.
Ah, Queen Slay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Cinder, you know what I forgot to do? Get a fucking sword for your spiritual weapon. So guess what? We're using this again.
You have no one to blame but yourself.
It's a spiritual mace.
The 17 hit.
Dude, you should just keep that. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, look at this fucking peak.
Oh my god, looks so fucking trash.
Oh my god, this is so bad. There we go.
You didn't answer my question.
What was your question?
The 17 hit.
Yes.
6 damage.
And then your spiritual weapon? Oh wait, never mind, you just summoned it. My bad.
Nah, this fucking
Yeah, I
matter.
would have missed anyways. Bugbears are fucking dead. Alright, Tagara.
Honestly, Rom, I think that thing looks worse than last time.
He laughs behind the pain.
Alright. I didn't make this, alright.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I didn't make this.
You found it.
I did.
Yeah, just admit it.
By Google search.
You did this, Ron.
You did this.
Kakara, Carrig, Bayan, Carrig, Onu. Yes.
What
To
he
the neck.
said.
Ooh.
To the neck.
12 points of damage.
Like a nature documentary. Get him out!
Alright, okay, Lottie, your turn. This guy's reeling. He's reeling.
Yeah, god damn it,
What, is he
fucking.
fishing or something?
No, I mean, he's like on the brink of death. He's not gonna get to stand up until after the two paladins' turn, so there's a very good chance he's just fucking dead.
Color is in the way.
Also, what I just typed there, you didn't actually understand that because it was all a bunch of roars.
I don't even think that many people even speak Orcish anyways.
I can do it.
Damn.
Oh, okay, the wizard can.
Okay. Well, it says, in the name of Kiri the Beast Mother, die.
Why would I speak Orcish?
Because it's the major language of, like, half of the mortal
half
plane.
of the world,
Says,
and also,
advantage, right?
yeah, yep, yes sir, and also, it's the second biggest civilization behind the humans.
Yeah.
The language of the enemy.
Someone got my goddamn best.
Language of the enemy. That's yeah.
Man,
I said
what?
the language of the animal, but
No, I know. I'm just teasing.
The animal. Rip.
Oh, nice! Holy shit, dude. That's
And
gonna
then-
be 16 damage.
And then we're gonna do a little thing we call flurry of blows.
Furry of
Furry of
blows.
Flurry of
blows.
blows.
What the heck?
Furry of blows. Oh my god, dude. Alright, nicely done. 9 damage plus 16. Oh my god. Holy shit. Kaylani, how do you want to kill the frost giant?
Oh shit.
Gulliver 2
I'm gonna-
stomping
I'm
all
gonna-
over him.
I'm gonna fucking come in.
Fucking, you could flip off my head while I'm snapping his neck with my jaws.
Yes, this is going not well. Tagero is going fucking crazy on him. I come in, smack him with a pole. Use the momentum to jump up, punch him again a couple of times, grab good old fucking Gulliver 2, and jump up onto the other side with him in tow.
And the frost giant just.
Okay, what, are you gonna jump on my back? Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say, you could do that.
Yeah, we'll do that. And with Gulliver in.
Oh, hey, yeah, then I fucking rear up for a moment.
The frost giant. The frost giant.
I knew Garrett and Kaylani would end up being friends anyway.
Hell yeah.
The frost
Moving
giant
into
falls to the ground.
Fucking girl power.
Girl power. The frost giant falls to the ground, bleeding out. His pouch just flying to the side. The rest of his war company just dead on the side of the fucking beach. And you guys look at each other, and there's this elation of victory as everyone thought they were gonna fucking die, but this was actually a hell of a lot easier than expected. Victory
Yeah.
screech!
I calculated the chances of battle success before we fought, and I was well prepared for this outcome.
Is anyone dead?
No, but I believe we have some hurt friends.
If you are dead, stand up for yourself. Let us
No
know.
worries. And Tristan just used lay on hands on himself. And heals the remainder. Wild shape. Damn it. Fucking this long. You notice
That was a
as
joke. Obviously, if you're dead, you can't let us know.
the frost giant's dead, everything else is dead. So, returning back. Let me go.
Crab Rave, Frost Giant.
Do they have anything of value on them?
Yes, give me 1 second.
1.
Time to loot.
So,
So we don't have permission to fucking.
let me. Oh, you have to use the other bot. Here, I got it.
Oh,
Just
right.
use the dash. Just dash play and then that link. You find. Oh my god, I don't know if any of you guys can actually identify. Alright, you find what appears to be a pearl.
I think I have identified.
You find a pearl worth 100 gold pieces.
Mhm.
You
Man,
find
yeah.
4 gems worth 50 gold pieces. You find Nub nub. Nub nub. Let's see here.
You think you can just come in here and start playing the Return of the Jedi jams without the greatest one of all time in the queue? That's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
Georgie, I was waiting for you to play that.
By the way, this is Orcish. I don't know if you know this.
This is Orcish?
Oh, I thought we were listening to something from Pikmin.
You find what appears to be
That's a joke.
100 gold coins.
Okay. I'm like,
Right.
what?
You find 100 gold coins. You find 75 silver coins. You find 300 copper coins. You find 12 tusks, broken in several places, chipped in certain ways as well. You can tell these are obviously Wetsu tusks. You
How
also
many
find.
tusks?
Sorry, go ahead.
How many tusks were there?
12.
12.
12, okay.
You
Sure.
find it appears to be a wand, and that's it.
Woo!
Ooh.
It's attack
The gnome and I
on
should take that for examination.
Yes.
So we currently have.
And
We
no,
don't use the Comet Treasury anymore.
I don't have identify, Ron, but detect magic, which might work.
It's magical.
Well, if I concentrate, I can tell what kind it is. You know what I mean? What kind of magic, and then we can use it from there.
That's not how it works in this one.
Is it not?
No, it just checks whether things are magical or not.
Exact magic's worthless. I
Alright.
changed it. But
Basically,
So-
if you sense magic in this way, it's just you sense magic or magic. You learn at School of Magic, and that's it.
So, assuming we split up the money between the 5 players currently present, everyone gets 20 gold.
I thought we were just doing group inventory.
Yeah.
Are we doing group inventory? Good fucking Lord, I'll open the Excel sheet.
Yeah, I thought that's what we were doing.
It's up to you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're doing unless we specifically said.
Hiya, regular, hiya. Alright, Rom. I got it.
Oh, so you find a wand, you're just not sure what it does.
Alright. I know. I heard that part.
Okay.
Just gonna use the old one.
No.
Rome will be amazed at such a victory.
Oh my god! Okay, I didn't expect that one. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'll take back control. Jesus Christ, dude. So, returning back to everything. As you guys, once again, are back, you notice, as you step back into the scene, Gara, and you sort of, you start mingling once again, you notice the half-orc woman sort of runs up to you, and she falls on one knee, kneeling respectfully to the Hyrcana. And she looks up and she goes to you, Gara, and she says, Mistress, I'm so sorry. If I would have been with you, you wouldn't have been lost. You would have been safe. You recognize the regalia of a firebringer, but a novice firebringer at that.
Did Georgie's mic die?
Yeah. He's, let's give you a second.
Okay, now we good.
Oh, you're good. I hear you. Yeah.
All right. So what was going on? My bad.
So you notice she runs up to you. She falls on one knee as she looks up to you. You see tears come out of her eyes as she says, "My lady, I'm so sorry. If I would have been with you, you would have been safe. You wouldn't have gotten lost. Please accept my blade. I'll do anything to keep you safe, Moikanum."
That was fast.
I have a question first. Who are you?
My apologies. I'm so sorry. I'm Rin. I'm a novice firebringer. I finished my vows and I'm a knight. Well, not a knight. Sorry. I'm a member of the order, but I don't have a master. And I heard you were coming over here, and I had hoped to seek you out to be my.
Mic
You
cut
what?
out.
No. She kind of hesitates after she says my like. She
Your
doesn't know
who?
how to be her. She doesn't know how to ask.
Your trainer, your mentor,
My mentor. If you would have me, I promise.
as a firebringer.
She nods and she goes, "The blood of the creator of our order lies within you. You know more about the gods than any of the firebringers that are at the capital now. You're the heir of the Great One. Please, I'm sorry.
All right,
I
so
shouldn't have.
thinking to herself, Gara thinks to herself, "Does this chick not know I left the order like 20 years ago? Okay, or 10 years ago.
She knows.
I was young
You-
in my
you-
20s.
You know she knows, but she purposely sought you out because she wants to be taught by
Oh man. Oh, just like the good old days. Sure, I guess.
you.
So she looks at Rin and says, "All right."
I will say this though.
I-
This is probably the first half soccer and half orc you've ever seen.
Oh yeah, for sure. will say this, and I will only say this once. Well, I'll probably say this again at some point. Gara's a lesbian, so she does think Rin is cute.
Alright, right off.
She says, fine, but you're gonna have to be a little less, what's the word for it? Creepy.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend. I only wish.
No, you're fine. It's just like, I just walk around the woods, Rin. I'm not like you don't have to
But
come
your
up to me
connection
and
with
act
the
like I'm some
gods.
sort of god being.
Your connection with the gods is something that the scholars still to this day debate as the reason why you were elected to be Khan.
Okay. Shh. Let's keep that con stuff. Let's keep that con stuff down.
She already told us.
Oh my god.
She didn't tell me.
Okay.
No.
Now, I don't know about all that. We're out here. It's a new world. It's a new place. That was a different Gareth Ambanai. That was not me.
Of course, Your Majesty.
You were the youngest elected Khan ever. You're inspiration to all the female orcs out there.
This chick.
I only hoped I only hope to be taught by someone as she blushes a little bit.
Alright.
As powerful as
Alright,
you.
fine. You know what? Fine.
Really?
Rin, yes. Gera Temurtalog Agad Kerek Bana Nurtog Karata Katun Borgan Burga Kerek Jin Tabunai will be your master.
She smiles and
Do you need me to repeat my name again?
No, of course not.
Okay, so if you want to get the initials down, that's GTAKBNTQKBKT.
Alright.
Christ.
Alright. You notice that she eagerly nods, and you notice that off to the side, one of the off to the side, the tiefling from Victoria sort of writes down something in her notes, and she nudges over to Corin and Gulliver. You can hear this, and she says, "How does this sound for a title? The Master and the Apprentice." Oh, yes. You notice that Corin looks back at her with disgust and goes, "No, don't get me involved, darling." And you notice that Rin looks up and she gives one final bow before donning her basically her, like her fucking what do you call that? The Mongolian cap. I wrote it down somewhere. Basically her helmet back on, and she puts her face mask back just sort of on her side so that way it doesn't obstruct her travel, when she's traveling. And she sort of just walks up alongside you and she smiles and she goes back to her group. And she looks over at Jessina and she says, "She accepted. She said yes. I'm gonna be a real firebringer." Jessina just sort of claps her on the back and goes, "See, I told you. Good job. You just gotta put your heart to it."
Nice.
So, everybody, you have this wand. You're not exactly sure what it does. Does anyone have Identify?
The shaman might back a base.
I'm literally gonna change it out when I can because fucking I didn't realize the decorator was that bad.
You can also just... you can use Detect Magic on it to identify the... oh god, this thing actually doesn't have a... Doesn't? I suppose it would. It'd be a... Do you want to cast a spell?
Sure, I'll use my last level 1 to cast magic.
Okay, are you gonna cast it?
Yeah.
Okay. As you focus on the wand, you know that the wand has the school of magic the wand uses is illusion.
Oh, I believe this is best in my hands because I believe in illusion.
Another way to also, one way to
I
actually
have
use
to
it.
say, good gnome,
Listen,
illusions
I
happen to be my forte. So
You
I feel like it
threw
belongs
the
to me.
magic missiles the whole time. What do you mean illusion your
Well,
forte?
what else am I supposed to do? That's all I have available to me at the time. This crossbow.
I mean, you're doing your job. I'm a control. In the college, I theorized a control mage as a possible options. I don't
You
like to
don't
actually
know most of my abilities. Most of my abilities are not factored towards the more
You literally only do
ask
damage.
that
Every
please.
time we had to fight, you've done damage.
I mean, I do
This
a lot of
discussion is pointless.
illusion, but I don't want it really well.
This discussion is pointless until we find out what's on it, so let's leave the arguments for now, friends.
You can
I believe the
also
shaman.
you can also
Kokoro
use
can identify it.
you can also attune to it too. If you want to, you can attune to it, and that will tell you what it does. But that does come with the own dangers
Okay,
of pretty much
weird-
tuning to something that you have
Weird
no idea what it
question,
does.
real quick, Ron.
Yeah, what's up?
I just have to ask this to confirm it because I just randomly thought about it and I
Sure.
know I'm very high. Rin is an adult, right?
She is an adult for half orc. She's actually an adult for
Okay,
half orc.
okay. I didn't want
She
to make
is-
Gara a pedophile.
No. She's
Okay.
she's 19 as a half orc, which is
Okay,
about in her mid
okay.
20s as a normal
Okay.
person. Because half orcs
Yeah,
only
'cause
live
they
up
don't
to
fit-
about 50, 45, 50.
You're damn right. It's because they don't have the pure genes. Oh wait, no, I'm not playing Savagen.
Orcs only live up to being 60, so it's not that like. Orcs have a short lifespan.
It's garbage, man.
Yeah, humans
Friend?
actually live longer than orcs.
It's absolute trash.
Sure.
Savagen was an outlier though. He died at like 84.
Well, that's because he's a fucking paladin, dude. And not just a paladin, a high-level paladin. Well, anyways, you can also, me telling you as a GM, you can also find out what an item does by tuning to it. But that does mean
I
you
mean, yeah.
pretty much, if you tune to something you don't know, a lot of bad things could happen. You could be cursed.
It could happen, but I believe that nothing bad would happen to me. So I would
Well,
like to.
Well,
Okay, now
I
you know
say
this
yes.
is going to take up one of your proficiency slots, right?
Yeah, me too.
Alright. You're going to tune to it?
Yeah, I can always unattune if it's and I can give it to someone else. If it's
It
not
takes a
good.
short rest. Okay.
Alright.
So
We
Well-
have time for sure. We'll do
if
it.
you guys want to take a short rest after everything, you can get your short rest abilities back. Just relax, and then from that
I'm gonna
point,
get
you can
2 level
also
2 spells.
wherever you guys want to go. You, like I said, these 4 people will follow you wherever you want to go.
Yeah, well, I
that was the
propose
deal
we
that you
head back. Let's just head back to base. I think the bloodlust has been satiated for now.
I'll be right back.
made. Okay.
That way we can tune safely to the new wand, find out what it is. Maybe we can get the shaman to identify it, and we can rest fairly safely. And I'd also very much like to get Ty back to his father.
Understood.
I
No,
concern
I
for his
feel
life.
like we should at least find the general area of the camp.
I believe this is all that remains.
No, this is not the Tagada Cap.
No.
This is the ruins. These are the ruins of the Proud Heart, also known as now
Oh.
the Dead Heart.
Let me fucking. Oh my god. Okay, there it is.
Well, let's just ask Ty. I mean, they live here. They might know where they're based out of.
From
Yeah,
this,
well,
from,
literally-
okay, so from this point,
It literally told
Ty-
us where it was.
from this point, well, yeah, okay, yeah. So for example, and you can't see it now, but Ty tells you from this point, southwest of your own death. Now, I'm not sure if you actually marked it on the map, but you should be able to see it. So, like, let me just double check here. So if you go over to where this point is, right? You can see me right here, right?
Yeah,
This is where this
it's
is where you think
3
your own
days
death was, right?
southeast.
So, southwest.
Southwest, sorry.
Southwest.
Sorry, yeah, 3 days
So
southwest.
somewhere in this
yeah.
way. From this point, or anywhere than this way, right? From this point, if you ask Ty, Ty will tell you it's this way.
Alright.
So that means it kind of pretty much says it's somewhere over here. Since you've been in this area and you know that over there is some land and water's over here, like you can kind of piece some things together. Like yeah, you can probably hunt too in this area if you'd like. Oh, one thing I did forget actually, you do find that the hunting party that this Faustine was leading does have actually 20 rations. Now that does mean that they weigh a lot, obviously, but it is 20 rations.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Well, we have to share those
Nice
20 rations
feast
between.
of, like kings.
Was it?
That's 5 rations per person. Right.
Okay, so we have 7 people in our party. Then we have the 4 newly added people.
Well, the thing is, if we do
They
that
have
way
their
where
own
we
rations.
yeah, if we do that way where we distribute the ration equally between the theoretical max members of the party, it's going to become kind of a clusterfuck
Yeah.
really fast. Because then Marshall has extra rations too,
Yeah.
and then he doesn't consume them. So either we have a central ration part thing that we consume collectively, and then just assume the weight is distributed, or we count for our own rations and then just kind of hope it works out.
I would be willing to go for that. Weight distribution and like a central ration cache if that's what you guys want to do.
That's kind of what I want to do because we're doing party treasury anyway, so it's not that difficult to add.
Alright.
Literally just a single column.
So then in this case, then I recommend you all pretty much just delete the rations you have from your characters, and then tell Sindri how many rations you have in total. And then he'll just add.
We should
them
all have
together
9
in a pool.
rations.
Yeah, 9 rations. I got 9.
So it should all. It
Yeah,
just should just
9.
be.
Same for you, Georgie.
We have 7 party members in total, right? Theoretically, or 9.
You have theoretically you have 8, but Marshall hasn't made his character yet, so 7.
So 7. I'll assume 7 for now. So we have 63 rations in total.
Yep.
All right. Well, anyways, let's do a bit of hunting.
Does rations have expiration dates?
No.
I would like to go
I'll call
hunting again, Rom. Fishing, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll
fishing.
call
Just
Okay.
fishing.
So well, here's the thing: is if everyone does their hunting, then this would be a short rest. You could spend this time to attune to the wand.
Okay, so I should tune to the one, not fish then, I guess.
Well, you can. It's,
Which-
I'm just asking you which one.
Can I
You
do both or no?
No, fishing does take your focus.
Do the wand.
Okay.
I
You can
guess
give
I'll
the,
take
you can
30 minutes
give
to
the
fish.
fishing rod to somebody else, so they can fish.
Sure. Someone feels like they can fish. Don't lose my rod.
I'll spend 30 minutes fishing or searching for
what's
fish in the
sport for the
water,
barbarian?
and the other 30 I'll use for meditation.
Well, a short rest is. Oh yeah, an hour. Okay, I got you.
It's never.
I got you. Sorry. All right,
That's
Cinder,
gonna
what are you gonna
start.
do? Are you gonna just pretty much play logistician and just start gathering everything together? And just spend this
I
time to
already
actually
did that.
arrange
What I'm doing right now is just removing kind of everything from the.
everything? What do you want to do for the short rest here?
For a short rest, I mean, nothing really. I'm at full health, and I guess I'll just chill with the new guys.
Okay.
Try and ingratiate myself.
All right. Dad, what would you like to do during the short rest? You can hunt.
I'll join
rest.
Sindri with chatting with the new folks.
All right, and Gara, what about you?
Kara, Tangunai.
Georgia.
Georgia.
Turn and face the changes. Don't wanna be on a man. Time may change me,
What do I get for my wand?
but I can't
Changes.
taste
All right,
time.
Leo, give me a survival roll, please, with advantage, because
Because
Corin
our
is
good
an
old
Asian.
friend. Yeah, there we go. Oh, Corin, okay. I thought we'd get our good old Waters friend.
no, he's gonna hunt by
Hi.
himself.
Alright. Gotcha. Hey.
So Corin sort of goes with you a bit, and you notice that he himself seems like a bit of a vagabond, like a traveler as well. He reminds you.
Fucking thief.
He reminds you a lot. What a wheezy little liar, dude. I'm sorry. He reminds you a lot, actually, of Xanthros in a way. I mean, that like, the kind of guy who does a lot of traveling and can kind of talk a bit, right? And
Right.
he looks at you and he simply goes in and goes, "Forgive me if I'm being rude in any way, but I can't help but notice that you're,
Blue.
well, no."
No, that's not short.
I could tell you're
What
not
is the blue skin
land
so
dweller.
exotic?
Are you perhaps a sea elf or one of those things?
Never associate us with sea elves.
My apologies, darling. I didn't mean to.
I'm a Triton.
Triton, huh?
Proud and true.
Are you from
And-
the Shining Sea or up north?
I'm from up north, yeah.
I've never known anything about those Tritons. The ones in the
We.
Shining Sea are, let's just say, part asshole, part douchebag at the same time.
I can't. Yeah. That depends on your definition of port asshole and douchebag at the same time. Find that we're just more militant.
Militant is a word, alright. Some
Very-
of our,
Honorable.
some of the traveling boats that traveled from Old Tarquinia and Eastern Rolia traveled along the Shining Sea to trade with the Draconic Isles. And
My
there
bad, I
was,
was talking about
You're good. And there was some trouble between some Tritons and the trade routes. Though politics and all of that, though, is quite boring if you ask me.
Right.
Although I'm curious, so why would a Triton come on this kind of journey?
Wait. Huh. So those Tritons already did a lot more.
Oh my god, I completely forgot. Don't I speak giant?
Sorry, say again, Leo?
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Can you put this up a bit higher?
No.
Wait, so you mean to tell me those Tritons did a lot more trading with your world?
I wouldn't say trading as much as I would say raiding.
Okay.
Like I said, part asshole, part douchebag.
Fair enough. We were more, I suppose, isolation. It's not exactly. I mean, we fought all that stuff underwater. Like the crappy invasion,
There's nothing wrong with,
Great Crab Wars. But we just
Great crap.
busy doing that.
Now that's a story I'd like to hear about, darling. Great Crab Wars. What is that? I will tell you this though. I absolutely love seafood personally. The food that's in Orleans, it's always so like different forms of bird, like quail and turkey and all that kind of stuff. Here in Rolia, what we got is we care about beef and we care about seafood. All right. If I can get you just north, where we have Alphaville. Alphaville has a culture. Right, it's in the middle of the forest, and in Alphaville they have these mushrooms that they grow in some of the mines. And what they do is they saute the mushrooms and they put soup inside.
I don't think I've had the chance to mushroom.
Oh my god! If you're ever in Rolia, hopefully if you ever get back, Alphaville in the north, definitely the best mushroom soup you can get.
Right. Well, maybe if you ever end up in Manai, maybe they could fix you up with some seafood.
Alright.
But I can't exactly go with this. Maybe
Whoa, why
I'll
not?
catch something, I'll try to replicate.
Wait, why not?
Oh, I just gotta finish a task before I go back. Do a mission.
Finish a task,
Back.
do a mission
Yeah.
before you return?
Yeah.
Are you
Exactly.
allowed to return before you finish?
That's debatable. No.
Darling, I might not be a graduate of the College of Magic, but I'll tell you this. To me, what it sounds like you're describing is some form of banishment or exile in nature.
You want to call it that, yeah.
See, this is what I hate about these authoritarian-like regimes you have in Orlane and Victoria and what happens in the kingdom you have under the sea.
Well, I'll stop you there. I actually kind of welcome banishment.
Well, you should take a nice little stroll on down to Cordaira then, if you really seek freedom.
He's not.
You
he's not with you. But hold on.
Oh, Rip was about to start evangelism part 2.
So Corin looks over and he looks
You're lucky.
surprised and he goes, "Glad you're not heading home, huh? Some family problems, I guess, huh?"
Well, I mean, that's a bit sort of. I mean, family's nice enough. I kind of ended up on the surface a while back, and I kind of wanted to relive that. There was really no other way to kind of head back, so.
Surface time. What'd you spend time with?
I spent it over at the island close to the Dominion Island.
Dominion?
Yeah, close to the Dominion. It's not Dominion. It's called an island.
There's no Dominion anymore. Dominion hasn't been a thing for 150 years. It's all Rolia now. Are you talking about the Garnet Islands off the eastern end?
Part of Rolia, yes.
Yeah, he's talking about the Garnet.
That's just.
I messaged you. I said the Empire doesn't exist anymore. Your territory, the Garnet Islands are off the coast of Rolia now. It's alright. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Anyways.
But yeah.
Oh yeah, the Garnet
Gwen-
Islands. That's where the kobolds are. Yeah.
Gwen Island. Gwen Island.
Gwen
yes.
Island. Yeah.
That's where I spent. And that's where I spent time with Garnet Kobolds.
The Garnet
Who,
Islands. Oh.
after several attempts to change their name, came through.
Now that is a sad, alright. Now I've always wanted to visit those. I've always wanted to visit the Order of the Garnet Kobold, but I never was able to get clearance. It's not a big deal though. I'm a bit of a traveler. I go from ways to ways, and as you guys return from your fishing trip, and you haul in these things, and he as well, just things hauls in as well, and you guys gather about 4 fish, which is enough to feed about 8 of you, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 of you. So far. So there, and you guys continue to talk on the way back as well.
Right.
So now, returning back to the party though, you notice that Tristan and Justina, Tristan being the knight from Orlane, and Justina being the wizard from Victoria, sort of sit across from you, Lucius and Xanthros. And Tristan actually asks you too, just outright, and he goes, "Well, if you don't mind me asking, of course, why exactly did you take up the mission?"
Well,
would you
friend.
like to go first, my angelic friend.
If you don't mind, cousin. Well, friend, I've grown tired of Orlane. Yeah.
So matter of factly, I'd say the politics of home drears on all of us.
Yes. You've been to the great church in Bourgogne, I suppose. I think Archpriest Baldwin is still there, the old fart. If that isn't the one more sermon of his, I'd probably kill myself. Good God, have mercy.
I've never traveled to go to the Bourgogne lands. I've mostly stayed within Orlane. As a royal guard, of course, I followed Queen Catherine's way
I
as
did
they
too.
go. I've
I was
also
stationed there for a
done
while,
some.
yeah.
I did some unscrupulous work in Bourgogne, though I would say, but yeah, it wasn't.
That's all the work that happens there.
I've never visited the cities. I've never visited actual Bourgogne proper.
I spent most of my later years in the big city myself. It's quite a wonderful place.
I will say,
Yes.
as much as I do despise the politics of home, can't say I don't envy you being a guru.
A specimen. Yeah. It is what it is. I care not for the title. To be quite frank with you, I hope to escape it somehow.
He looks over to
But a
Xanthros.
Are you
Garrow's eyes Garrow's pupils
Jesus.
are wide as hell.
Jesus, please
Georgie,
stop.
that one was loud, actually. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
please fuck me. Sorry, Doug, go ahead.
You got
Like
it,
the
Dad.
god from Monty Python just opened up from the sky. Jesus.
That was like fucking overwhelming.
No, stop.
bad.
What
Yeah.
the fuck is that? Is that like a
I'm-
bass line? That was pretty-
Yeah, this
Georgie,
is the
please.
T-Pain one.
Go
My
on.
bad.
Is that-
Alright, go on, Doug, sorry.
Oh yeah, good.
Well, I've traveled all across Orlane and various bordering territories, and in all of those places, I have yet to encounter a nation of my own. And so I came here in hopes that there might be something more interesting in this part of wherever we are. So far, though, all it seems to be is snow, ice, giant wolves, and tusk people.
Justina, the wizard, the tiefling wizard, kind of speaks up here, and she goes, "Oh well, yeah, of course. I mean, I, as well, spent my time in Kirkwall, the capital of Victoria, for a long time, and while it's not as grand and gaudy, of course, as Orlane, I find that Victoria is more rustic and more country than Orlane. Although the areas between the great cities are, well, let's just say, well-traveled. Victoria, the forests and the wide prairies do call me home every now and then. But here, everything is so different. It's the trees are so tall and the air feels so light. I remember visiting Kirkwall and even Orlane sometimes, and the forges just burn day and night, and sometimes it's maybe it's just my constitution, but makes it a little bit hard to breathe. Out here, I just a nice deep breath air, fresh air.
I suppose, though, what I wouldn't kill for a nice warm bath about now should rather remain unspoken.
Oh, of course, you can go with amenities.
Just jump in the river.
Oh, I wish I would have stolen a scroll.
It
From
just
my
looks, I said warm.
This place is certainly
You're
a fixer-upper, if you will.
You're a wizard. Just heat it
I
up.
can't heat up the whole river.
Listen, you guys are all very uncultured. Prestidigitation literally cleans everything. You're not gonna get wet. You're perfectly
That's
fine.
not
That's fine.
comfort.
What did the halfling just say?
There's
I don't know.
I'm
Keep going.
no! Fuck you! Halfling your ass!
well, Justina steps in. She goes,
Gulliver.
well, there's a difference, of course, between, creature comforts and amenities. Amenities, of course, are the things that you get from civilization, and creature comforts are just those average things. I do agree with you,
Yes.
though. There is power, definitely, in magic.
So no one here.
Yeah.
I guess yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, you
How
guys are
unfortunate.
Oh my god,
How unfortunate.
so mean. So you notice, actually, the paladin, Tristan, actually looks over at Gulliver, and he goes, excuse me, Mr. Wizard, though. I noticed that you are very small, but also quite powerful. Did you spend some time at the Wizards College in Orlane? Gulliver?
I'm sorry.
What was your experience like at the Wizard College in Orlane?
It was very boring. I was obviously the smartest one there.
Did you have to work harder because of your size?
What? No, there's lots of gnomes in college.
Oh, that's true.
What kind of fucking racist comment is that?
I guess you could say they have deep connection.
Damn right. Listen, the most popular magically transmitted series is Gnomes Gone Wild.
Oh,
alright.
I'm back.
It's the most popular erotic art in Orlane.
Oh my
is
god.
Gnomes Gone Wild.
Tristan looks over to you, Gulliver, and he goes, "Why did you accept the position?
That's
This
not
Why?
mission?" Yeah.
That is not hot at all.
What do you think about the state of magic in our life?
1 second.
Well, from what I've seen,
It's boring!
Alright.
It's literally stagnated for hundreds of years without improving anything.
Justina nods, actually, the wizard from Kirkwall. She goes, "Oh, well, yeah, that's true, actually. We've been using the same spells for a long time."
Magic is not a dead thing. It's a living, breathing science.
For once, I finally agree with something, with the halfling.
I was tired of literally being told, do it this way because that's the way it's done.
Of course, the rigid normity of magic does get on a wizard's worse side for a long time. That's why sometimes I envy the sorcerers who are innately born with magic. Although, I wouldn't exactly want to be the relative who had to...
Oh wait, Ron, you didn't make him roll on Wild Magic chart, did you?
Oh, I forgot today! Fuck! We have so many...
Yeah?
There was so many...
So it's not a big
No,
deal.
he didn't use Tides of Chaos. He just used normal spells. I forgot. So today he was a normal sorcerer. I fucking forgot. Shit. Oh, well, he didn't use Tides of Chaos, so I mean, that doesn't mean... It means he was pretty much just a basic sorcerer. Fuck, I gotta remember that. I gotta set a reminder for myself every time he says this. I'm terrible. Alright, anyways, he looks back at you, Gulliver, and, he just... no, not Gulliver, I'm sorry. He nods, yeah. And, the conversation carries on for a bit until Rin actually steps up, and she returns with just a small boar. She sort of just rests it. She sort of gives it some mushrooms, and the boar goes on its way. And she has some extra mushrooms that she brought to add to whatever food that you guys are managed to get.
Are those good mushrooms?
Of course. Well, of course. I I mean, the boar was pretty good at finding them. I would say they are pretty good mushrooms.
What the fucking druid eat one? Make sure it's not poison.
Of course. Mistress, would you like a mushroom?
We can just do purify food and water. Just cast that, and then it'll solve that.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, you know, what do you take me for? Some sort of
You're a druid.
What do you take me for?
Does he just purify the mushrooms, even though they were fine?
No, that's not even purification. I just detect.
Oh, okay. No, these mushrooms are fine. You actually noticed that she did a good job. She used a boar to pretty much find some truffles.
Oh,
Very
okay.
good, very good.
Yeah. Oh, wait. They used the boar?
Yeah, she didn't kill it though.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, no. We eat these back. We eat things like
Pork
these
is
back
holy
home.
to the
Just gonna eat
orcs.
'em.
What do you mean? Why would she kill a boar?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying this is what we eat back home.
Yeah,
we use
that's
the boars
why-
to dig up truffles. That we eat truffles. It's great.
Yes, I know. That's why she did. Anyways, so Rin looks back at you, Gara, and she asks you just this single flat question as Kehlani returns with Corin, and she asks you. She goes, Miss, why did you retire? And why did you take this mission?
Well, it's a very complicated question, you know. I left the Firebringers because I was very reckless in my 20s. Now, abdicating the Khanate, I'd rather not talk about it.
Oh, right. Okay, I'm sorry.
If you would like to know more about the Order, though, and how to further your training, I would be
Of course, always. I do. I would love to.
much more receptive.
Of course, I do. I would love to. And as you guys all gather together and begin to make your way back north towards the camp, Gulliver, you finish your attunement, and this is what you find. This is a wand of conducting. Boom.
Oh, never mind. Mountain conducting.
A wand of conducting.
That's actually kind of neat.
It's a wand of what?
Conducting. Read it. I showed it to you. This wand has 3 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend one of its charges and create orchestra music by waving it around. The music can be heard to a range of 60 feet and ends when you stop waving the wand. The wand regains all expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, a sad tuba sound plays as the wand crumbles to dust and is destroyed.
Should this be perfect for you, Sushi?
Yeah, I say we give it to Shuji.
Who's your sushi?
Oh my god.
That's Ode's character again.
Oh, it's already. Yeah, what's good?
Or Sushi. Yeah. It's only the
He
second.
hasn't. It's not yours, and we haven't played it in a week and a half. So
I'll set it aside for him. I'll assume he gets it
What the fuck was
because
that?
he's the bard. That's Joel probably.
Oh yeah. So in the meantime, one who attuned to it is only the one able to use it. So until Roy unattunes to it or gives it to somebody else, then it just
and
remains.
I can summon 2 from it.
Yeah. You can just. So just to keep in mind, as per the way magic items work, you can only have as many magic items attuned to yourself equal to your proficiency bonus.
Okay.
2.
So 2.
As of now, it's 2. All right. So
3.
returning back to everybody, you begin
Tristan's
traveling
been
north.
awfully quiet this entire time.
No, he didn't. He was the one talking. He's the one who's been asking a lot of questions.
No, that was what's her race?
Jacina? Yeah, both of them.
That depends.
It was going
Yeah,
back and
yeah.
forth, yeah.
Everybody has one, yeah.
He never talked about himself.
Talk about what? You want to ask him something?
Yeah.
What are you gonna ask? So as you guys
What's
get
your
up and begin
name?
to walk- He already told you.
No, he told me his first name.
He doesn't have a last name.
He's hiding it.
All right, give me an insight roll. He's hiding his last name. I don't, like I told you, I don't have a last name. I'm an
His last
orphan.
name is Dobro.
No! That would be so dumb and stupid. Who would ever do that? Oh my god, that's no. What? No. Absolutely.
Alright, here's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, as Tristan walks, I'm gonna put my right hand on his left shoulder.
Wait,
And
is this,
gonna-
do I have
No.
to go Crocagera?
No, God fuck. Alright. I talked to Tristan. Like,
Alright, sorry about that.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Keep going.
What?
Okay, thank you. I put my right hand on his left shoulder, and then I turn him and spin around towards me and put my other hand on his other shoulder and look into his eyes and smile. Please, friend, don't take me for a fucking idiot.
Give me a persuasion
you-
roll.
If we... Are you fucking... Jesus Christ. Look, friend, if we...
Am I with them?
Yeah,
No,
you're all
God.
walking forward. Unless he took him
We
to the
need
side.
to stick together.
Can I make an insight roll?
We need
I'll lay them.
Oh,
I'll lay
shit.
them.
Hold on, guys. Come on.
Rip.
Stop.
God damn it, shut the fuck up!
Go.
Jesus.
Go. Go.
Thank you. Well, we need to survive together out in these terrible times, and we need to establish trust.
Mhm.
I'll tell you everything you need to know about me, but in return, we need to be open. You understand this, right?
I suppose so.
So tell me, what is your last name?
Give me a persuasion roll.
Ugh.
He looks at you and he goes, I don't understand why it is so important to know. It's meaningless. It is just
If it-
just
if it was
Orlane.
meaningless,
It is
you wouldn't hide it.
Orlane, of Orlane. I'm from the city, Orlane. That's my name.
If it was-
That's my last name.
If it was meaningless, why would you hide it, friend?
It's just not that important. I don't understand why you're pressing me for this.
Friend, please, with all due respect.
Well, you failed your persuasion check. He looks back at you.
Yeah, of course, it's stupid.
He's a lot more cold with you now.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. You have to roll for a fucking conversation.
Well, you're not convincing me.
Well,
You're not
yeah, because
convincing
apparently. Alright, then fucking say I could then have a conversation back instead of just being
You
like,
did?
yeah, no, you were alone.
Sirs, good
Okay.
sirs.
Okay, so
I believe you're
Since your
my
character
Asimar
argument's
friend
not
is
good
not
enough to
attempting
convince him
I
to
cannot hear you, Dad.
any insult. Sorry, my Asimar friend is not attempting to cause any insult. It is merely a matter of culture for him that he must know the full name of someone for him to truly begin to trust them. And Rom, can I roll a deception?
Sure. He looks at you. He looks back at. He looks back at Lucius and he says, "Huh. Names have power. That I know. But it is not culture. It is prying. And you, of all people, should know that if somebody wishes not to talk about something, it is best not to pester and bother them about it. Especially when you've just met them."
Fair.
I understand, friend. One day you may trust me enough to tell you. Or you not trust me enough to tell me.
Perhaps it'll matter more. Sorry. I haven't drinking anything. Perhaps it'll matter more then.
Let's
So
hope
could I-
not.
He sighs. I'm sorry. I did not wish to cause any division or derision. It's just, like I said, my last name is
Clearly it's
meaningless.
points for you. I understand.
Okay, so could I not have given Lucius some aid with that?
You can give me a perception roll.
Oh, okay.
You notice as he walks away, he has a small locket wrapped around his wrist that he seems to carry himself in combat. He hasn't seemed to have taken it off himself yet, as he chained it. It's chained pretty much to his hand. and he still has his weapon chain attached to his gauntlet, so he hasn't really pretty much winded down from combat yet. As he begins to take it off while you're walking back up north, you see underneath his glove and gauntlet is the locket, and it opens slightly. And when it opens, you see what appears to be 3 wolves.
Oh,
inside.
yeah, no.
And it just closes.
Obvious, yeah.
Hey, Goldie.
What is it, Blue?
I want to make a history check, Rob.
You didn't see it.
We already know what it
Only
is.
Kalani saw it.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Georgie. I mean, sorry. I mean, Liam. I'm sorry.
I see you're pretty interested in that guy over there. I think it's cute you're crushing on him, but anyways, he had like a locket or something, and like he slipped out of his glove, and I saw like 3 wolf heads on it or something like that. I don't know if that tells you something, but
Thank you, Blue. I appreciate it.
you know,
How you won?
I'll be looking
It's so
for the
cute
day I
that
get
you're
to catch that
crushing.
later.
That's great. I love you guys. Obviously, you know he is some form of
Yeah.
guru.
I figured.
Though why he hates his last name, you do not know. So, you travel northwards, leaving the Dead Heart behind. You arrive at about 9 p.m. at night, as Ty masterfully guides you forward. And as
Right.
you approach, Ty is the son of the shaman.
Coco.
The shaman Kono, the leader of these people. As you arrive at your own debt to see all of the buildings destroyed. Everything
Oh, great.
burned to the ground.
Oh,
Burn marks all over. But the burn marks themselves are more like ice burn, like frost burn,
Okay,
like
hold
frost,
up.
like a frostbite. Like it's a cold, almost as if like a cold mist just wasted
up.
itself over and just.
I don't think we're
raged
going
here.
to be sleeping here tonight. Anybody?
Are there any corpses?
There are no corpses.
Rob, can I play a song?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Ty.
say this is a
Ty,
right song.
Ty,
for this.
whatever your fucking name is. Virus Man.
You've been having conversations, or been trying to have conversations with Ty a lot, Gulliver, and you've been going back and forth, and you recognize that he falls to his knees, and his tone has shifted to that of something sad, and the words
No shit.
the words he says next, you are able to decipher, and you hear he goes, "Oh no," and you look and you just see a single
Tear.
A
A single
single-
native tear.
no, sorry. A single Wetu, the shaman, standing in the middle of all this, in a fighting position. His eyes are fierce, but he's entirely encased in a block of ice.
Someone
Frozen,
start a fire.
solid.
Can we melt him?
Someone start a fire.
Oliver, do you have any idea what this is?
Well, I can thaw out the water.
Okay, so Kaylani and the fire user Xanthros, both of you can actually use. You can
Wait,
thaw out using-
wait. Before we melt him,
Mhm.
Claire, maybe check to see if they're gonna open up when you unfreeze them.
Oh, fair enough. Lucius, give me a medicine roll.
Oh, is there a medicine that can assist?
Lucius has a.
You should probably assist me.
Well, you should roll it, but have the other person's advantage.
Yeah, I'm assuming you have medicine, right?
No, I don't. But someone definitely does among the other paladins and shit we have.
Do you not
Does,
have
Tristan-
proficiency in? Oh yeah. Tristan can aid. Tristan comes up
Alright.
and he goes, "What's happened here?" And he will aid you. Funnily enough, Rin actually doesn't have medicine. She has animal handling.
Fuck you.
Great.
10. You can
Oh,
definitely
God.
tell.
Oh, fucking these rolls.
Yeah, I can feel you. I feel you.
I don't
As
know,
you-
it's every goddamn
I
session.
can
You can really
destroy
fucking
water.
hurt of it.
As you just sort of that's not gonna help.
Okay. But I can heat things up.
That's true. That's true.
So,
So what were?
Xanthros. Okay, yeah, sorry, let me go ahead. So Xanthros and Kilani, you begin to sort of melt down
wait,
the water.
so we didn't see. He didn't see
Oh my
Hold on,
god,
I'll
Roy.
get there. Give me a second. melting everything down. Produce flame. You help as well, Gara. The three of you guys melt down, try to melt down the shaman sickle, and as you melt down, you know, with Lucius you work fast. You get up to him, you can feel his heartbeat is slow. His pulse is almost barely non-existent. You can tell.
Can I
his
take
breathing
the
is
medical
low.
kit out?
Yep, you can.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead and give me one more medicine roll with advantage.
Yeah, and hope I roll above a fucking 5 this time. How likely is that?
I have faith.
Yeah, that's your first mistake.
Oh, there you go.
Yay!
Right.
Lucius, you work fast and you work hard. Tristan helps you everywhere he can. He sort of rolls him over so you can get underneath him to put some warmth around his whole body. As you look around you, no matter where you look, you guys can see the evidence of a fight here. You see boulders smashed into their walls. You see ice and claw marks all around this place. And you work so hard. You see Ty walks up to you and he starts blubbering and crying.
Oh, whoops.
You hear he starts saying, "Father, Father, Father, no!" And you start melting him down carefully. At the end of the
Gonna make a piano out of this.
At the end of the third day, you find yourselves in the middle of this destroyed Kaziak village, and you see flying in the distance, arriving on the scene, perhaps too slow, you see Euron. The blue dragon flies with speed as he can, and Lucius, you barely keep him alive as his pulse stabilizes. You have successfully saved this man's life, but he is weak. He is essentially comatose at the moment. Ty stays by his father's side. And the dragon lands in front of you, and he roars in anger. "No! Damn them!" And he screeches out, "They will pay!" He looks at you all. "I was too slow. Those giants." You see lightning just surges out from him. Anger. The ice marks. He looks at you and he says, "There is a white dragon in my island." And there we will end today's session.
Dun, dun,
All right.
dun.
I have a suggestion. Okay, you and then on a fucking cliffhanger, you know what I'm about to do. Ty says, "Bring me my club." Hold up. There we go. I'm not gonna say what it is, but there is a moment that's gonna be like that, Conan.
So, as you guys gather everything together, you have a magic item, you've gotten some money, you've gotten some cool stuff, you met the Lord of the island, the dragon known as Euron, and you've met the main evildoers upon this island, the Frost Giants, who have...
Imagine if that wand of conducting had been a person had to sing all the time.
the violin. It's a violin. It's the world's strongest violin one. But with that being said, though, that is the end of today's session. I hope you guys all had a good time.
It was a good time. Fun as deep.
I'm sorry about your poor rolls, Cinder.
I found someone to indoctrinate. This is perfect.
If there's anything you guys want to ask me or work on or anything like that, feel free to hit me up as well. You know all my socials. Dab.
Actually, I don't.
It's just
Yeah, I don't have your social number yet.
It's just
Actually, wait, I think I might have you on
Subscribe
Facebook.
to Romulus on Twitch.
Please don't.